Welcome back, everybody, to the Late Night Chat Network year-end media review of 2024. Jay, what's going on? It's been another exciting year.
Oh, fuck, has it ever, buddy? Has it ever?
But yeah, welcome back, everybody. First and foremost, please make sure to like and subscribe if you're coming across this video on our channel for the first time. This is the Late Night Chat Network, your first stop for pop culture talk. And moving into the new year, we have a lot of exciting things planned for you guys. So make sure to join us along for the ride if you're new to the channel. And this is like, I think, our fifth or sixth annual. I really should have double checked that. I think it's our fifth annual year-end
Man,
media review, Jay, you and me, since starting the Late Night Chat Network YouTube channel and starting this show, Late Night Chat podcast show that we did on a weekly basis, moved to YouTube after audio. Me and Jay have gotten together at the end of the year, our craziest time of year between work and everything else, the holidays. You know, this is a very crazy, stressful time for a lot of folks, as you know, Jay. And
very interesting time.
but honestly, I really look forward to this conversation every year. Jay always comes over. We get together in person to record this. We go through and we talk about the things that we really enjoyed in media of every year at the end of the year. And since, we've kind of changed up Late Night Chat, our main show here on the YouTube channel, and we've added on more co-hosts as the years have gone on. I think this is the second year where we'll actually be supplying a list from the other co-hosts as well. I think maybe last year was the first time, maybe the year before, I can't recall, but we also have some other top 5 lists of things of people's favorite stuff. Some of our other co-hosts from the Late Night Chat show on the Late Night Chat Network here as well
Yeah.
to go over today. And of course, me and Jay, we always go over usually these 4 topics, which are our favorite podcasts, movies, TV shows, and music that came out this year. And yeah, we're gonna get into every one of those subjects one by one. But yeah, once again, honestly, it's just been an awesome year for the channel. It's been a great year. We've seen a lot of growth this year for the Late Night Chat Network, and we see a lot of new people tuning in. And yeah, we thank you. First and foremost, we kind of just wanted to put that out there. It's
Well,
we
thank
couldn't
you
do
for
this without everybody's support.
a great year, guys. And yeah, there's been support from everybody, and even just the audiences alone, and the people tuning in. It's been great just to see, right?
Yeah, it really has been. And
Yeah.
I think that's worth mentioning here at the top of the show because, like, as much as we look forward to doing these lists every year and getting together, and these are always fun. It is always fun to talk with JT about like our favorite things, and it honestly, though, we do it for the audience, for the listeners, for the viewers of this show. So
For the
yeah,
ladies.
yeah, for all those ladies out there. So yeah, thank you. So yeah, and honestly, like, make sure to tune into the New Year, guys, after this show airs. In between Christmas and New Year's, and the full version of this episode will drop just after New Year's for you guys. A week or so after that, we will be having our last episode of Late Night Chat episode 300. Yeah, it's bittersweet. It's going to be us along with the other 4 hosts of the channel live, all in person with each other. So that'll be a really fun one. I'm very much looking forward to that.
Oh, I bet you are. I
One
bet you
more
are,
go
buddy.
around for the Late Night Chat, but that doesn't mean that we're done with content here on the channel. Honestly, if you guys, it's important to mention that we do have a movie show that we do, Late Night at the Movies, that comes out twice a month roughly. With a couple of other hosts too. Julie, of course, as part of Late Night Chat, and Max, who's joined us by doing that, being a host on that show with us lately.
Max Tarantino, actually.
And if we're talking about movies and we're talking about TV content, make sure to check out Watching the Throne, which is our Game of Thrones show that we did. And that will be back later this year. We will be making a return when that new spinoff comes out, right? So
I'm ready. Got my right hand ready,
Right.
man. I'm ready to go.
and that's with our co-host Christina on that show as well, who's basically become the 3rd honorary co-host of that show with us as well. And that's kind of like we watch episode by episode and do deep dive conversations on Game of Thrones. And Jay actually just really got into the show this past year and a half. I think we caught up, watched all of the old Game of Thrones, and then watched all of House of the Dragon and commented on that, including this past season. Yeah, so that's been a super fun time. So if you guys, again, since we cover TV here, and those hosts, lists didn't really come into play here, Christina and Max, in terms of some of the other stuff we're covering here today. But I did want to give a quick shout out to them and those shows as well, because those have been newer shows that we've been really putting a lot of time into this past year as well, outside of late night chat.
A lot of different effort, a lot of different conversations, a lot of different chat, and a lot of different stuff, and it's the neat thing about it, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's been nice to connect with so many people again that are
broadening my horizons.
First and foremost fans of these things, though, right?
Yeah, that's the funny thing.
We love talking about this kind of stuff with people that are also equally, interested in this type of stuff. And then if you want to talk music, since we're going to be covering music here today as well, check out Late Night Mixtapes. That's my weekly mixtape that I drop every week here on Late Night Chat Network. And that's me going back and pulling up old hip hop mixtape days music that you can't even find half of this stuff online anymore. If you can, it's hard to come across. A lot of it hasn't been cleared in terms of samples for Spotify. Some of it slowly has started to over the last year or two. I know a lot of artists this past year finally got in their mixtapes on Spotify. Yeah, J. Cole.
Very confusing.
J. Cole was the most recent one. Jay sent me it, and he's like, "Whoa, you see this new tape from J. Cole?" Like, Jay, this came out like 20 years ago, not 20 years ago, like 15 years ago. And he's like, "Oh, really?" Because it'll come up in someone's feed that follows the artist, and it'll be like, "Oh, this is their new tape," but meanwhile, it's old music.
Well, yeah, and I never listened to it until I kind of met Nico. I've never really listened to the whole J. Cole thing and that whole scene.
Right.
Yeah,
but that's
got introduced to it by
it's
you.
a good thing.
Yeah.
People are discovering this music for the first time. But if you want to go and listen to some stuff and maybe discover some new music for yourself as well, you're into old school hip hop, especially in the mixtape era, go listen to Late Night Mixtapes, guys. I've been putting a lot of time. I know it may seem easy, but it's actually like to go through all the music and curate a list takes some time. So definitely go check that out. All right. So that covers all of those topics and things that we will be talking about today. But, as we go through our list, we're going to give you our top fives in all of those categories of the year that came out in 2024 of things we enjoyed for all those categories. We'll also be mentioning some honorable mentions sometimes along the way as well. And like I said, I'll be sharing our other co-host list that provided them to us as well. So a lot of great stuff to go through. And the only thing I didn't mention there that we're going to cover first here is podcasts. Now, Jay, you weren't really big up on podcasts other than podcasting with
literally just the podcasting this year, guys. I didn't get a chance to listen to any of the podcasts that I would normally listen to be honest with you. I've put in some share of time into listening to podcasts, but I don't know, nothing caught my ear that I liked, or not that so much that I liked, but just didn't catch me by surprise. I was listening to a lot more of a classic rock style music in its place, in the sense, when you're working, sometimes for me I need to have that music other than the podcast talking to me in the background. So I didn't get a chance to, unfortunately, go through any podcasts this year besides, like I said, our own podcast, which that's my number one pick anyways, always. So regardless, that's gonna never fail. But other than that, I gotta say I was a little a little low on the podcasting this
That's
year.
All right.
It's all good.
Yeah, that's all right. I'm sure you'll have plenty to talk about in the other categories anyways, which I know you do. We'll never get you to shut up about the TV category, I'm sure.
Oh, trust me, bro.
And then, we'll throw this out there right now, too, as a little teaser. Maybe in the new year, you might be also seeing some more additional TV content on the channel. So stay tuned on that one, honestly.
It'll be called TV for the what's the word I'm looking for? See? TV for the illiterate.
Okay.
Like me. So everybody
you could barely formulate a sentence there. So there you go.
Perfect. You know what I mean?
That'll be the intro of the show. So you just stutter.
Just keep filling it with fucking blanks, swearing words.
But let's get to top 5 podcasts though, because a couple of our co-hosts here did submit me some podcasts that they listened to this year. So let's go over theirs first here. So Lewis, one of our co-hosts on Late Night Chat, he provided me with this podcast list here. Coming in at number 5, no honorable mentions on this one. We got the Auntie Donna podcast, which I don't know what that is. Did you ever come across this one? Do you aware of this one, Auntie Donna?
I'd be scared if I was aware of something called Auntie Donna. But I can look it up. To be honest with you. Let's see what this is.
Yeah, why don't you look that one up while I go on here after the list? I'd be interested to hear what that is. And then you got History of the 90s coming in at number 4, which I believe may have been his pick last year as well as part of his top 5, if I'm not mistaken. I don't listen to that one, but I think he's talked about it before. And I think it may have even been in his top 5 list last year. So you're not going to see many differences with me with the podcast either, because the podcast that I do have time to listen to outside of doing our own it's my tried and true ones that I kind of revisit, that I'm like stuck to listening to every week because it's part of my, my ritual in that sense, right? Then we got the ongoing history of new music. Yeah, I know that's one I think he's definitely talked about as well. I should check out some of these. They sound interesting. And then you got number 2. That came in at number 3, ongoing history of new music. Coming in at number 2, you got Freedom, not threesome, like JT probably thinks he wrote here. it's Freedom, not threesome. Well, that's not as fun. Coming in at number 2.
I don't know who these comedians are.
Oh, so it's a comedy podcast, the Auntie Donna one?
It kind of looks like one, yeah.
Okay.
It doesn't says a comedy the whole family can enjoy.
Okay.
Which is kind of interesting.
Okay.
In a weird way.
And then coming in at number 1 for Lewis's favorite podcast, always he puts here, and it is always his number 1, and that's Comedy Bang Bang. I don't listen to that, but I know a lot of people that are big fans of that podcast. I never really got into it. But yeah, those guys have been going strong for a long time, and they do like, those podcast shows. They do them in person as well. They do like live shows. Sometimes you can go to and experience that. I think Lewis has gone before. I know other people that I know have gone. I'm pretty sure he's gone as well. But yeah, Comedy Bang Bang. That's his number 1 podcast of the year. So once again, that's Auntie Donna podcast, history of the 90s, ongoing history of new music, Freedom, and coming in at number 1, Comedy Bang Bang. Those are his top 5 podcasts of 2024.
Yeah.
All right, and then we got Julie's here. I'll pull up Julie's top 5 list of here for podcasts. She's got a couple of honorable mentions here. We'll start off with. She's got Being Ian with Jordan. 2 Bears, 1 Cave. Always a great one to listen to. I definitely have had a lot of fun with that over the years. I didn't listen to them all that much this year. I feel like they've been doing less shows with each other, with those two, than they've been having a lot more guests on, I would say.
Yeah, I don't feel like the relationship is there anymore. I don't know.
Yeah, not as much, definitely.
There's something different about it, yeah.
Then you got those 2. Those are honorable mentions. And then coming in at number 5, another podcast that's part of Tom Segura there, him and his wife, Your Mom's House. That's not bad too. I do enjoy that one. Yeah,
Your Mom's House.
I do like the clips that I come across on the internet, on Instagram there, right? So Your Mom's House coming in at number 5. Coming in at number 4, I don't know what this one is. Sergio Talks. I don't know what that is. Sergio Talks. Maybe look that one up. I'm interested to see what that's all about. Sergio Talks coming in at number 4 for Julie's top 5 favorite podcasts. Oh, also, I should have mentioned, she said podcast besides our own at the top of the list, right? So she had to throw that in, of course, as well.
Sergio Talks podcast. That's 3 boys with 3 different opinions. And how did the podcast of what the fuck is this? This is interesting. Hold on. So 3 boys with 3 different opinions. How did this podcast come to light? You ask. You ever find yourself talking to your friends and someone says, we should honestly just start a podcast? Yeah. Well, that's exactly.
That's what we did.
So join the chaos with Sergio alongside his co-hosts Matt and Cara as they attempt to maintain a sustainable conversation while unveiling the untold truths about the relationships,
there you go,
life, and men and women.
Sounds like our podcast in a lot of
basically
ways.
Yeah, it's like
most podcasts,
how they start off in that sense. But yeah, it's interesting. It's got I don't know how many episodes there is so far, but
and then coming in at number 3, we have The Morning Shift for Julie's favorite podcast. Then at number 2, you got That Library Show. And coming in at number 1, The Basement Yard. I haven't heard of any of these ones. That's interesting. I mean, I always know her comedy ones that she submits. That's usually, out of all of our co-hosts that submit podcasts to me every year, the only ones I usually recognize are the comedy podcasts, because I listen to a lot of comedy podcasts on YouTube anyways. I really enjoy a lot of the YouTube content that comes from these comedy podcasts.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, but that just goes to show you the range of that podcasts have. You can talk about the most niche of subjects on podcasts, and there'll be an audience for it.
Santagato.
Which one's this?
That's The Basement Yard.
Okay, what's this about?
This one is about Basement Yard is a podcast ran by the guy himself, Joe. I would write along a description about what this podcast. I would write a long description about what this podcast will be about, but I'm not even sure. So enjoy it.
Well, there you go. Sounds like some random talk, right?
That's interesting. It's a comedy.
Okay.
So
Okay. So there you go. Top 5 for Julie for podcast for this year is once again Your Mom's House coming in number 5, number 4 Sergio Talks, number 3 The Morning Shift, number 2 That Library Show, and number 1 The Basement Yard. So yeah, there you go. Hopefully you guys can learn about some new podcasts you can check out this way. That's why we kind of like have a fun time doing these lists as well, right? Sometimes I love these year-end lists because even I watch them on other stuff I listen to, and I usually come across some new things to check out as a result, right? So
yeah,
that's always fun. But let me just double check.
those sound really interesting in a sense. Some of those ones sound like basically what we're doing here.
Yeah. Well, yeah, absolutely, right.
I mean, like you said, most podcasts do come out the same way in that sense.
And then we got Rob that also submitted a list for podcasts here. He coming in at number 5 for Rob, The Ultimate Human.
Well,
is that about you, Jay?
Apparently, yeah, he likes to watch me a lot. So I don't think there's a podcast called The Ultimate Human because, I mean, if there was, it's not working well for Rob.
Yeah.
No. Love you, bro.
You know he watches these ones too, because that was a personal jab. Right? Yeah, you knew he was gonna hear. Coming in at number 4, New Heights. Maybe these are like a life,
life-changing ones.
Yeah, because like a lot of people like positive affirmation type stuff, where it's like
maybe I'm rubbing off on people, bro.
Motivational kind of like types, because New Heights sounds like something like that would be like that, right? Like New Heights, like stuff to like goals, maybe.
Yeah. Or fixing your house. And
like he likes that kind of stuff too, right? So,
could be something like that, yeah.
Coming in number 3, I think one that you probably put him on to, Smart List, which was your number 1 podcast. I feel like the year before.
Yeah, I don't even know if they did anything this year.
Did they not do anything?
I don't know. I honestly, I haven't. After the television show came out and it was interesting that way. That quick little thing they did, that was it. I had enough. I got to see them all on screen, but at the end of the day, I looked at it and said. I mean, they might have. They can consistently come up with stuff Monday. They might not be all of them as well. I mean, it's showing up still under my podcast thing. So it looks like they did come out with some of them. So
okay, so there you go. So, and then you got coming in
16th was this last one. So
I guess Bateman's kind of fitting them in between filming Carry On, I guess, this year.
Bateman's fitting him in. They all have to work around his schedule.
That's right. Dude. I know. I mean, he's the most popular one, right? Out of all
he's been on television a lot longer.
Well, no, Arnett does a lot of stuff too.
But Arnett does more voice stuff, and I don't think it's as relatable to we don't get to see the
he's not out here making shows.
We don't get to see all the plastic surgery that fucking Bateman puts himself through, because if he hasn't put himself through enough plastic surgery,
is that right?
Well, I mean, come on, dude. You watch Carry On, right? Yeah. He doesn't look that young, I don't think, bro. Remember, he's got to be in his 50s or something right now.
Speaking about carrying on, moving on. Okay, number 2. Coming in at number 2, we got Mel Robbins, who I just looked her up. She's like a motivational speaker and like lawyer, author type person. So yeah, maybe there's some interesting things being discussed on that.
He's learning.
American presenter and author. Yeah, look at this guy. Look at this guy's the educational podcast that he's listening to. This is crazy. It sounds like
hopefully he's taking some pointers.
And then coming in at number 1. Coming in at number 1, Bad Parents. Bad Parents. So there you go. So once again, his top 5, Rob's, our other co-host, top 5.
That sounds like a television show.
Is coming in at number 5. We got The Ultimate Human. Coming in at number 4, New Heights. Coming in at number 3, Smart List. Coming in at number 2, Mel Robbins. And coming in at number 1, we got Bad Parents for Rob's top 5 podcasts.
Nice.
So there you go. And then likewise, like you, I guess Leslie doesn't listen to other podcasts or failed to mention anything to me
wouldn't be.
So
I'm surprised she does listen to it.
She used to listen to a lot of true crime that I know of. But anyway, she didn't submit me anything this year, so we got nothing for her. So. All right. So my top 5 podcasts.
I always wait to hear Nico's because they're always interesting. You can always take something from these ones. I mean, Rob's are pretty interesting too, in a sense. It's like if he's getting some, self-help out of those, and
I don't know if that's the case.
Do it yourself.
Yeah. Like
it does sound like it. It sounds really good.
But I mean, that's
I'm gonna have to ask them off screen what they're about.
Yeah, exactly. So look into those guys. I mean, I'm sure there's some good stuff there. And also, what I can see from the podcast that everyone has mentioned, at least looking up the few that we have, it's all varying different types of subjects. So that's what's great about it, man.
Yeah, exactly. It's about what people relate to, right?
Right.
Yeah. So
listen, coming in at number 5, I'm not even going to mention it. Listen, honorable mentions, I'll say it's comedy podcast for me, but it's more YouTube. So I didn't, even though they're podcasts, like we are on YouTube generally, basically for the most part here, we don't put out the audio version of the show anymore. Stay tuned. Maybe we will at some point. But basically, like comedy podcasts for me outside of doing this are probably the things I listen to the most for honorable mentions outside of this top 5 list. So, the Bad Friends podcast with Bobby Lee and Andrew Santino is a good one that I like. Sometimes, depending on who the guest is, I'll watch Rogan. I wouldn't say he's a comedy podcast, but it's like.
But you can still hear these as audio as well.
Oh yeah, of course. They have both. But I just tend to personally enjoy watching the video version of these podcasts more.
Yeah, you want to see facial expressions. Exactly. You want to see stuff like that.
I think honestly, I know it's not maybe as easy for people unless they have YouTube Premium to just close it and listen to audio. They actually have to sit there and watch it. But I prefer having that. Sometimes I'll just listen to it.
But you don't have Premium in a sense, so you can just.
No, but Premium you can minimize it, and the YouTube will keep playing. Like, with YouTube Premium, if you minimize the actual video, you will still be able to listen to it. If you minimize the video the other way, like if the app closes.
Yeah, but YouTube Music app is the same way. You can do that with the podcast and listen that way, can't you?
With the podcast, probably. But I'm talking about the video.
Yeah.
The video, once you close it,
you're not going
to hear it, right? So,
but you like to watch the video.
I do, but then sometimes I'll just have the video on and I'll just listen to the audio of the video. I don't actually have to watch. I'll look over every now and then. I'll just have it kind of like playing.
Yeah,
right?
I hear you.
So that's how I prefer to do it. But yeah, a lot of, depending on who the guest is, there's a lot of those comedy podcasts I'll listen to. Like I'll see some Rogan depending who's on there. Like I said, the Bad Friends podcast is good. These Two Bears, One Cave, sometimes I'll watch. I actually watch a lot of YouTube videos, but this is now getting into YouTube about them analyzing comedy podcasts and like comedy in general. Like the Shane Gillis podcast, Shane and Matt's Secret Podcast or whatever. That one's pretty good. I've watched some of those this year. So yeah, so it's a lot of comedy podcasts that I'm really into for honorable mentions. I'll mention that. Right, but coming in at number 5, and I'm not putting it at number 1, but I did want to mention it like everybody else here has mentioned. I'm going to throw Late Night Chat in there because you know why? I just want to give all of us a pat on our backs because this is, like I said, this has been one of our best years ever of doing it has been. It's probably been our best through statistics and just in terms of creativity. And listen, we had some great times for doing other kinds of great stuff during the pandemic when we first started this in the YouTube. But I just feel like even with ending the show in the new year, I really have a good outlook, a positive outlook. I'm having a positive outlook on things moving forward, stuff to come down the line. And I think that, between the Late Night Chat continuing throughout the year, even though we changed, the schedule around and the frequency and those shows came out in, was able to free up some people's time. People were able to enjoy stuff outside of doing the podcast as well. Got a girlfriend? Hey, listen.
It worked, bro.
There you go.
Thanks, dude.
So there you go. So that's what I'm saying. So it's also like going out and having more life experiences type stuff to kind of come and be more re-energized and like, you know what I mean? Like kind of like, putting our best foot forward and getting more interested in getting together and talking about these things because we weren't doing it. We were just smarter about the way we scheduled things. At least I can speak for myself. That sense, right? So
your scheduling is impeccable. I don't know how you do it. And like I said, with doing all the shows and just making it work, especially at this time of the fucking year.
Right.
Dude, I'm patting you on the back yourself, bro. Honestly.
And I mean, like, and I
not easy.
Shame on me. I didn't even mention Comic Shop Talk because this comics isn't something we cover on this show here, but make sure to check out the feed, guys. By this time, when this episode's out, we'll have already had our year-end media review version of the Comic Shop Talk, which is the Comic Shop Talk Awards. And that's me and Chris. And you got to remember this, Jay. Chris, honestly, in terms of the even output of the other hosts on the channel, he's put out more shows probably this year than like everybody, it seems like, honestly, because he's on a weekly basis.
You don't have those stats this year, do you?
That's for the episode 300. That's for episode 300, those stats.
Mine went down from last year,
because Chris is weekly. He's on weekly.
Yeah, right? I know. It is. He's probably surpassing me.
Other than myself, he's probably done the most shows on the channel this year. That's what I mean.
He's like, as I said, because I'm doing them only every 2 weeks now, right? So it's totally different.
So he's putting out these Comic Shop Talks with me weekly this year. But you also did Watching the Throne. You did lots of stuff this year too. And that's not about who did more. I'm just saying.
I know.
I just really wanted to give a shout out to Chris too on Comic Shop Talk because like week in and week out, he talks.
We kind of leave him under the radar. I always like to tag him in the reels and stuff like that, but we always tend to leave him under the radar, which I find is kind of, in my part, I'll be honest. I give you guys a big shout out, like when I try to promote doing my promotions the right way on the show. But honestly, yeah,
Think
Chris,
of it
he
though.
puts a lot of fucking work into it. If Nico's doing that much for Comic Shop Talk alone, that means Chris is doing equal amount,
Exactly.
if not more, in that
Exactly.
sense. So we forget to realize how big and a big part of the channel he is. I think he doesn't realize that how much it actually,
Right.
when you come and you sit down and think about
Right.
it actually means.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna make him cry on episode 300. He should be there in person, to be honest with you. If that, if he can put up with us in the room.
I put the invite out, but I don't know if it,
Yeah, if he can put up with us in a room,
I think it's more that than anything.
I think so too. At a certain, Chris has got a certain taste, and I don't think
he's
we're
a
all one of them.
nonsense fella.
Yeah, if I make him tear up, I don't know, man. That means
No, but
get him all emotional.
I don't honestly, like, because we always show love to our fellow co-hosts of Late Night Chat, but put it in perspective. Like, he really, like, he has been there for 3 years. He's been doing a weekly show with me,
and he flies under the cover, like you don't even
Yeah.
notice him there. Like he's so quiet. He
listen,
comes on the drunk cast.
we tried to leave. We tried to do Late Night Collectors Community. That didn't work out. We came back.
Yeah, he came back, and it's like, fuck, man. It's like these guys, Chris, and he's been trucking through it too,
Yeah.
man. Like it's a
Yeah,
lot.
he's a big part of the network. So I did want to throw that out.
How many
there.
shows you guys got now altogether? Do you know?
A Comic Shop Talk?
Yeah.
We just recorded earlier today before our Christmas break, episode 159
Holy
of Comic
fuck.
Shop Talk. 159 plus we had 3 annual Comic Shop Talk awards. So every week, 52 weeks in a year, you get a comic. So basically, 162 episodes of Comic Shop Talk we've done over 3 years.
Fucking guys, eh?
We've done over half the number of late night chats.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah,
because it's a weekly basis show as well, right? So that's what I mean. So even though you guys aren't in comics, like that's why I wanted to kind of bring that. I wanted to mention him as well in this whole late night chat thing, because we've had a great year between all of our shows that we do collectively, and just like reaching new audiences, honestly. So it's been great. So thank you once again for everybody. And I had to put us in the top 5 because I think this is one of been our best years. And with all these exciting things on the horizon coming in the new year, I know it feels weird because we're ending late night chat, but we're not ending this channel. So we're just kind of, again, pivoting and changing the direction of the channel as we've done a couple of times across a few years. Make it
we've had
interesting.
to adapt, right? I
Yeah.
mean, we've had to adapt so much. I mean,
Yeah.
we literally went through COVID. That's
Right.
and then just had to adapt that way.
Right.
We adapt to any sort of diseases fucking internet gives us. So we're good.
Yeah. So there you go. So I had to put us in at number 5. Coming in at number 4, though, is one that I'm kind of watching more frequently now, is the Big Picture podcast. Now, this is part of the Ringer Network. This is hosted by mostly Sean Fennessy. He's from the Rewatchables podcast that I know you've heard us talk about before. As well. He's part of the Ringer Network and the Ringer Movies kind of YouTube channel now, where this show comes out, The Big Picture. And they've kind of more leaned into doing more video content as well over the last year or two. They were mostly just audio podcasts before that, but now they're doing more video content.
Mhm.
And Amanda Dobbins is I think the other co-host with him on there as well, if I'm not mistaken. I know it's Amanda. Let me just double check because I do want to get this right. But yeah, it is his weekly movie conversation show that he does. So it's like it kind of keeps up to date with all new movies that are coming out that he talks about, that he's been watching week to week. So yeah, it's a weekly new movie kind of check-in. I think you usually do 1 or 2 shows a week that usually come out, and they're always about different topics. My favorite of those being, and I hope that we can do something similar and bite this idea off of them as a result on our show, our Late Night at the Movies. I've seen other podcasts do this as well. It's not necessarily an original idea, I think, in their case either. They do like movie draft shows where they pick a year of film. So let's say, I don't know, 1993. And they'll look at all the movies that came out during that year and they'll draft for a list. So they'll be like
a pool.
Yeah. Exactly. It's kind of fun. So by the end of it, they have like 5 movies or whatever. You have different categories, like pick a horror movie, pick a comedy movie that came out that year. So, in any given year, like we used to do with the battles, there's only so many good things that have come out that year that you may want to pick.
Yeah.
Remember when we used to do the battles for songs?
Yeah.
Same thing. So they just kind of draft movies, which is a lot of fun there. And like a lot of different types of guests from the Ringer Network. Chris Ryan comes on there from the Rewatchables as well. Like there's a lot of people that come on that show that he talks about film with, and industry people. He also interviews people in the industry as well. This past week, he just talked with. I think he talked with Richard Gere recently on there about his career, because he's like 80 or something now, I think, and he was talking about like his career in film. I think along with him, he's getting up there in age. I think that's how old he is now. And then he just talked about he talked to another a director as well this past week. What's his name? James Cameron.
Okay.
He talked to James Cameron, of course, Terminator, and a bunch of other guys, Titanic, a bunch of great movies that he's worked on. So sometimes we'll have really good, interesting people on there as well. So that's the big picture. I do like that show. And then coming in at number 3, of course, this is a mainstay on my list every year. It's 11 o'clock comics, followed with at number 2, iFanboy, which are my 2 comic book podcasts that I listen to outside of doing the comic book podcast that I do with Chris, Comic Shop Talk week to week. iFanboy is kind of more, they keep up to date with the weekly new releases, like kind of what we do on Comic Shop Talk. They're like the new release comic book conversation show. And 11 o'clock comics is kind of, they talk about all kinds of different comics that they read week to week. Like they kind of cover the full spectrum. They can be reading old stuff, new stuff, whatever stuff that they've recently read that they want to talk about. Yeah. So that's coming in at number 4 for number 3 and 2, 11 o'clock comics at number 3, and iFanboy at number 2. Those are my mainstay comic book podcast. So if you guys are into comic books other than Comic Shop Talk, make sure to check out these ones. I highly recommend both of them. They're very enjoyable.
Nice.
And then coming in number 1, this was a big year for me listening to the Rewatchables podcast. Like I said, the aforementioned Sean Fennessy, who's one of the hosts from the Big Picture podcast that I just talked about, also features on here. But Bill Simmons, the sports columnist guy, who the Ringer is his whole podcast network that he had a huge deal when he went over to Spotify. He's the main host, and then there's people that cycle in and out. Like he has a revolving group of co-hosts essentially, just like we do on Late Night Chat, where you're the mainstay. Basically, Bill Simmons is the mainstay on that show, and that's, again, we took a lot of inspiration from their podcast when we started doing Late Night at the Movies in terms of some of the categories that we were using and stuff like that. But I just think they're one of the best ones to do it out there. Every week they drop an episode. I have a lot of fun watching them. I really have come to like several of the different people that they have on there that are hosts. Honestly, almost all of them I really enjoy that they bring on there.
For years you talked to me about this. I still haven't got it. Because
it's a great show.
Yeah, I feel like because you need to watch that one to kind of get it too at the same time, right?
Yeah, absolutely. They're funny. I mean, they crack me up, and like there's ongoing kind of jokes, like, on the show, like that they kind of like different people will make as they make their appearances on there. And what they do is every week they choose a movie, and they're calling that a rewatchable film. It's like one of those movies that you can just throw on the TV. And you can't, or you come across on cable. Yeah. You might watch the last half an hour, but you can't pull, you can't stop yourself from watching it. It's a rewatchable movie, like one that you may have seen 10 or 20 times because it's your favorite movie ever, or one that you just might find something very interesting about, or a performance that you really enjoy that you run it back. And I think this year is a big year for me watching movies. Honestly, I've seen a lot more movies than I did TV shows this year. But that's also because of my interest in doing the show that we've been doing this year and talking about movies a lot more with you guys. So as a result, and as a result of listening to this podcast, I was getting all kinds of recommendations and things I could watch week to week, or if there'd be shows. Even if I haven't watched the movie that they're talking about, I listen to the show, because it's an enjoyable show just to hear them talk about the movie. And a lot of the times it gets me interested in checking out the movie that they're suggesting on the show, that they're saying that is a rewatchable one. Yeah. And they basically just go through a bunch of categories and highlight like different things that they like about the film, like from quotes and scenes and, like things, some certain stuff like that we cover on our show as well. But also other kind of like more like interesting categories that they have, right, that they've made up along the time that they've done the show. So yeah, I just really appreciate it. I think it's really well done. It's not all like snobby films that they're talking about. They'll watch ones that, they'll watch an action film, a cheesy 80s movie. It doesn't matter. As long as two or three of the hosts that are on that any given episode are interested or enjoy that film, they will talk about it. So I really like that one. And it's honestly like between that and doing the movie show this year, it's been a really hell of a fun time for movies for me this past year, and going to see some movies with you guys. It's been good, man. Like I've been honestly watching movies and talking about film and really kind of trying to do my homework and watch a lot of good stuff that I've never seen this past year. It's been one of my hobbies. I've been enjoying it a lot. And Rewatchables podcast has been right there along for the ride.
I know I've had an art when it comes to rewatching movies. Watching movies for the first time, because we're looking at it a different perspective. I think it gives me a harder time to concentrate on the actual film itself, right? For what it's worth in that sense, instead of looking at it as almost like critiquing it every little fucking along the way.
Yeah.
Right. So sometimes it can get a fucking annoying that way, but you tend to learn how to adapt, I guess.
Exactly.
Stuff you might have to watch it a second time or whatever because of that reason, right?
Because I feel like that's kind of bled into us doing comic shop talk sometimes too, right? Which is why I like to make sure I read other comics outside of the comics that we talk about on the show.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't really have to go and talk about or critique them in that sense. You know what I mean? Because sometimes it does ruin it in some aspects as well if you have to go in. Because now when you go and watch a film, in the back of your mind, you're always looking at it with that critiquer kind of hat on, critic hat on a little bit now, right?
Always,
so listen, it's fun and it's not at the same time. But sometimes I'll watch a movie and I'll come on, as we'll exchange things. Me and Max normally in the chat, we'll talk about 100 messages later. We'll both be vibing on something that we've watched and both enjoy or have our own opinions on certain stuff. Or when we do the show as well. And actually doing the show has been fun too, because there's been picks that Julie and you have picked and Max that I would never watch some of these movies otherwise. So it's actually been fun because it's forced me to actually not only revisit some movies I haven't seen in a long time, but also discover some new movies for the first time.
Yeah.
And that's why I really like this podcast. So and it's kind of given us a lot of inspiration in doing what we do in terms of late night at the movies. So once again, my top five podcasts, guys, and then we'll move on to the next category here. We got coming in number 5, Late Night Chat. Of course, thank you to everybody out there. Again, it's been a great year.
Mm-hmm.
All the hosts, all the audience, everyone. And coming in number 4, The Big Picture Podcast. Coming in number 3, 11 O'Clock Comics. Coming in at number 2, iFanboy. And coming in at number 1, Rewatchables. So there you go. As you can see from my podcast there, it's all movies and comics there that I've been listening to this year around in my ears. And Spotify told me that during my wrap for the year that I spent 17,000 hours listening to podcasts this year, I believe was the statistic. I don't know if that's real or not.
Yeah, you know what? They're pretty dead on trust me. Especially if you're just listening, even in the background,
or just having it on,
right. I mean, regardless, not just that you've been playing it, right? It'll count the time, and it's not this Wrapped is getting better and better.
So there you go. That's my stat on the podcast. Let's start off with some of our co-host lists here that they submitted to me for top 5. We say music, but it's really should be albums. But not everyone submitted some albums. I got some lists of some singles from a couple of our co-hosts as well here, but. I mean, that's how it goes these days. I mean, singles are kind of what goes around. I feel like for the most part, people don't really take the time, invest the time into listening to full projects, I guess, as much anymore. Or, maybe there are things that aren't worth mentioning. So I know one person in particular, Lewis's list here that I'm about to give you here. I think he's just more of like occasional like radio listener and kind of listener of maybe certain songs over Spotify, but not to the point where I think he's listening to full albums of music. Usually he gives us like single songs, I believe, for the most part too.
Yeah.
So get ready for this, guys. Get ready for me to butcher a lot of these names. So there's all some Spanish shit to knowing Craig. That's what he listens to. Okay.
Some Spanish shit.
Coming in at number 5, Que Pasaria by Raul Alejandro and Bad Bunny. That's his boy, Bad Bunny.
You should be able to fucking roll your R's, bro. Come on, man. You can do it.
You want to read this list?
No.
Okay. Coming in at number 4, it says Plus 57 by Carol G. Feed, DFZM. Are these names? Ovi on the drums, J Balvin. I mean, good shout out to Lewis for actually writing this out. I know J Balvin. I've heard that name. Maluma, Ryan Castro, and Blessed. Coming in at number 4, and that's Blessed with BLESSD. I don't know if he just missed the E there, or that's how he says it.
Is it apostrophe D? Blessed.
Coming in at number 3, Corazon Roto by, I'm sorry guys if I'm butchering all these. Bray, I'm sure this is why he did this. He just put a bunch of Spanish.
That's what I was thinking in my head, to be
Bray,
honest.
Jaco and Ryan Castro for Corazon Roto. All right. Coming in at number 2. You want me to roll it now? Roll the R's. Coming in at number 2, Ciantes de Hubiera. There you go. Oh, sorry. Te Hubiera Conocido by Carol G. Ooh.
You should feed them into Google and let Google replay them.
I know, right? And then coming in at number 1, I need the AI for this. Vagabundo by Sebastian Yatra, Manuel Torizo, and Biel.
And Bill?
I think it's Spanish Bill. Biel. Beele. And he even has like, you know, like over the E has like one of the.
That's something good.
All right. So once again, guys,
I only know the French word.
let's run it down. Let's run it down again. He even said, though, good luck saying these names. Que Pasaria by Rao Alejandro and Bad Bunny. And then he got number coming at number 5. At number 4, Plus 57 by Carol G, Feed, DFZM, Ovi on the drums, J Balvin, Maluma, Ryan Castro, and Bless. There's like 8 people on this song. What's going on that song? I don't know what's going on there. Can you put the producers on this shit too? Coming in at number 3, Corazon Roto by Bray, Jaco, and Ryan Castro. Number 2, Ciantes de Hubiera Conocido by Carol G. And Vagabundo coming in at number 1, his big hit of the season here, JF 2024.
Well, he's got his songs in there too.
Sebastian Yatra, Manuel Torizo, and Biel on Vagabundo. That's Lewis's top 5 singles of the year, guys. Right there. That's his favorite music. You like that?
Yeah. The other ones were albums or no?
No, there's no albums.
It was just honorables.
No, yeah, no honorables, no albums. You know, these guys, they like to do whatever they want with these lists.
I was wondering what was going on.
All right, coming in at number 5. This is Leslie's top 5 for music. The only list she actually submitted to me this year. We got her for top 5 singles, I guess, as well this year. And if you want to hear what she had to say about it, because I asked her if there was any albums, she said she hasn't heard a single album in a very long time that was a complete work of art. Apparently, those are the only things that makes Leslie's list is complete works of art. Jay, I don't know if you knew that. Except the Eminem and Missionary albums, which for whatever reason weren't on this list that she submitted to me, but she kind of gave a shout out to them. So there you go. Eminem's album from this year and the new Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre produced Missionary album that came out.
Yeah,
so,
just under the wire.
Yeah, so there you go. But on her list, though, coming in at number 5, we got Place Snoop and Dr. Dre Out of the Blue. Sorry, 5th place. I just read the place. part of the name. So 5th place, you got Snoop and Dr. Dre Out of the Blue is her number 5 on her list. Okay.
Out of the blue.
4th place, Eminem, Lucifer. Okay, the song Lucifer by Eminem.
Okay.
Coming in at 3rd place, Out of My Mind by Cassius Culpepper.
Oh, that's the one she sent to me. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you like that jam?
That I mean,
The country.
It's different. It's
Okay.
I don't even know what to say with that. I mean, it was a good song. That's the one that I had my my cry fest with her with.
Okay. Coming in at number 2, we got Believer by Liam St. John. And coming in at number 1, Worst Way by Riley Green.
That's a good jam too.
Yeah. So there you go. That's our number 1 song. So once again, for Leslie's top 5 songs that came out this year, we got 5th place, not place Snoop and Dre. It's 5th place, Snoop and Dr. Dre Out of the Blue. There you go. Coming in at 4th place, Eminem, Lucifer. Coming in at 3rd place, Out of My Mind by Cassius Culpepper. Coming in at 2nd, Believer by Liam St. John. And coming in at 1st, Worst Way by Riley Green. Those are Leslie's or other co-hosts in Late Night Chat's top 5 singles of the year, I guess, music that she's listened to and enjoyed this year. So there you go.
Nice.
And finally, we have a list from Julie. So Julie wanted to bust out this disclaimer for her albums that came out this year, which I feel like she usually has to include. She says, disclaimer, my particular taste in music, especially my top picks, is misaligned to our viewers' typical music taste. So most, if not all, of my picks will be completely foreign. So wanted to explain that to you guys because I feel like even amongst the hosts, Although I would say musical taste, we all have different musical tastes, and that's the beauty of music, right? So
No, that's what the thing is.
for
Yeah.
any of you guys out there that may have seen Julie on the show, these are her top 5 favorite albums. That's right. She put albums, not just singles, I believe here, that came out this year. And I know she's really into music, just again, more music, like she says, that we all don't listen to collectively, or maybe that she assumes our viewers don't. But anyways, we do have some honorable mentions here as well. I believe these are all albums. We got maybe they're singles as well. Brat by Charlie XCX. I think that's her album. I know she's very popular right now. Charlie XCX. That whole Brat thing is like a movement, whatever. That everyone say this is Brat, that's Brat. Windblown by Danger. We got Excessive Guilt by Throne. Whale by Sophie Hunter. Okay, those are your 4 honorable mentions that didn't make her top 5 albums that came out the year. She wrote albums, so I'm assuming these are albums. So that's once again Brat by Charlie XCX, Windblown by Danger, Excessive Guilt by Throne, and Whale by Sophie Hunter. Coming in number 5 on our list, though, we got Replica by Dayseeker. I've heard her talk about that band before, so I'm not surprised at that one. I believe I've heard her talk about that one. Coming in at number 4, American Motorsports by Bill Murray. His name's Bill Murray, but it's all one word. Bilmuri. Bill Murray. I don't know if that's on purpose or what.
Oh, I see Sophie Hunter here.
Yeah. Is that her album name? Whale?
Whale is got to be. Yeah, I don't see it under.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that's a cool name for an album, American Motorsports.
Yeah. Oh, Whale. Yeah. AIL, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's an album.
So there you go. These are all albums. So check these out, guys, if you're interested in discovering some new music and are familiar with these.
I love Spotify for
Coming in at number 3, we got Sleepyhead by Jutes. Yeah, I thought that was going to be Jules, but it's Jutes, Jutes, Sleepyhead. Coming in at number 2, Life by Witches. That's cool how they spelled that. Witchz. There you go. Life by Witches. And coming in at number 1 for Julie's favorite albums that came out this year, How to Disappear by Casey. There you go. So let's give it another rundown, or top 5 of Julie's. Once again, Replica by Dayseeker coming in at number 5. Cool. Coming in at number 4, American Motorsports by Bill Murray. Coming in at number 3, Sleepyhead by Jules. Coming in at number 2, Life by Witches. And coming in at number 1, How to Disappear by Casey for Julie's top 5 albums of the year.
How to Disappear.
And I don't think Rob submitted anything to me for albums.
That actually makes sense with Julie. How to Disappear. She's very good at that.
You're just taking your shots here today, eh?
I love fucking year-end reviews, bro, because year-end reviews you can, right? I don't have anybody fucking commenting on me on the chat. They don't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
Come at me later. Come at me, boys.
Rob's the only thing Rob put for music this year was Benson Boone, Beautiful Things.
Benson Boone,
Beautiful Things. I'm guessing maybe that's a single. I don't know. I'll look it up when you get started here, if you want to go ahead, Jay.
Oh, Benson Boone is a person.
Yeah, but it's a song. Yeah, Beautiful Things is a song, I believe. I don't know if that's his album. So there you go. That's under Rob's music category for this year of what he wanted to mention.
Nice.
Cool. All right, Jay, why don't you get us started here with your top 5 albums of 2024? Any honorable mentions for you?
Well, I mean, you know me, bro. When it comes to music, I'm a whore, right? When it comes to a lot of music. But the problem is that, this year I've been, I've been dipping. So a lot of honorable mentions still going to go to I've been listening to a lot of fucking country music this year. I've been listening to a lot of 60s and 70s like I always do. That's always the music to go to, because when you're at work, you got to put something that gets other people happy. When I start putting hip hop all day long, yeah, it makes me happy. But other people don't take it so fucking I work in an environment where you got to kind of keep it, civil in a sense. I don't mean like in a bad way, but you got to keep it where everybody's going to like the music. Everybody gets along. And, if I keep putting hip hop on all year, they're going to be chasing me out of the warehouse. Right. So,
right.
If I start playing Eminem nonstop, even if Eminem comes on, they fucking, okay, that's enough. One song is enough for them, or they can't understand it, So I get it. Some of the younger people, no problem, but I don't work with all the youngest people in the world anymore. I ain't one of them either myself, but yeah, even though I pretend I'm 20, guys, I'm not really 20. But so those would be like more of an honorable mentions. A lot of the country, the new stuff that I've listened to, I've never gotten to a whole album. Like songs and stuff like that, I would give honorable mentions to Josh Ross and a lot of the
I mentioned some artists you like this year, anyways, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of new ones that have come out that where's my likes list, because that has a Teddy Swims. There's a bunch of them that I've been listening to this year, right? Obviously Chris Stapleton, Josh Turner, there's a few of them that those ones I like to give honorable mentions to, but I don't know if they've actually come out with full albums this year. I wanted to give one to the they put out an album of old stuff from Bob Dylan this year, and revamped and stuff like that, right? Which was pretty nice to hear after such a long time of not hearing anything, to be honest with you, from him. So it's very refreshing that people are could take a different. I know there's a movie coming out, and I think that's the big reason why. But at the end of the day, it's nice to know that people are thinking about it, right? But yeah, I got those. What I got for really honorable mentions. I don't really have a lot of music in a sense of full albums that came out. When it comes to country, when it comes to that, I just started getting into it right young. A lot of the younger stuff, the new people, right? Which is I've been wanting to do for a while, because I was taking a trip down the memory lane with fucking a lot of the old stuff, like the original Outlaws, like Waylon Jennings and stuff like that, right? So I wanted to get into some of the newer artists and stuff, because I do like some of their music, right? A lot of these country westerns. I mean, fuck, I'm going to a country, 2 of them already in the fucking new year, bro.
Right.
I mean, so I've had to adjust. I've been doing this whole adjustment thing, which is kind of cool. Taking a trip down memory lane in a sense.
Yeah. Well, that's good. I just wish I explored more types of different genres of music, or were interested.
Well, they don't even know what kind of person I am when it comes to the rap. They have no idea what to classify me at there, because I have so much different shit I listen to. They tend to not, because when
it comes to the Spotify Wrapped, you mean?
Yeah, when it comes to Spotify Wrapped, right? Like that's where I get most of my music from, guys. I used to fucking get it illegally, in a sense, you know what I mean? Just fucking streaming it from somewhere. But you know what? I pay for my Spotify now. I like to have the Spotify where it's at the palm of my hand, and I don't have to worry about it, because music is my life in that sense.
Yeah.
I relate a lot of shit to music, so that's why I like to go back into a lot of old stuff. I mean, even stuff that I've never even listened to before, in a sense. And I always give something a listen. If it's not for me, it's not for me, right? So, but
music, I feel like every time we talk about this category every year, it's just like I always find everything comes out. A lot of hip hop specifically comes out in the last quarter. Like all the really good things that have come out during the year are usually few and far between, at least for me. And then in the last quarter of the year, we get all these albums. So then when we usually do our year-end wrap-ups, like there's an album I'm not even going to be mentioning as part of my list right now, since we're talking about honorable mentions, I will bring it up, is the Missionary album. I've barely listened to it. It just came out a week. It came out a week before we recorded this, right? And I'm sure it's fantastic because it's Dre produced, and it's just like
the beats are great.
Of course,
I'll tell you that much.
Dre does not put out trash. No. You know what I mean? So like every time,
and his name is on every song, so it's not going to be trash.
Exactly. So I guarantee you guys that would have made my top 5 if I listened to it more. I listened to like 2 songs.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to sit here and say it's going to be in my top 5, but I do want to throw that disclaimer out here. It probably would have been if I had time to listen to it. I just haven't, right? Like between all the shows we do here, guys, we've been doing wrap-up shows about best of things. Honestly, the last 2 weeks, like I've been doing these shows. So like, it's like my mind is focused on everything that I've enjoyed this year so much that I can't even enjoy things that are coming out in the moment, like while we're recording these things, you know what I mean? Yeah. So it's like, I can't, because I'm going back and reviewing all these things in my mind.
Yeah. Right? Oh, of course.
So, and like Jay was mentioning to me today or the other night, sometimes things come out early in the year and you completely forget about it. There's lots of great things that came out in January of last year that the whole year will go by. And unless you start looking into it again, like for the purposes of what we do for this show, you can forget about a lot of early releases, man, in a given year. And then I feel like there's a drought. Honestly, after the Kendrick Drake beef throughout the summer, I wasn't really, I don't feel it was a really hot summer for hip hop as far as I'm concerned. Like, and then in the winter, we get all these great stuff coming out in the last quarter. And it's just like, I just really haven't spent a lot of time with a lot of this stuff. And also every year that we've been doing this category, there's been a lot of years where I'm barely scraping together a top 5, because as much as I don't really branch out and listen to other genres of music, I still listen to hip hop primarily, but I also don't listen to that much hip hop anymore as much as I used to. Like I did, there's still 10 to 20 albums I probably listened to this year. But I mean, the
That's
pool,
still more than I did, bro.
sure, but the pool that I'm kind of grabbing from or like really sticking with album wise throughout the year is way less than years previous, right? So anyway, so for honorable mentions in no order, I want to mention.
I mean, I still had the honorable mentions. I still hadn't thrown out there.
Oh, I thought you just
No,
did.
I did through some, but I had a couple like actual albums that I wanted to throw out there, which
Okay.
was The Missionary, like yourself,
Yeah,
right? Because I
yeah.
haven't listened to it
Right.
enough. I also wanted to throw out a bougie with a hoodie, bro. It came out earlier in the year too.
Oh, a boogie with the
I always say bougie, bro. I don't know why.
But then boogie, you call them bougie too. I don't understand.
It's fucked, bro. It's fucked. It's a hard word because it's got the two O's.
Yeah.
So I
A
figured
boogie with the hoodie. Yeah.
Yeah.
He came out with an album this year.
Earlier this year, Better Off Alone, right?
Okay.
Yeah. So
you like that?
That one's all right. That
Okay.
was, it wasn't bad. I throw that on there for an honorable mention. The T Grizzly one. What the fuck was it called?
Post-traumatic, which is also in my honorable mentions. Yeah. I honestly, I really wanted to put this in my top 5. It's probably like number 6. I really like this album. Like I've always liked T Grizzly, as you know, but this album is probably one of his most solid projects that he put out yet. It's a shame he couldn't make it in my top 5. Like I said, it's probably number 6 for me. So it's right there this year.
No, I hear you.
It's a solid album. I think it's like a really good effort on his part. Like he really, there's a couple of songs at the end of the album that he's been doing a series of where he tells like a story, like it's an ongoing story, these robbery songs. I think he does 7 and 8 on these ones, so he's been doing them for a while. I think it's Robbery 7 and Robbery 8 right at the end of this album. And Robbery 7 and like the last song is like 12 minutes or something like that long. It's like a long ass song, like, so he's just telling this long ass story 8 minutes of like him like in these scenarios, like where he's a character in a story essentially, and it's called Robbery because he's like doing all these crimes and doing all this kind of stuff in between, like this, like, and you kind of follow him through this storyline of what's going on with him, and he raps it all. So it's really impressive, and like he had some good features on this album. He had that J. Cole song, which I thought was awesome. Like that J. Cole song is great. J. Cole just killed it on as always, like on features this year. Just a great feature artist this year. He has a song with 42 Doug. It's called Detroit. Of course, they're both Detroit rappers. This Baby Grizzly song called Pop Shit, that was really good. And so was this what's it called? Blow for Blow with him and Cole. Great stuff. Like it was a really solid album. The beats were good too, right, Jay? I know you like beats. Like that was a pretty good produced album.
That was, you know what I mean? It just like you said, it didn't make the top 5 because I remember some of the stuff that came out earlier in the year, which I totally forgot about. Right. Which were things that'll be more likely would have been in my top 5. Yeah.
Any other honorable mentions for you then?
Besides all those fucking Drake songs that were coming out back and forth with the beefs, really, other than that, not much for honorable mentions. They never actually, that I can remember, or he must.
I'm interested to hear if this made your actual list. Then don't answer that question right now, but maybe that's why it didn't make your honorable mentions. I'm surprised. It made my honorable mentions. Maybe it's coming in at number 7. I said no order, but now as I'm going through these, I'd probably put the Post Traumatic by T Grizzly at number 6. Number 7, probably Chromacopia by Tyler the Creator.
Right. That's I'll let you know where that.
Okay, all right. I the last two albums that this guy has put out have been in my top 5s, high ranking in my top 5s. Those have both come out in the period of us doing this show. Igor and the other one, Call Me If You Get Lost. Both were amazing albums. This one is still good too, but I haven't, I think, listened to it still enough for it to go lower in my top 5, into my top 5, but it's in my honorable mentions. Like I said, it's probably there at number 7. There's some really good songs on this album. I love Tyler the Creator though. He's honestly, hence the name, very creative always with his approach, not only in the look of the album, the videos, his rollout, the things that he does in terms of like his experimentation with his music. Very interesting artist. Honestly, I've always loved his stuff. More so in these last few years, though. Like I've always thought he was interesting, but I never really was as big of a fan of his for his first half of his career. But honestly, like this second part of his career, like the last 4 albums, have all been very, very good stuff. So yeah. I always look forward to that. Also, Lloyd Banks, for the first time, I think in like 2 or 3 years, did not make it into my top 5. But yeah, I'll put him in there at number 8.
I forgot about that one.
Halloween Havoc. Yeah, he came out with an album called Halloween Havoc, the last one that he put out, the most recent one that he put out this year. So I guess I put him there as well. And 38 Special is always an artist. Him and like Benny the Butcher type stuff. They did a Stabbed and Shot, which is number 2. They had this mixtape that was called Stabbed and Shot, where it was both of them on there, which was very good. And that's really where I discovered 38 Special was during the time that Benny the Butcher was getting really big. And he puts out like, I don't know, like there's like 5 different projects I think he put out this year. This guy puts out like a crazy amount of music. And there's a bunch of tapes that he put out this year when he was doing music with other artists as well. And him and Benny got back together and did a tape, which is a sequel to their tape that I really like, Stabbed and Shot too.
Yeah, you were told me about the special one.
Yeah. So those, he's also in my honorable mentions this year. So yeah, some good stuff, honestly. That I really enjoy. But why don't you start us off with your number 5 here on your list?
So I kind of, this is where I had an iffy one, because I wanted to fit the Tyler Creator in there. Right. I did. And the problem was I didn't have anyone that I really wanted to release from my top 5. So I kind of blended it in with
split tied for number 5.
Yeah.
Sure.
I have to give it a tie.
I'll allow
because I think the Crossroads with Corday is got between those 2 albums there. I had a hard time because I really like Tyler Creator, but I'm also, because of Nico, I'm a big fucking fan of Corday too. And
we're going to see him in the new year.
Yeah, I can't wait. That's I'm actually dying to go see that concert. That's one that I've kind of wanted to see live. I'm hoping it's not going to disappoint me as much as the Joyner one did, in a sense, because I think the audience ruined it for us.
Yes.
Very much so, because they kept wanting the ADHD album, and I understand, because I wanted an ADHD tour here in Canada, but we didn't get one. And I think people were a little pissy about that.
Yes.
And it just didn't make for a good scene.
The vibe was off at the concert. We've talked about it on Late Night
He
Chat.
literally got pissed.
Yes.
So that's where I feel like I'm hoping this album.
I would not be surprised if he didn't come here the next album.
We gave him
after that showing. I think it was a pretty bad vibe in that crowd that day. It was off.
Yeah.
And I don't think he
didn't play it right either.
No.
He came out in a Boston fucking jersey.
Yeah.
Just that was the worst, because I think it was during.
We just lost. I think.
It was during playoff time, and it was not a good time to be wearing a Boston jersey.
If we hadn't lost yet, we knew that we were going to face them, and it was not.
But you know what? He's a Boston person.
He's a Boston guy, though.
So I mean, he can pull
do
that
what
off.
he wants. It's just like, listen,
catering not to your catering to your audience.
Well, here's the thing. All I can say is, when I went to see Mac Miller, rest in peace, years ago, I went to that concert with Peter. He came out in a Leafs jersey. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say. There you go, right? I mean, you gotta
play
Canadian.
for your audience.
Yeah, he's not Canadian, right? He came out in a Leafs jersey, so there's the difference, I guess. But anyways, Joyner came out with the Boston.
When you're from fucking Boston, you know what? Anybody, especially after a playoff, regardless if you like hockey or not.
He's from Pittsburgh, so I mean Mac Miller, but he was from Pittsburgh. Yeah. So
I mean, he could have pulled out, but no, there's no rivalry there. It was the rivalry between Boston and Toronto. That's the fucking problem.
That's right.
They probably beat him off the stage if he did that in Montreal. So I wouldn't be surprised.
But Chromacopia and Corday's album, The Crossroads.
Those came in tight at my number 5.
I think that's good. Those are both really good albums.
Right?
But like I said, Chromacopia. Like I think there's
a lot of crazy beats on it.
There is. I like the album. Like I said, it's still in my top 10 technically.
I'd like to see some more videos from this album if he can pull some off. There's albums that I know he can pull off because he's very creative that way. I'm just waiting for them to come out. Hopefully they roll out in the new year. Do it like a proper way. Don't do it like in what I say, like a Joyner way, where you do, because this is where my fucking problem lies now, right? Because of my list and where it's going, right?
Okay.
Because
am
I still going with my list now here?
No. I would do my number 5 now. Okay, right, so that's your number 5. Okay, this might shock you, Jay. This might shock you coming in at number 5. But I gotta be true to myself, and it still made my top 5.
Mm-hmm.
Of course it would.
Mm-hmm.
That's Eminem's "The Death of Slim Shady" coming in number 5. Yeah. You know why? Can I tell you why?
I don't know why. You're gonna tell me why. Though.
This hit me. This hit me. It's in my top 5. I still like the album, this hit me at a weird time where I wasn't really wanting to listen to this album when it came out for whatever reason.
You took forever to
Yes.
listen to it, bro.
And then when I kind of came around and finally listened to it because I was trying to savor the moment kind of passed. And then I was just like, and it didn't hit me the same. No, I'm being honest with you.
No, I hear you. I totally get it.
Because it was one of those things where I kept telling Jay, and he wants to talk to me about it, come on the show and talk about it because we were talking about it. And what did it come out in the summer? It came out in the summer, right?
Yeah.
Or just
June,
at the start of the summer.
June, if I'm not mistaken, the month.
And then of course we got our other co-host that won't shut up about it, Leslie, with you and Leslie going on about it. I think she came on the show and talked with you about it. The show that you were supposed to come on and talk about it, you didn't make that show. And then I think I ended up being on with Max.
Okay.
Max and me did a show in the summer because you weren't able to make one of the rare times you weren't able to make the show.
It was in the hospital, I think, no? Or wasn't it that time?
I don't know. I don't think it was the hospital,
No.
Or maybe it was that time. Maybe it was that
Could
time.
have been after the OD.
But I think our conversation about it was prolonged as well, I want to say. So by the time I actually got around to listening to the album, it was a good album, but I had already seen all the promo for the album that he did. All the talk about the album that by the time I actually got around to listening to the album, I don't want to say I wasn't impressed because it's in my top 5. It's a really good album. It's actually one of his better albums that he's done in a while. Honestly, I would say I just, and also like the whole idea of him talking about like cancel culture type stuff. Like, is it expected of him to do that? Of course it is. But I don't know. Like, it seemed like low-hanging fruit for Eminem to go and do that in a way. Like, obviously he's going to do that because he's one of the only people who can still get away with it. But the fact that he's still approaching it in a clever way. You know what I mean? Like, he's still, the way he went about it in those songs, he's saying offensive shit, but then he's not saying offensive shit, but then he's
able to take it back by the split personality.
Right.
That he's coming off.
Right.
With that.
Right.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
There's very few people that can pull that off, I think, in an entertaining way. And
he's having to have an argument in his own head with himself, literally.
Right.
I mean, that's the schizophrenic, really, at the end of the day. So
And I've said this to you before. In recent years, the only person Eminem is trying to outdo is himself. Like, this guy.
So this makes sense, though, but when you think about it.
Right. He's in his own literal single lane. He is at this point in his career. He has nothing to prove to anybody anymore. He's really just trying to entertain himself. I think he did that with this album.
To be a grandfather.
Yeah, it's a fun album. Don't get me wrong. There's some really good tracks on there. I thought there was some good production on there as well. I think you had Dre on this album again. I think he produced some of the songs, if I'm not mistaken.
Of course.
So I liked it. I liked the album. It's coming in at number 5 because by the time I actually got around to listening to it, it didn't hit me, I feel like, in the same way. I wasn't able to enjoy it on that same level. I think that this is going to be one of those albums that somewhere down the line, even this next year, I'm going to go back and I'm going to re-listen to it.
I hope so.
And I will, of course. And because I haven't listened to it enough, I feel like, in my estimation. And I'm going to be like, wow, I really missed the mark on this one in terms of like my ranking for this album this year. But I gotta be honest. To you guys out there. I'd be faking it if I just like put it at number 1. I'm like, hey guys, I like Eminem. I gotta put him in at number 1. No, but for me, it didn't hit the same. I feel like as some of his other. You know what album did that with me? We've talked about this all the time. The Relapse album. When that album came out, I was like, this is a fucking weird album. And then I was like, this is the most genius album that he has done up to that point. I honestly thought that. And this is another concept album, this one.
But this is what
I love about Eminem. The concept albums, I love a good concept album. I just wasn't
prepared for it.
I wasn't there for it.
You weren't prepared for it at that moment.
Yeah.
I just don't think your mindset was there for the thing for what you were going to expect for it. But
so I wasn't able to appreciate it on that level. And like I said, you guys talked it to death. By the time I actually got around to listening to it, I felt like I already heard the album, but I never heard the album. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
I think you should take a listen to it
on my break.
Well, like in the new year or something, just to take a listen to it fresh and just to see in the beginning of the year, so it doesn't ruin anything else for you. And just go over it again and just decide, because I think it does tend to grow on a lot of people. Right. In that sense. So.
Like I said, made my top 5. It's at number 5.
Yeah.
Okay. That's the death of Slim Shady. So there you go.
Nice.
All right, give us your number 4.
My number 4, bro, and it's gonna throw you off because I've listened to more stuff this year in that sense. But my number 4, and just come on squeeze under the radar too, is another one, which was my Joyner album from the beginning of the year, because I fucking felt like I heard it all already. So it was no big surprise. I got to listen to it all in one shot and one time. And that's really all I really listened to it for this year, because honestly, with the way he released that album, I'm
Yeah.
surprised it even made it onto my list this year. But I could not recognize
But it came out
because of,
so early in the year, I almost forgot about it as well.
well, we also had gone to the concert.
Right.
Also, the other thing was
You had a bad vibe from the concert. What happened? Our experience.
that experience.
Yeah.
The way he rolled it out, I don't like the way he rolled it out
Same.
because he literally just put the fucking same album, the same songs on that album that he rolled out slowly each thing. And I know it's a good marketing scheme and I know it's a good gimmick. I get it, and I'm grateful for the videos that he put out for each song. I love an artist that can put out a video for every
Great
song.
Great videos.
His production that way, he should win an award for that if he's doing it, because to be honest with you, that's something that you need. You should be winning a. What are the awards you win for the production of like short films or videos, like something that would put you in the, it would be a Grammy.
Grammys,
right?
For music.
Yeah.
For videos
and stuff. Yeah. So I would say, give him that G if you want, because when it comes to videos, he's very, very good at the videos, what he does, and he makes the videos actually make sense to the music that he's writing, which not many artists do.
He writes a treatment for every single video that he does. He writes like a script essentially, like for the video, and he casts his own friends a lot of the time.
Himself plays the character. Right?
Yeah, he writes like a whole description of the video, the idea of the video, like
and it makes it really fucking deep. It makes it deep. It makes you understand the song more, especially if you're a visual person like Nico is with watching the podcasts and stuff like that. When you're visual that way and at the same time listening to it, it really does. I like a music video can put you into the right mind state. It can ruin a fucking song for you, or it can make it golden to you. You know what I mean? In that sense. So I feel like I had to bring him in the list because of that reason. But because of that reason only, like I said, I had a bad vibe with the concert. Unfortunately, we had some shitty fans that were there too, and I understand the gripe that they had about it. But at the end of the day, it should have still been played better to I think so, to the audience.
Yeah, it was a bad showing for Toronto. Honestly, it was. Yeah.
And I mean, I would have thought it'd be more I thought it would have been more packed. I know it's a smaller place, but I thought it would have been crazier than it really was. But I think his opening artist really fucked it up.
I also think there were a lot of fans there that were introduced to his music by way of ADHD for the first time, and they were more into the emo rap aspect of some of his songs on that album, as opposed to the fact that Joyner does a bunch of different type of styles. Like he has bangers, he has thoughtful songs, he has love songs, he has, you know what I mean? Like he can do it all. He's a very well-rounded artist. And I feel like there was a specific type of fan that was there that was expecting a certain type of music from him.
I mean, I was that fan, but I'm also a fan of his
that's what I'm saying.
Because
we like everything he's really kind of done in that respect, right? But I feel like that was the problem. And I think he was somewhere else in terms of his presentation and the songs that he wanted to play, and the crowd was somewhere else completely. Like so I think the songs that were huge bangers that should have got a better reception from the crowd did not.
No.
And then the ones that he felt like maybe were behind him, or ones that, you know, maybe were part of the track list, but not the ones that he was really looking forward to doing, that were new and off of his new album, that were older and off of older album. Like those songs, those are the ones that got the big reception. And I think like it messed with his head a little bit.
Because like, he had a rollout. Like you seen the way he got out of the bed, like in the music video.
He even had videos playing. There was a video element during the show. Like it was, so like
to the concert itself, to that album itself.
Right.
But nobody was listening to that concept. They just wanted fucking ADHD fucking album songs, because once he said that was it. The audience changed.
I mean, this guy jumped into the crowd and walked around in the crowd. Literally walked through the crowd. And like
Nico touched the fucking guy. Nico was like the fucking super fan. Like he was like one of those little schoolgirls that fucking, oh my god. Oh, it was great, man. It was really cool to see him jump down in the audience. You know, not too many artists can do that too either.
So like it was
he felt safe too, I guess. We're in Toronto, right?
Clearly. That's what I'm saying. That crowd wasn't it, man. It was not a great crowd in
No.
my opinion.
He only needed
so.
like 2 security guards to block him. Like, I mean, really, at the end of the day,
Yeah,
he could have probably
he
took out
was
most of the
rocking
guys.
he was rocking a vest too, if you recall.
Yeah. But he also had gold on. He also had a lot of shit on too, right? So you got to remember, when people are jonesing, it doesn't matter who you are.
No, that's
you
true.
know, grab and go. But yeah, it was pretty cool, that part of it. Yeah, but yeah.
But the
so
album was good. The album was solid.
the album was, like I said, the only reason why I got it into my thing is because, like I said, I didn't get to listen to as much hip hop as I wanted to this year. Also because this album meant a lot to me, because I went to go see the concert with Nico.
Right.
It meant, and I couldn't let it go. Like I couldn't let it not. I didn't want to put it in an honorable mention. I wanted to make sure that it got its place on my list, because it was at one point this year probably one of my most frequent listened to albums, right?
Yep.
So I have to go with that, like I said.
Yeah, no, well said. Coming in at my number 4, that was your number 4, is going to be Cordae, The Crossroads. Mine's just one lower than you on the list here, and I think this is an excellent album. I think this is, while not as good as his first album, I like this better than the last one that he put out.
Mm-hmm.
This is probably my second favorite album of Cordae's at this point, honestly. Because I'm just looking up because I'm forgetting, of course, all his album names here. The Lost Boy was my introduction to him, and is my favorite album by him still. The Lost Boy that came out in 2019. It may have even been my favorite album when we did that show, our first maybe year-end media review years ago. I know he was part of YBN prior to that. Like, if you look up his discography, I think he has music with them prior to releasing that album.
Yeah, that's where Jaden knows him from.
And then From a Bird's Eye View was okay. I liked a few songs off of that one. I think that maybe made your list when it came out that year. Yeah. No, it came out 2022. Yeah. That one's not bad, but Crossroads is better than the last one that he did, From a Bird's Eye View, in my opinion.
Bird's Eye View is more, because it had that grandmother,
more commercial
stuff,
too.
Remember, it had some stuff about the grandmother songs and stuff, which
you really connected with.
Which really connected with me. I forget what the songs were called, but
that's right. But I think in the same way that those two albums had more personal songs and like hits, Crossroads has the perfect balance of it. I think this has a lot of really great personal songs as well too, but like,
and there's that throwback special to, like, to the Bone Thugs.
Bone Thugs and Harmony. I caught that. Of course, that's why it's called the Crossroads, right?
Which is
beautiful. He has two really good features with Lil Wayne on here. Lil Wayne's really good with Cordae. I don't know what that is, but he's really good with Cordae. Like, he's like, both the features with Lil Wayne are great songs.
Well, I mean, even why the whole YBN and stuff like that. I mean, Lil Wayne would fit in perfectly for that. He is that type of.
That's true. Cordae is just more of a lyricist now, though. Not that Lil Wayne isn't, but his style is just. But they gel really well together.
They work off each other.
Anderson .Paak is on 2 songs on here too. Who I love Anderson .Paak. You know, I first got introduced to him on the fucking Compton album that Dre produced years ago, and now he just has a very distinct voice that I really like. He's great. Anderson .Paak is on 2 songs with him as well on this. Like some of these rappers he's rapping with are people you don't know. He has a song with Kanye West on this album. Juicy J, like these are like
big names.
These are like
these aren't people that are just gonna jump on it for no reason.
No. He's very lyrical, but he also knows how to make a hit as well, like a banger type song. And I think it's the perfect balance on this album, honestly. Like, there's a lot of.
But he's a storyteller.
Absolutely. And I mean, if you followed his career and his life, like, he's married now. He's kind of moved.
He's not a YBM. He's a mature person.
That's right.
He's not a little boy anymore.
That's what I mean. Which is funny because, again, you went from the Lost Boy, where he's really just trying to find his way, which that is the point of that album, which I connected to that album in a huge way. That's what made me a fan for life. That album, honestly.
And I think maybe more in the next one with the Bird's Eye View. I think that was more of like because he lost somebody special to him and stuff like that. So you're getting it from the Bird's Eye View in a sense.
And that's the album that is like a sophomore slump for a lot of artists, where people are like, "Oh, that wasn't as good as their first effort." And to be honest, I did think that, but for him to kind of come back 2 years later, because there was a gap of 3 years between the Lost Boy and From a Bird's Eye View. To follow up Bird's Eye View with this album, I honestly think his discography is really solid. Between those 3 albums, it's a great track record of albums of quality from Cordae. So definitely check this out, guys, if you missed it. Like I said, me and Jay are going to watch him he's doing an album tour for the Crossroads. We're going to go watch it in the new year. very much looking forward to that. And it's like
Be
in an
nice.
intimate setting. So I'm actually really looking forward to that. So I think
And
that's
hopefully
gonna
it
be a
doesn't
good
turn.
show.
I just hope
Yes.
the people that are there listening to it are a little bit more mature than the ones that were at the Joyner Lucas.
I agree.
Concert,
Yes.
because honestly, it does make a difference when your crowd is not in there with you.
I remember Jay was looking around and he was kind of like, even in the,
I
in
was
the
looking,
moment.
I was getting a little pissed.
In the moment, you were like, because Jay was like, rapping with it and like listening to the songs and everything. Like, but then he's looking around and he's like, what's going on? Like, no one really went crazy for that last song. Like, big songs.
Literally, yeah.
Big songs, right? So I agree with you. I hope this concert experience is a better one. And I know.
I kept saying to Nico, I kept going, I think he's mad on stage.
Yeah. And then I didn't see it. I'm like, no, what are you talking about? Then like later in the show, I'm like, yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Like I
at
noticed
one point,
it.
He was like kind of like this,
slammed
and
the
he
fucking door,
turned
bro.
his back, and then he like walked off stage because
Yeah.
this is like the interlude of one of his videos.
Yeah.
But they didn't go crazy for the song that he did leading into it.
Yeah.
And you could tell, like Joyner, if you've ever listened to him in an interview, I know we're going back to Joyner now, but if you've ever listened to an interview, he thinks very highly of himself in terms of his artistry.
Well, he's smart.
No,
he's
but that's what
genius.
I mean. No, but he knows he's good. He really thinks that he's not many artists, like some people are.
But
humble.
he dwells too much on the respect of these,
right?
Of wanting respect from other people.
Right.
I mean, but I know that type of person.
But listen to his music, the ADHD. Like, there's a lot of
Yeah,
shit that he talks about.
I can relate to that
right?
sense, right?
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. So, anyways, that's the Joyner's concert situation.
But that's what I'm saying. I hope that we're hoping the Cordae
is a
isn't
better
like that.
concert.
Yeah, I hope that it plays
Hopefully.
out better.
Okay, go
More
ahead with
mature
your number
crowd.
3 there, Jay.
You're gonna hate me, bro.
What?
But my
Kendrick?
number 3 is Kendrick.
That's okay.
GNX, bro.
That's okay.
So hubble up, bro. All right, because
okay.
that album was fucking. That album kills it. That whole from beginning to end. I don't even know which ones to fucking tell you, bro. He's got such a variety of songs on there. I like the way he plays the snippets properly.
Yeah.
I like the little disses he throws out. He's fucking very lyrical. It's
a good album. No,
bro,
no hate. That's
no,
a good
he doesn't.
album.
He doesn't even have any crazy artists that he needs to be on here with. He's got his own, like,
Says
his
artist though. She's his artist.
Dottie Six and stuff like that.
He's part of his group, anyways.
Yeah, Lefty Gunplay. Yeah, they have all these, as a Sheikah. What the fuck? They have a few people on there
but not big names.
No, nothing crazy.
No.
Not, and that's actually kind of good, because then you get to learn and you get to listen to, like, okay, well, who's this person? Maybe I can take a listen and see what they've done in the past, and stuff like Peekaboo was a great song.
Let me tell you something.
GNX,
that was
bro.
the most annoying song I've ever heard when I first heard of Peekaboo, and then it grows. That's the thing
That's
about
what I mean.
Kendrick. He's so annoying with some of his shit in his albums, but then like it gets stuck in your fucking head. That Peekaboo song, I was like, this is the most annoying song I've ever. Peekaboo.
Well, look at Max's one.
Peekaboo.
TV, bro. The TV off, bro. That's annoying
TV
too.
off is TV off is great.
Yeah, but it takes a little bit to kind of. Yeah. It takes a little bit to,
Trust me, I don't want to like the album. It's a good album.
It's hard because I don't even remember. Did even Drake drop anything this year?
No album.
No, and no Retaliation album. Nothing
this year. He's had a lot of shit going on in his life.
Well,
that's no excuse. He really should have dropped something. I agree, but
I think he should have fucking.
But let me ask you something though. This is about the best time for him to drop an album. He lost that battle. Like,
he did.
Right?
He lost it. I hate to say it.
I hate to say it myself. I don't have to like it. But he lost that battle.
Yeah, we are Toronto boys, and I hate to say it because we're not allowed. We're not allowed in Compton.
In some respects, yeah, we're already not allowed in Compton.
So I'm hoping that this being my number 3, that maybe we can be allowed back in, because we've already been told that we're not allowed.
Yeah, that's
right.
Yeah.
But I mean, honestly.
Oh, it's a good album. It's a good fucking album.
Yeah. If I'm going through Compton, this is the album I'm pumping. Right? I don't care what I need. It's either that or Snoop Dogg and Dre. I'm telling you, I'm not.
West Coast has had a good year.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Of course, this has been the year of the West Coast.
Absolutely.
I believe that too. Yeah.
I heard Snoop when he was promoting the album. I watched an interview with him when he was talking about
that.
And
what about fucking the Eminem part?
That's the worst. Yeah, I know. But the worst part about that whole thing is Snoop now has to go on and talk about, like, oh, it was the edibles, cause that's how he says in that song. He's like, when Snoop put out the song, like the Drake song, I thought it must have been the edibles. Like he was ashamed of him. And then Snoop's like, it was the edibles. I just put out that song. I didn't know what Taylor Made Freestyle was, because he's like on the song too, on that Tupac song that Drake did, right? Like Snoop.
Yeah.
And so he like said he tweeted it out and he didn't know what it was. And he's cool with Drake, so he's just like, yeah, I just put it out. Then he's like, yeah, no, I didn't know what that was. And then after I had to call up Kendrick and be like, hey man, I didn't know about that. Like he was like, I was fucked up. Like he literally said this in an interview. And so this guy's like, I don't like how people are trying to save face because of this guy though. Like it's Snoop. Like, you know what I mean? I get Kendrick's the new like West Coast guy, but like
Snoop doesn't have to explain himself to nobody.
And his explanation was explanation enough. It wasn't him being like, oh yeah, please forgive me. But his stories are funny. Snoop's a funny guy, but really, like, come on, man. I just didn't. I don't know if I believed that he didn't know what the song was when he tweeted it out. Like, come on. I don't know. Maybe he didn't. Maybe it was all fucked up.
Bro, I'm pretty sure a guy like him doesn't get fucked up anymore. He's permanently fucking fried. So it doesn't even affect him. Trust me, from somebody who's done it constantly, like that. Trust me, it doesn't affect you.
I don't know. I've liked his
doesn't affect your judgment. Yeah. I'm sorry what people say. If you like if you know what song, I know I'm going to send you this song.
Right.
Yeah, I know what I've written on it.
That's what I mean. I'm like, why is everyone backpedaling for this guy? And then even Lil Wayne recently, Lil Wayne's like, I got on the phone with him and congratulated him for getting the Super Bowl thing. Yeah, okay, it's cool. But the person that's not getting a pass that's still getting shit on his Drake. Yeah. I don't like it. I don't like that. I don't like how he's like people are just gonna turn a blind eye to this guy's success.
Well, the problem, you know what it is? I think it's just because Drake never did a reply. And I think at that point, with this album, at that point,
you're right.
People are trying
didn't follow
to
up for anything.
No, and he didn't go and subliminally diss anybody either, right? Like Kendrick went in there, he dissed fucking Lil Wayne a little, bro. He made sure that he covered their base, he covered his bases, and he did it the right way and respectfully.
Right.
But it was well played.
I like the album. I'm just gonna say that right now. I think it's a great album. It might make my list. You don't know, but
you don't know.
It's a good album. It's a good album.
Honestly, that's my number 3.
I can't hate on it. I just hate the situation. I don't hate on the album. It's a good album. No. And you know what? This is actually way better than his last album. I didn't like his. I've been a Kendrick fan throughout his career.
No, but I like the one. What's the one with the minivan?
That's Good Kid, Mad City. That's my favorite album by him. That's what most people consider. That's the classic. Yeah. That's his
classic.
It's his first big studio album. That's it. Everyone says that's it. Damn is very good as well. But the last one, the Mr. Morale,
I felt like Damn, he was just yelling around all the time.
It was just a banger album in terms of so it was not like other Kendrick albums.
No,
this is more in line with what. But Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers or whatever it's called, the last album that he came out with a couple of years ago, I did not like it. I think it was a bad album.
Yeah,
I think it was.
I don't even think I listened to it, to be honest with you.
There you go. It came out during COVID, early COVID. So I think it was 2022, maybe 2021, 2022.
Yeah, we weren't allowed to share music back then.
That's right. There you go. No, I just didn't like that last album. So going into this beef, I was like, bro, I don't even like your music anymore. In my opinion, right? And then he had a great year. So whatever. He had a great year.
It's what happens, man.
Yeah. So listen, coming in at number 3 for me is gonna be, let me just pull it up here. Sorry. Yeah, Joyner. Now I'm busy. I'm right behind Jay, my last couple of picks. I honestly forgot that this album came out this year, Jay. I'm not gonna lie. I remember we went to the concert this year, but it came out in early 2024, and like Jay mentioned, the way he does his rollout, we hear half the album in 2023.
Well, because I remember mentioning it on fucking last year's fucking review.
Right.
And I was so mad that the album, we thought it was going to drop in that last quarter.
But can I be honest with you? I love ADHD. This might be my second favorite album of his, though. This is a really good album.
This is deep too, bro.
Performance wise and the bangers that are on this album, and he goes off. He is rapping it's like he leveled up again on this album, and the songs themselves, they are all good songs that are good for performing, which I was literally looking forward to seeing him perform a lot of these songs, and it just didn't turn out that way, right? But
Put Me On, bro, I'm ill,
bro. I'll tell you that. Put Me On, I'm ill. Broski's excellent.
Bro, that one will make you cry.
Song. Yeah, that one will make you cry.
Man.
That's on the banger, but what's that? Crazy. Sticks and Stones, crazy. Yeah. These are this is a really, really Three Little Pigs.
Cut you off.
Yeah. 24 Hours to Live. 24 Hours to Live. Watch the video for that. It's amazing.
That video alone should be winning awards.
Right. So
it's like its own movie.
The energy that he has. This is an artist at the top of his game right now. This is what I'm saying. This is probably my second it's battling it out for ADHD for me because my his first album is my favorite. So, sorry, not a Long King Genre, but the number one,
the phone number
yeah,
one.
Yeah. we always call it that, the number one,
the phone number one. Don't worry.
Who's remembering all that? That's my favorite album still.
Yeah.
But this is battling it out with ADHD for my second favorite. It probably is. I might right now. I actually went back and re-listened to this album. One of the few albums I went back and re-listened because when I was doing my list, I was like, "Fuck, I forgot this came out this year," and I ran it back again. It's amazing. It's an amazing album, despite that whole experience that kind of tainted it for us a little bit this year.
Yeah.
It's a great album, and it's probably, like I said, probably my second favorite Joyner album behind his first one there. So the number one. So.
the number one.
Yeah. Good stuff.
Well, that one, because that one comes up every year. That Winter Blues on that number one.
I love that song.
That's what we get. I haven't had it yet this year though. It's actually been nice.
Yeah.
Notice, it's like no Winter Blues. I never felt like that.
If you get it, you know what song to run back. Right?
I know what song I'm gonna go fucking play over and over again.
Yeah. So that's my number 3. is Joyner. Not Now I'm Busy. So nice. There you go. How about your number 2?
My number 2, bro, is gonna buzz you out because I picked the Jelly Roll.
Yeah,
Beautifully Broken, bro.
I expect
Beautifully Broken is a fucking great album. Okay, I don't care what anybody says. That guy's got to be probably the biggest
fans, bro.
He's probably the biggest artist out there right now.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, like not even sorry. I'm just telling you straight up. This guy is on the top of his game. He is touring. I'm going to see him in March at Scotiabank. I'm not even going to go see him in Little Pussy fucking theater, bro. I'm going to see him at the Scotiabank, right, bro. Yeah. I'm not fucking around, right? Like the Beautifully Broken album. You know what? It just made so much sense for me this year. He hit it right on and hit every fucking spot that I needed in that sense when it came to.
Oh, he hit your G spot.
He got my G spot, bro. Okay, with this Beautifully Broken album.
And he's a nice person. Like everything I see of him, like he seems like very down to earth. Like honestly, he's like a very likable guy.
He's
like,
genuine.
Yeah.
Very genuine.
Yeah. Bro. Everything I've seen of him, like he opened up the thing for Eminem this year. Some of like one of his was it Lions or Detroit Lions? He did something. With
no,
Eminem.
That was the Detroit game. No, that was the Detroit game, but was in where were they when they were playing and fucking they put MGK on there. That one fucked it. There was Detroit playing. Oh fuck, I can't remember who it was, but they weren't in.
Well, he's from Cleveland, so it was probably the Browns.
It might have been the Browns.
Yeah, because that's MGK.
So it might have been the Browns, and he was playing there.
Okay.
And then Detroit came back and fucking won that game, right?
Okay.
They were down. They were down too. I remember that fucking. That was this year too.
Yeah, it must have been the Browns.
But no, Jelly Roll's come on in a few different places, bro. He's popped up everywhere this year.
I know Eminem's like brought him and he performed something with him. I know too. Like
but you know what's funny? So he's got one with MGK. He's got one with Eminem. He's getting
a lot of love from the hip hop community.
Very much so, and people that don't like each other too.
Yeah,
like MGK has totally changed his style up too this year. Like again,
he's a full rocker.
He's gone even more down to like even country in a sense, right? Where he's gone to more like soul type stuff and different, which is a better look for him in a sense. I
just can't with him, honestly.
I've had enough with the tattoos. He's just too much.
He blacked himself out this year. Yeah.
He did everything but his face.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I mean, does that count? Like, I mean, can you get in trouble? Fuck. But
if he did the face, I think he would. I think it's a safe bet to say.
Oh man. But this song, I mean, everything from the beginning, from Winning Streak, bro, where he's basically talking about rehab and stuff like this, is that song there was what was I gonna say? It's nobody goes in on a winning streak, right? You never check, you never come in on a winning streak, bro. You never ask for help when you're on a winning streak. Right? You don't, and nobody does. They think it's gonna last forever, that fucking winning streak.
That feeling.
Yeah. And this was about remember, he's also talked in Congress. He's talked about a lot of stuff when it's come to opioid addictions and drug addictions and stuff like that. He had great videos for this album too, where he was showing people that have prospered from the people. What was the song? Where is it here? And they did a fucking thing. Well, they did the song with the Unpretty one. Unpretty is a great song, and that's the one where he had the music video with everybody's mugshot.
Oh yes, I heard of this.
And
Yeah,
then
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
and then who they've become after that, because you never become that. You're not that person. You can't be that person without going like you were that person, but you're not who you are today without that person. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Without that, the person that you were.
Yeah.
Right. And so you got to take everything
Yeah.
good. So he learned a lesson, and people have learned. He put everybody from Robert Downey Jr. to Tim Allen, their mugshots, all those old school bro, and that was pretty crazy. That
I think it
Tim
also
Allen looked like fucking Geraldo back then.
I think it also speaks to like society now, like how fast we are to basically outcast people as a result of like the wrongdoings or whatever.
Yeah.
And push and cast them to the side. You know what I mean? Like if I'm not off track, but maybe by saying it that way, I'm not like as familiar with the song, but that's what it sounds like to me, right? I mean, if he's trying, like you said, everyone's complex. Like we're not just, one note human beings, right? We're always right or we're always wrong. Like, you know what I mean? Everyone's complicated, right? Their lives, their history, their story.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. We're all very, different in that sense. Right. So
and this guy came in, I've seen him grow. I mean, I've seen him grow from it was an American Idol that he was on. I'm pretty sure it was American Idol.
Really?
He started off as, just going out there and putting himself.
Christine was telling me that his wife is very famous on podcasting now too. Like she has like a very popular podcast.
She's pretty good looking person.
Yeah, no, I know I've seen her, but she's like apparently got her own like she makes her own money doing this kind of stuff. It's not like she's riding his coattails. No. Like apparently like she was popular. Apparently I heard that the podcast was popping even before in terms of like his career in that sense. Like she's been doing her own thing there for a while, right? Yeah. So it's really inspiring to hear that they their success, right? And like how it's going for them, right?
Yeah, no, and they just seem like they're everything is just in the up and up, right? Like he's coming out on everywhere. He's coming out in other people's music. They're sharing a lot of different songs. Like they're going on from one album, they'll take a part of this song from here, like a snippet, like Eminem took Save Me and he put it in his basically his chorus for his song, right?
Yeah. He did the Joyner song this year, better for me, is it called? Or what's that song that Joyner and him did on Joyner's album?
With Jelly Roll.
There's Jelly Roll, yeah.
Hold on.
Better for Me, I think it's called.
Probably.
I think that's what it's called. The Joyner Jelly Roll song.
Wait, hold on. I'm going back to it right now. I was just on it. So
Best for Me.
Best for me.
I said Better for Me. Yeah. That song, he did the chorus on that for him.
Yeah, he did the MGK one, Lonely Road. Right, they went down and did Lonely Road. That one was
the old MGK song, Lonely Road. Isn't that's one of his older songs?
Yeah.
Oh, he performed it with him.
Yeah, he performed it with him. It's on the Beautifully Broken, the bonus one with the bonus track.
Oh, I haven't heard that. I should listen to that. Yeah,
it's actually really good. It's you got.
Because I think that's an old MGK song.
Sorry, MGK's playing the piano in that one, so it's really good. He can play the piano. That.
Oh, I know. He's
talented. Yeah.
Here's the thing.
I hate that he dissed Eminem.
I don't like who he is now, like as a person. Right?
I think he's better as this than he was when he was a rapper. I'll be honest with you right now.
Here's the thing. I've seen something recently with him where it seems like he's coming around and he's finally maturing.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. Like he actually like spoke on like some stuff where I'm like, I respected him, like what he was talking about.
Yeah.
But I just didn't like when he basically left rap to go do this other thing.
Yeah.
Like after the Eminem, that was the worst way to go out.
Yeah, it was.
Honestly. So
you know what? He woke up on the wrong side of the fucking bed that morning and probably wrote a song that he's going to regret for the rest of his life. And I still think sometimes in some songs subliminally he throws that in there that he's fucked up.
Yeah.
He knows he fucked up on one, but he'll never get that.
No
respect back.
And he still drops freestyles now and then. Like I don't know if you've noticed. Like he hooked up with Cordae actually this year, and they put out like a freestyle of them just freestyling on the spot, like hanging out.
Yeah,
like he does that with people.
Yeah, and he's banging Megan Fox.
Sure, I mean that's his biggest accomplishment. Let's be honest.
He's having a kid with her. She's fucking nuts.
But now we're talking about MGK. But anyway, Jelly Roll.
Yeah, but Jelly Roll. Honestly, that was my number 2. That one and it just hit every fucking spot for me. It came out at a good time of year for me too. Sure. So it came out with that new perspective. So
perfect. My number 2, surprisingly, not to say that I mean it's not surprising. I'm a huge fan of this artist, but I wouldn't say that this project is like one of his better projects but it just stuck with me. And then even when I was going by through my Spotify Wrapped, I noticed how much I actually played this album and the certain songs on it. And it did hit at the right time, because this mixtape came out during the whole time period of the Kendrick and Drake beef. And although he bowed out early, J. Cole still makes my list, and I might delete this later. His mixtape that he came out with. Yeah, I might delete this later.
Okay.
This was the album that he had his diss toward Kendrick on and then deleted it after. Hence the name Might Delete This Later actually rang true in that sense. He bowed out of the beef very early after kind of already is trying to instigate something on his own terms. And because he also got called out in the sense with the whole Drake situation on Future's album by Kendrick, that kind of sparked up this whole beef or reignited it, let's say, because they've been sneak dissing each other for years, Drake and Kendrick. But like, you know, this is still a really solid project, I thought. And I just wanted some new music from J. Cole this year. And there's a lot of really great songs on this, and I liked it a lot. Like, so I'm surprised to put it at my number 2, because maybe it's not as good of an album as maybe even the M album or the Joyner album in that sense. But it's the one I think I listened to a lot of this year, and it was new J. Cole music. And right now he's in the process of probably doing his last album, he has said, called The Fall Off, which is like supposed to be like his exit. Apparently, we'll see what happens. I just think he's a really good artist, and I hated how he took that loss this year, where in a lot of people's eyes they lost a lot of respect for him because he bowed out of that whole beef. But you know what? That's very in line with his character as a human being. Like him saying, "I don't want to lose a friend over this, and I'm not going to get involved in this any further," is actually speaks to, like, if you are a J. Cole fan and listener of him over the years, this is not behavior that I feel like is unexpected of him to be like, you know what, I take it back. He said it didn't sit right with his soul, him dissing Kendrick. The only thing about that whole situation is, and I couldn't defend him in the moment, because I'm like, what the fuck are you doing, J. Cole? Is because he's talked slick on records for a long fucking time that he's that guy. Like, he's one of the best rappers out there. This was a time to prove that, and he bowed out. And I feel like if Drake had him in his corner, this beef would have been looked at completely differently. I think that they would have won.
You think so?
Absolutely. That's a hot take. I don't think I've ever shared that take. I think if J. Cole was still on his involved and Team Drake in that respect, because he got dissed along with Drake. Drake even fucking mentioned him on the song when he brought out his diss against Kendrick about how he basically bowed out, that he doesn't even need him in that sense. Like, at that time, that he obviously wasn't too happy about it, and it doesn't seem like they've talked since then.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah. So
I didn't know that. I didn't go that. Yeah. I didn't go that deep into it.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know that for a fact, but there's this whole list of people apparently that they reported on that Drake unfollowed online. He was one of them, I think.
Watch out.
Yeah. Which in today's, society, that's a big deal. Oh, you had followed them, right? So I don't
Especially
know.
You get somebody like Drake or somebody unfollowing you.
So honestly, I just think he's a great artist, and I'm really looking forward to his last album this year. He just sold out and performed. He just did Dreamville, like his yearly annual concert with all the Dreamville people that he does. He just sold out Madison Square Garden and performed. I think he did Forest Hills Drive, his best album by far. Everyone considers that his classic album. I think it was Madison Square Garden that he just sold out and performed it there.
Okay.
I hope that with this last album he tours here, because I would really like to go see him, and I hope you or someone will accompany me, because I really want to go see J. Cole again. I seen him at the start of his career perform here in Toronto, and he brought Drake out on stage. That's the only time I've ever gone to a concert that Drake was there, because Drake was also still starting his career at that time. I think he had just put out maybe his first album with Wayne, or he just got signed to Wayne, and they had a song together in those early days.
Yeah.
They're talking about like over 10 years ago.
Yeah.
I seen them both on a small stage in a venue, because he brought him out as the last guest of the night. After the lights went out, he did lights please.
Yeah.
Lights went out. Everyone started walking towards the door. Lights turned back on. This guy brought out Drake. He did one of his songs. He did the song that they both had together at the time, and then they closed out the
And then
show.
they closed it out.
So I just remember good times with those guys too.
Oh,
So
okay.
like J. Cole might delete later. I put it in my number 2. So
J. Cole.
despite the L that he took this year from bowing out of the beef, I still like that album a lot. So
Oh well, that's good that you at least you got it on there, major thing. So my number 1 is, you know where my number 1 is going,
Eminem.
bro. Yeah, and it will be till the day I die. Anytime Eminem comes out with an album,
Right.
I don't give a fuck if it's shit or not, because nothing is shit in my eyes. Yeah, that was my album, and that was the one I was waiting for. I wait for this fucking shit. If I gotta wait another 10 years for an album, bro, I'll wait another 10 years. But I can make do in the meanwhile. But honestly, this album itself, from beginning to end, just hit the spot. Right? It just hit the spot, because you know why? It was something I needed. I needed an Eminem album.
Right.
I got a Joyner album this year. You know, when this came out, they teased it a shitload of times. They didn't bring anything out before, and you know, you might have got the one song that came out, you know, just to give you a little teaser. But and now too, he had a couple good videos that came out with this one too, where I like the way their concepts, the way they think now with these videos. I don't know if it's Lyrical Lemonade that does it, the guy who does those videos there, but they actually have a really good way of making these Eminem videos come to life. You know, like the way I would have pictured certain things in my head prior to older albums.
Cole
that
Bennett
came
is
out.
the guy that does this.
Cole Bennett, right? That's from the Lyrical Lemonade, right?
That's Cole Bennett is the guy who does basically all his videos now. Yeah.
I mean,
he also did the Jack Black Super Mario. He does the Bowser video with him where he dresses up as Bowser because he was the voice. It is so good. It looks like Elton John. Have you ever seen that video?
Where he's playing the piano? Yes.
And it's basically an Elton John video, but it's him dressed as Bowser.
Yeah.
But if you watch the video, that's what he's going for. It's an Elton John video, essentially, the way he's doing the piano. Yeah.
No, but honestly, yeah, he the visual concept that he has with the songs is something that needed to be added to an Eminem type of artist for the longest time, because Eminem's had such visual music that you can literally picture what that fucking, you're like, I wish I could just see like some of the fucking, if we
a lot of low production videos.
But if we could have gotten like you know, from what's the first one there? What the fuck am I
about Trey?
No, but the first fucking album. Why am I forgetting it?
Slim Shady. LP,
Bro, if we could have got fucking songs like Kim and stuff like that, with music videos back then, and he would have brought those to fruition, those would have been great to watch. Absolutely. I mean, I'm sorry, they would have been their own fucking genre itself, probably.
I think that's a good idea. I think you should just go back and do that now. Why not? Right?
There's, you know what I mean?
Some songs that he doesn't have videos for.
But there's some songs, bro, you can't, like the wording, you can't literally show it.
I know.
But they should, because you know what I mean? He could put out something where you pay for it.
His mother's dead, so there's a lot of shit about his mom in those songs now that like maybe he thinks he is even in bad taste to replay it now.
Well, you remember, right? And he's not a fucking 20-year-old kid anymore.
But now she's dead. So
yeah, he's not a kid anymore either, too. You know what I mean? Like he's got to, you know, he has yet to have grown up,
and he has it.
But he can still be Eminem, bro. He can still be what he wants, right? I mean, the fucking guy doesn't even have to leave his house, bro. You'll never know.
No.
He blends in so well, right? So, but. Yeah, honestly, I will never go against an Eminem album. I don't care what anybody says. Yeah. I will stick to it to the day I die. But that'll always be my number 1 if he has an album that year. So, and you can always guarantee.
Not surprised, yeah.
Always guarantee that fucking song. I might have listened. That might have been most of my listening at that part of the time when it came out, because nothing else really came out around that time, in that sense, that was good enough for me to listen to. Right when this came out, so. It was just on repeat for me in my car and my fucking ears. You know, I was using my earbuds more than I would ever use them before, right?
Right.
So, but yeah, and there's not much more I can say about that one. I mean, it speaks for itself.
Sure.
In that sense.
I also just wanted to add though, because I didn't mention it when I talked about it at my number 5 for this album, is I feel like the rollout for this, his team is got to be like one of the best. Like the rollout for this album and all the fun shit he does around the release of the album, even those videos where he's talking to himself with the Slim Shady version of himself and himself, like his production team, like is amazing. Like
next to none.
Yeah, exactly. Like he does a rollout of an album now, the last couple of albums, like no one else out there. And he definitely does always one of those surprise drops. Like you find out about it right before it comes out because he has an art. He has enough. He is a big enough artist that he can do something like that.
Well, that's what I mean. He did that whole when they put this album out. What did they made it so that it was like a 60 minutes fucking thing where it was like the documentary thing. They kind of did this for the Snoop and Missionary too right now as well.
Everything around the actual promo for the album is some of the best like stuff Production, I've seen all year, honestly. So it's great.
Yeah.
All right. So my number one, listen, this is a bit of a cheat, but you mentioned it a little earlier. It's not just GNX. GNX is part of it, but I'm going to say the Drake Kendrick beef is my number one of the year.
Okay.
Honestly, and
I had a feeling you might have said that.
Yeah, because for me, it was the most interesting and fun thing that happened in hip hop this year.
Well, I think it helps solidify it too by me saying that the last one where I had to split those last two. Right. It kind of solidified that way of you thinking it, because I understand. I knew you had to have Drake in there.
I always plan like you said, Drake didn't release an album this year. Yeah. So while I'm putting GNX in there, I want to clarify, it's not that I feel like GNX is my number one album this year. It would probably be a little higher up the rank, but it's in the top 5. Mm-hmm. But the reason I'm lumping it in here with this is because of these two artists' output this year, I want to put that at number one. Specifically the beef, though. But the GNX album, as I mentioned when JT talked about it, it is a good album. It's a really good album. I really enjoy it. But I can't sit here. I will not give it number one. But it's part of this. It's part of this category. I will say yes. So it's part of the number one. I'll even name off the songs. It started off with Like That on the Future Metro Boomin album. Went to Push Ups by Drake, Taylor Made Freestyle, Euphoria by Kendrick Lamar, 616 in LA by Kendrick Lamar, Family Matters by Drake. But it's by far, I think, is the best diss out of all of these songs.
Which one did they take off? Remember,
Taylor Made Freestyle was taken off because the Tupac estate.
Was that the one that 6? What the fuck was it called? Like that was the one.
That was Taylor Made Freestyle. That's the one where he used Tupac and Snoop and all their voices and shit like that. Like
I thought there was another one. No, I don't know if it was Taylor Made.
No, that was afterwards. Drake
released the
music after, and then there was a lawsuit or something for like one of the songs. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and I heard it like quick, and that
wasn't a Drake. So after like a month or two after he released like a bunch of music that he had like on a hard drive.
Yeah,
that was part of it.
Okay,
but that wasn't a song that had anything to do with the Kendrick beef.
Okay,
yeah. But Taylor Made Freestyle was also removed, I believe. But yeah, Euphoria, 616 in LA, Family Matters, which again I think was the best diss of the whole battle. Yeah, this happened between April and May. All this stuff, by the way, guys. But week to week, people were waiting for the drops, and it was conversation. The conversations that I had with people, even outside of regular fans of hip hop, was just fun to have. Yeah. Like people were coming up to me and talking about this.
Yeah, you get shot at Drake's house now.
Right. Just like I don't even know as fans of hip hop or these artists in general were talking about this stuff with me. So it was fun to actually. It was like a moment, like for like hip hop. Like
and too because it was really Toronto oriented.
That's exactly
right, which made it so much more touchy for everybody at home.
And then Drake, when he put out the Family Matters video, he literally was like in the Chinese food in the restaurant in Toronto that he talked about in his song Kendrick, so that he went and filmed it there. It was just such a like slick and then he took like the Good Kid, Mad City van and destroyed it. There was just so many sick things that come out of this. He was wearing like the 50 Cent, the G-Unit chain in his video. Listen, I'm more of a Drake fan than a Kendrick fan, clearly, but listen, he may have lost the battle, but he's winning the war in terms of his career overall still. But he lost this battle. I'll admit it now. All right. Yeah. He in the end, Kendrick just he just made him look bad with the whole pedophile angle. Like it's hard to wash that shit away, especially in today's society. He knew this. He really brought it home with that whole.
He hit hard,
Not Like Us was one of the biggest bangers of the year, right? And I was about to get to that. So Family Matters, Meet the Grahams, Not Like Us, and then The Hard Part 6 by Drake, which was honestly the worst song in this whole beef. I don't know. I wish he didn't really make that song at the end and then kind of go out on the note he did. But between that and GNX, Kendrick had a great year. Even some of the music that Drake came out with wasn't Kendrick Lamar related. I thought he had some really good songs that he came out with this year, but no album to speak of. So I have to put the Kendrick Drake beef at number one for me because it was a great moment in hip hop. And you know me, I love beef. I love like rap beef type stuff.
Yeah.
I love this kind of music. It was with two artists that are at the top of their game that were going at each other, that weren't afraid to go at each other. It got really fucking ugly during this battle, and even bled into real life stuff happening with Drake, like you mentioned. People were actually kind of, but that was like with a Weekend beef apparently that was bleeding into this. He has beef with the Weekend or whatever. I don't know what's going on with all that, but anyways, that was the most entertaining thing in music for me this year. So I'm going to give it to them. I'm going to give it to their beef and the music that they released during their beef or during this year. I'll give the top slot to those two because I think no matter how you felt about it at the end, because I know some people were over it or sick of it at the end and they felt like, listen, these are artists I enjoy and look at what they're doing to one another.
Yeah.
Didn't sit right with their soul, like J. Cole bowing out of the beef. Anyways, I still think it was entertaining, and like the conversations I had with people, that's all part of it as well. So
Sure.
All right, that's it for our top five music. Let's go over our list. Let's repeat it again, Jay, for the people at home here.
So I got the Tyler Creator and the Corday Crossroad at number 5.
Okay.
Right. Yep. I got number 4. I had Joyner. Not Now I'm Busy.
Yep.
Number 3 got Kendrick GNX. Number 2 Jelly Roll Beautifully Broken, and number 1 the Eminem Slim Shady Coup de Grace.
Yeah. Coming in at my number 5 for albums, you got The Death of Slim Shady. Coming in at number 4, got Corday, The Crossroads. Coming in at number 3, Joyner Lucas, Not Now I'm Busy. Coming in at number 2, J. Cole, I Might Delete Later. And coming in at number 1 is Kendrick and Drake's beef this year. All the songs that entailed, as well as GNX for Kendrick's album that came out. So basically those two artists output this year. I got to put it number 1. So
nice.
There you go. Music. Let's start talking about our top 5 TV shows of 2024. But first off, let's highlight some of our co-host picks for top favorite TV shows of the year here. Let me bring up their lists here. A lot of people submitted these lists to me for TV. Not everyone. I think Julie basically said, I just watched Bob's Burgers. That was her. She said for TV, she's like, Bob's Burgers. This is all I watch. Sorry, not sorry. So there you go. That's Julie's favorite show of.
Can you watch Angelina's Tacos?
Angelina's Tacos. What the hell is that?
Never mind, bro. Just leave it like that. I told you, I got one for everybody this time around, bro. Don't worry.
Like, this man watches entirely too much television, everybody. There you go.
It's not even a TV show, bro. That's just me talking out my ass.
Oh, I'm
bro.
aware. I'm just saying, on top of you talking out your ass.
I love you.
It was Bob, not Brad, by the way.
Yeah. Bob.
Anyways, Angelina's Tacos. Okay. So that's Julie's TV shows that she watched this year, okay? Bob's Burgers. Maybe Angelina's Tacos too. All right, let's look at Rob's list here. Oh man,
sorry, bro.
I'm gonna have to pull up a graphic for that now. I gotta find some like tacos or something that I put up for this video. And not those type of tacos.
Sorry.
So Rob, his top 5 for TV shows. Here we go. Coming in at number 5. Hold on. He sent me a revised list too. Let me just make sure that. Okay. Yeah, no, that was for movies. Okay. I actually had to remind Rob about a movie that I'd heard him talk about during the year when he sent me the list. He's like, shit, I forgot about that. And then he revised his list. Top 5 TV shows though for Rob. Coming in at number 5, Blue Bloods. This guy loves Blue Bloods. Hey, loves it. Blue Bloods. Is that Donnie Wahlberg cop show or whatever?
Yeah, you know what? Honestly,
people like this show. I've heard people talk about this show before. It has an audience. It's been going on for a while now.
Donnie Wahlberg.
Yeah,
that's what I mean. He's a Wahlberg, bro. I just heard Step by Step today in one of the TV shows. Don't even go there, bro.
So coming in at number 5 for Rob, Blue Butt.
Blue balls.
Put some blue balls up on the screen now, yeah. Blue balls.
Oh my god.
Oh, these shows always go off the rails the longer we go on. We record these for hours.
It's already actually midnight.
It's like days before Christmas. So yeah, Blue Bloods. Number 4, SVU Toronto. Oh, hey now. I see the commercials for that one.
Yeah, I've seen the filming around. You know
Have
what I
you?
mean? Yeah. There's a cop
All the
car parked on my
crackheads that they
street.
deal with,
Yeah.
yeah. All right, so these are in line with usually what I know from Rob here. These top three here. Coming in at number 3, which I'm actually surprised that it's not lower. Tulsa King. That's
Oh,
that.
nice, eh?
That's the, isn't that the what's his name?
That's just Sylvester
Stallone
Stallone.
show. Yeah, I've
Yeah.
heard good thing about that.
Yeah.
Good things about that. Coming in at number 2, a show that I've heard Jay speak highly on before. From coming in at number 2 for Rob's favorite shows. From which
It's an MGM production.
This is one I got to check out. What is this, 3 seasons, this show? Yeah, I've heard nothing but good things about this show. But it's weird because I don't feel like I've heard about this show up to this season. Now everyone's talking about it. Did it just get interesting this season or something? Like, I don't know.
No, you know what?
It's just
From? Dude,
yeah.
this
year, I don't think I've heard anybody talk about this show as much as I've heard them talk about this show this year.
I'm telling you right now,
you,
because I'm telling you right now, and I'll bring it up.
It's in your list somewhere.
It is.
Okay. And then coming in at number 1, if you know Rob, makes perfect sense, Yellowstone.
Yes, he watches that religiously. I have never started Yellowstone, bro.
I've heard good things about it.
I've heard nothing but good things
that's what
for
I
it.
mean, yeah.
Right? I mean, it's probably those ones that I gotta sit down and watch or put it in as a filler show when I got nothing else to watch. But bro, try to tell me that I got nothing else to watch is like trying to tell a fucking a fish not to swim.
There you go. Nice analogy.
I tried, bro. I came up with something
that was
quick.
good. I didn't think you were going to come up with anything. So. All right. So then Lewis, this is Lewis's top 5. Let's see here.
Oh my God. Are there Spanish?
No.
You know, the kids shows. Wait, let's see what's there.
List coming in at number 5 is the new Dragon Ball cartoon, Dragon Ball Daima, which has been on Netflix.
That's the first kid one.
Which we were supposed to do a show about. We were supposed to be talking about the first 2 episodes that had come out. That is yet to happen, but stay tuned. Maybe in the new year we'll get together and talk about some Dragon Ball. Coming in at number 4, House of the Dragon, which is season 2 that came out this year, right? House of the Dragon coming in at number 4. So coming in at number 3. Did you forget about that show somehow, or is that why you're giving me that look?
No, because I didn't even.
Okay.
It's not falling in anywhere.
Okay. Well, you watch a lot of TV. So coming in at number 3, Mr. McMahon, which is the Mr. McMahon documentary that's on Netflix this year that came out.
Mm-hmm.
Coming in at number 2, a show that I'm still shocked. I don't think you actually watch this still. The Bear. Do you still know what, bro?
I watch a lot of stuff, bro.
I know, but this should be on your list. I'm telling you, this should be on your list.
You know what's my guilty pleasure this year is fucking. I got one for you quickly. Is just Letterkenny, bro. When I fall off, that's what I need to go back and watch.
The Bear is great, though. You should be watching this show.
But they're 40-minute episodes, bro.
Why is that a bad thing?
Because if I watch a lot of shows I watch,
some of them are longer.
No, I know, but a lot of shows I watch
half an hour.
Are an hour.
Okay.
Like that 40 minutes to an hour range.
What's the problem?
The problem is I watch 1 or 2 a night. If I watch a third, it's usually a filler show. So that would have to come in as a filler show for me, because otherwise I'll be up all night.
Yeah.
You don't think I'm going home to watch TV after this, bro? I'm gonna leave here at 2:00. I start work at fucking 6 a.m. It's already midnight.
Maybe not be discussing this on the episode.
I'm just saying, guys.
Okay, The Bear season 3, and then number 1, Conan O'Brien Must Go, which is I think he's doing a show where he's going around and doing stuff this past year. I heard him promoting it on his podcast, which I actually feel
such a family. That's like such a family.
He loves Conan O'Brien.
Yeah, well, I don't know. That's like, I don't know.
His podcast is good too. I actually didn't mention that earlier with my comedy podcast. So here, let me repeat theirs again, because I actually failed to repeat Rob's here as well too. So Rob, once again, his top 5 was, let me just get this straight here. Number 5, Blue Bloods. Number 4, SVU Toronto. Number 3, Tulsa Kings. Number 2, From, and number 1, Yellowstone. That's Rob's favorite top 5 TV shows for the year. And let's take a look at Lewis's one more time here, just to recap. Lewis's is coming in at number 5, Dragon Ball Daima. Number 4, House of the Dragon, which was season 2 this year. Number 3, Mr. McMahon, the documentary on Netflix. Number 2, The Bear season 3, and coming in at number 1, Conan O'Brien Must Go for Lewis's top 5 TV shows for this year. And Leslie did not submit me anything, and maybe I should read what she wrote here. Not one season was better than last year, so I'm omitting this answer as well from her from her picks this year. So there you go, guys. Apparently, nothing she watched this year outdid last year's seasons of her shows. So we have more than enough with Jay over here, though. So don't worry, guys. Okay, so let me get started on this one, Jay. I'll get us started here because I know you got a lot to say here. So let me get mine out of the way.
Because I got to get mine out of the way.
Yeah. Let me get mine out of the way here. My honorable mentions. Anyways, we'll talk
sorry.
about those first. And Jay has like a whole rundown of what he's doing with his picks, guys. So I'll let him explain it to you. So. Okay, so honorable mentions. Again, I guess this will be like my. Here's the thing. I want to preface this by saying, did not watch a lot of TV this year. There's a lot of television shows I've yet to watch that JT has recommended to me time and time again. He is our resident major TV watcher and hopefully reviewer when we get into the new year and Jay starts his TV coverage show. Stay tuned for that, guys. We are your first stop for pop culture talk. And JT is the man to talk about TV, honestly. He knows and watches it all. Almost all, not the bear apparently, but he watches everything else. I feel like he's watched this year. Okay, so here, this didn't make my top 10, but I kind of got to throw this out there. Disappointing season of The Boys has made my top 5. I feel like the last couple of years that this has come out was season 4 this year.
Yeah.
In my opinion, this was not their best season. No. I didn't like this season all too much. I don't know if it made your list anywhere, but yeah. Not a great season this season for The Boys. And I love that show. I think it's made my list every single year that we've done this show. It's even Gen V, I feel like, made your or my list last time it came out. I think yours for sure. And then
I literally didn't even put them on this whole list that you see. I never watched that many shows.
Not a great season.
No.
I wish I watched this one that won all these awards this year. I know I'm going to like it, but it's one of those things I was trying to save for myself. Didn't get around to watching it. That's Shogun. Apparently it's amazing.
My dad said it's fucking amazing. He keeps asking me if I watch it.
I love feudal Japan, like period stuff.
But you also gotta like to read too, because it's a lot of reading.
I love samurai. I'm telling you, I will love that show.
Yeah,
I just
for me,
didn't get around to watch. That's my biggest Boys is my biggest disappointment, and Shogun was my biggest disappointment. I didn't watch it.
They didn't watch.
Yeah, I didn't talk about it here because I guarantee that would have made my list probably.
They've been saying good things about it. Right. So
yeah. So okay, coming in at number 10 for me, I'm gonna try to number these because my honorable mentions are like my 6 to 10 rankings. I didn't love this season, but I have to give a shout out to this show because she's such a good. She acted so well in this show. She even won an award for it at the Emmys. That's Jodie Foster in True Detective season 4, Night Country. I didn't care for the season all too much. They tried to connect it to like the first True Detective season. It's up in Alaska. It's a weird mystery. I don't know if everything kind of came together in the end. For me, the mystery that happened along the way throughout the show kept me interested enough, though. But Jodie Foster is so fucking good in this show. She won an Emmy for it this year. Like, I'm so happy about that because when I watched that bit of the Emmys this year, I seen her in that category, and I'm like, that makes sense to me because I said to Christine, even when we were watching that show, I was just like, she is so good as this character in this show. I just wish I liked the season more. So, but I had to put it in my honorable mentions because I loved her performance in this show. She was really great, and obviously other people did too because she won an Emmy. So, then I'm gonna put The Gentleman. Great show. I love the movie, love the show. I love Guy Ritchie. He did the first couple of episodes. I think he directed them, and he obviously wrote this character and plotted this show because or produced this show because
it's a comedy, right?
Is it listed as a comedy? Well, there you go. But it's a comedy and action. There's crime, there's intrigue,
of course,
and stuff like that. But yeah, there is an ongoing conversation of TV versus movies happening within the chat right now between Max and JT. Of course, Max being our host, one of the hosts over at Late Night at the Movies, right? So, yeah. And speaking of good comedies that came out this year, the next on my honorable mention, I forgot about this one, guys, but I had to go back and check out my list of shows that came out this year. Ted season 1, great stuff. Honestly, that show killed me. That came out this year, I believe, right? Ted season 1, yeah. Or am I wrong? I believe it came out this 2024, early 2024, if I'm not mistaken.
That's okay. I'm gonna check it out right now.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I forgot about this show, and when I was looking up shows in order to make my list, I remembered how funny and how good of a time this show was. It was honestly, it came out 2024, right?
Yeah. Nice. I totally forgot.
Fucking hilarious. Nice. Jay's actually the one that told me to watch it. Yeah. I'm a fan of the films. I'm a fan of Seth MacFarlane. Yeah. And honestly,
the Prime one, yeah.
Yeah, just really, really funny. And it kind of addressed a lot of the kind of stuff that's going on with woke culture and stuff like that, but in a very smart way.
Oh, very.
very clever way they addressed a lot of that stuff while also still having a heart underneath all like the hilarious jokes and stuff they made fun of. Like this show actually had a lot of heart, and it kind of, the way that he was trying to make this show hit was like it was like a cheesy 80s sitcom type of thing or something like
Oh,
that.
he
Like
knew what he was doing when he went and came across with this.
yeah,
for sure.
yeah. Seth MacFarlane, like I love the Ted movies, but this show was just an extension of those, and the fact that he was able to kind of create this whole thing. This is Mark Wahlberg's character when he was young with Ted, so you actually have a period of time that obviously he's not going to get Wahlberg doing the show, but that you can actually have the Ted adventures earlier on in his life, right? So it's great stuff. I actually really enjoyed it.
I forgot. You know why? Because you're kind of shows you would have watched earlier in the year,
right?
so it makes sense for you to have something like that,
Right?
because yeah.
Then I got, maybe I actually have 6 honorable mentions here. So then I got
Go ahead.
Tires season 1, Shane Gillis's comedy that he did with Netflix. I really enjoyed that. Tires, it's called.
Yeah.
It's
I've
about
seen
they
it. I
run
never
a
watched
tire
it, no.
shop.
Yeah.
I thought it was important to mention some comedies because I know that a lot of people, even our conversations, is that comedy is dead these days. It's definitely not in the best of places, but there's still some good comedies out there. So Tires, Shane Gillis is a comedian who I really enjoy. Again, he's featured on a lot of podcasts, on a lot of comedian podcasts and stuff like that. And I like his stand-up. And he did his own show this year called Tires that was on Netflix. And yeah, it's about him working at a tire shop basically in Philadelphia, because that's where he's from.
Yeah,
so it's very funny.
It's funny. Eh?
Yeah.
He goes watching the TV shows. That
Yeah.
stuff about cars.
Yeah.
He didn't even have one.
And then Agatha All Along season 1 that came out this year. Just didn't make my list. Excellent show. Honestly, one of my favorite Marvel shows in a long time because they put out a lot of bad ones lately. But that one, really fun. Taps into the whole Vision, Scarlet Witch aspect of the universe, which we already got when they started all their shows with WandaVision. I know me and JT were a big fan of when it originally came out that year. So Agatha season 1, I really enjoyed that one. It kept me interested the whole way through. And I love her playing that character, right? I really do.
You know what? It also brought to fruition a lot of stuff and made a sense of a lot of the stuff in WandaVision to me.
That's right.
Which really helped out because WandaVision threw me up in the air and I didn't know where I was landing with it. And this kind of put a fucking sort of a rest to it all, but they played to everything. They played to comedy. They played to fiction, nonfiction. Sorry. They played to just that Marvel aspect, or is it Marvel?
Yeah.
They played to they captured their audience well with that show.
Yeah, and I mean, like, you had a great cast. Catherine Hahn as Agatha is fantastic. I love Catherine Hahn. Aubrey Plaza.
Who's that character that's going to be that? Who's the guy that the
Wiccan is Scarlet Witch's son.
Right?
Yes.
Okay, so I had a feeling that he had something to do with Scarlet Witch, right?
Yes,
but she's not
it does.
in this.
But it's still representative of that character. And if you remember, if you watch WandaVision, she creates 2 kids, if you recall.
Yes, I remember. But then that's what, because they kept doing the flashbacks.
They also showed Quicksilver in this, and they used the Quicksilver that was the fake Quicksilver that used to be the real Quicksilver. Our buddy there, who is Dahmer, that guy who plays Dahmer, that actor, he was in this.
Oh, okay.
And he used to be the Quicksilver in the Fox X-Men movies.
Yeah,
so now they brought him back, and they made reference to him here, and he was also in that other show too. They had mentioned him.
So there's going to be a lot of stuff coming. I feel like there's a lot of stuff coming down the pipeline when it comes to fucking Marvel. Even television series and stuff like that, because
they need to step up their shows.
Well, I mean, they got Disney and stuff going on the fucking. It's with Disney, right?
Yeah, but they had a bunch of bad ones. Like there was between their movies and their shows for a year or two just before this, they were kind of finally having their first
good run with it.
No, bad run, I would say. But now they're kind of just getting good again. I feel like because they put out a bunch of shows and movies, I feel like the year or two prior to now that weren't that well received.
So, but Loki is a Marvel character as well.
Yes, Loki season 2 is excellent though. That's actually one of the few that I actually really enjoyed. But you have Secret Invasion, which was terrible.
Moon Knight. You have Moon Knight, which is one
Marvel.
Is Marvel as well.
Those are all
so
Marvel
you got all
shows.
these ones that did play out through this last year or two.
No, I wouldn't say this last year because there was a bunch that didn't.
Last year or two, I said.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah,
they did, right?
You mentioned the ones that were probably good there, though, but there was a couple that you didn't mention that weren't so good. Like Secret Invasion was terrible. There's a show.
I liked it.
You watched Secret Invasion?
I watched the whole thing
I didn't
with
like
Samuel Jackson.
I didn't like it.
No?
No.
Okay.
Echo, I didn't think was that good.
I didn't think Echo was good.
Exactly. There's another one too I didn't care for. Winter Soldier and Falcon, that's I think like 2 or 3 years ago now. That was okay. I don't know. But I just don't think the shows have been as good.
But with
as
WandaVision and all that stuff, they came back hard with those ones.
that was the start of it. WandaVision's what kicked everything
and
off.
that what started the whole roll.
And then I feel like they lost it a little bit. There was a couple of shows that they didn't perform as well, let's say, or weren't as critically received
acclaimed or whatever.
Yeah. So but this I think was a return to form. I think this was a very good show. And I really quite liked it a lot. Aubrey Plaza was in it.
Well, I watched it because you said, "Listen, you're gonna figure out."
I knew you'd like it.
Yeah, I did. I honestly liked it, but I mean, it's like I said, with all the stuff I watch.
Yeah.
It's hard to do. If I had an honorable mention that was 30,
that was me with movies this year. Like when we did our movie show,
we're like total opposite.
Right? We are in that regard.
Yeah.
But then coming in at number 6. I'm going to say coming in right at number 6. Just didn't make the cut. I hope it finds you on one of your lists somewhere because I remember we talked about really enjoying this show together. It's Bad Monkey season 1. Just didn't make my top 5. I really enjoyed this show. I thought this was a great show. This is basically just a show to let Vince Vaughn cook. Like when they let him cook and he has his sarcastic wit out there and he's throwing out lines, so many lines, sometimes you miss them amongst all the shit that's going on in that show. And they had an interesting mystery going on as for the plot throughout the whole thing and how the characters all kind of came together. And it's from the producer that I'm really liking all of his shows right now. He's the same producer that did Shrinking. He's the same guy that did Ted Lasso.
I'm not the Spanish guy that's in there.
He's great.
He's in a few shows this year.
Yeah. He's in a lot of things.
Really picking up now.
Bill Lawrence, yeah. So any show that Bill Lawrence has been working on lately, apparently I'm a huge fan of because I loved Shrinking. I loved this.
Those are all Apple shows, eh?
Yeah, but they're all produced by him because he's the guy who did the Ted Lasso show.
Yes.
Okay.
But that would have been an Apple show too.
It is an Apple. That was Apple's first huge hit. Was Ted Lasso, one of their first few. And in the new year, I can't wait. Speaking of Apple, Severance season 2 is finally coming out in January, I believe. I heard.
Thank God.
Yeah,
I've been dying.
2 years.
I didn't
taking 2 years.
Christopher Walken's not going to be walking in this one, is he?
Probably not. I don't know.
I don't like to say that, but I mean,
he's not going to be walking. It's not going to be walking.
No dancing anymore. I always wait for a dance scene with him, right?
Yeah. But yeah, that's my number 6. Bad Monkey was a funny show, but it also had some good drama in it. But for me, the highlight was just seeing Vince Vaughn being Vince Vaughn. Like they clearly wrote this with him in mind. Like no one else I think could play the character he played. This character, this is him. Like if you're used to his comedy and you like Vince Vaughn, you'll like this show.
Yeah,
that's all I have to say about that one because otherwise I think it's something you need to watch to experience. Like I don't want to ruin the plot of the show because it's kind of intricate and like it kind of goes in many different directions once you get started. But at the end of the day, like it's basically a cop who's not a great cop, let's say, in some regards. But listen, he's like a detective of sorts, and he gets himself involved in a case that he can't let go of, and he basically him and a bunch of other people he intersects through their lives through from a number of different kind of scenarios that basically lead up to everybody meeting and kind of crossing paths essentially. And then there is a monkey in it as well.
There is a monkey. Okay, guys.
So it's not just called Bad Monkey for no reason. So yeah, Vince Vaughn at the top of his game, guys. All right. Those are my honorable mentions for shows. Jay, go ahead.
I have a lot of honorable mentions, but I want to give you a few honorable mentions quickly off the top. So I was going to give I gave my number 5 honorable mention to True Detectives.
Okay. Same as me. Yeah.
It did fall in there as my number 5 for an honorable mention.
Great.
I did like the Jodie Foster. I love the True Crimes series, and I hope they keep coming out with it. I don't know what they're gonna do next, if they will. It's something that you don't really hear about and whatever until that that part kicks in.
That's right.
There's also a lot of TV shows this year that only came out for one season. And that was it, and they got canceled.
Yeah,
right. A lot of filler stuff this year, and I noticed, right, and good shows that came out of that. But yeah, so number 4, you guys are gonna think I'm corny because this is just the way I am. But my Superman and Lois, bro, I will never.
Oh, you love that show. I know you do. Yeah.
You know what? They played it out great this year. They make you realize like it's actually getting, whether you like to believe it or not, it's getting more and more towards the comics of the aspect of it, of the comic aspect of it now.
Yeah.
With the real life scenarios and the family, and you know what I mean. So it's becoming more realistic, and it's playing out for a good rollout to the new Superman movies. I think. I don't think it's gonna be in that same, like, I mean,
No,
obviously
it's separate. From
it's
what I
separate.
understand,
Yes, it is very separate. And I don't know if this is the last season of this one. It might have been, but yeah, that fell in my honorable mentions for number 4. For Those About to Die was number 3 for me,
I've heard good things about this.
with
Yeah,
Anthony
yeah.
Hopkins
Yeah.
and fuck, what's his name from
I can look
where
it
is it?
up.
It's okay, I'm
Do you
gonna type
have
it
it?
in right
Yeah.
now. For Those About to Die, but he what's his name? Anthony Hopkins, and the guy that played in Game of Thrones, man.
Which one? There's a lot of people from Game of Thrones.
The one that takes away what's his face's penis. I know that's a fucking weird one for me to come at you at, but Tyrion's.
Oh,
My
the
boy.
the guy who plays Tyrion's in it.
No, not the guy who plays Tyrion. The one who turned him into Reek.
Oh, he's in it.
My boy. What the fuck is it, man? He's on Prime too, so
Yeah.
I apologize.
I'll
guys.
bring it up. I'll bring it up.
Yeah. But
his name's Iwan Rheon.
yeah.
Yeah, and he plays Tenax in Those About to Die.
Yeah, 10X. That's who he's playing, right?
Yeah.
That one was that whole series, that whole rollout of that show was great. They played it at a good time. I thought it might have fall higher on my list.
Is this about Rome?
It's about Rome and the Empire, and when it was basically,
you've had a big Roman Empire year between this and
but bro, you know what? It started. I'll be honest with you. It started with the fictional Game of Thrones, to be honest with you, because I can relate to that.
Yeah.
But this is actually real history.
Yes. Yeah.
And this is playing out.
Yeah,
it's playing out, and so I liked watching Anthony Hopkins playing a dying character, because he is a dying character in real life. He's getting old. Yeah, and he, I always wondered what it was like for older people at his age.
86.
Yeah, to be playing roles where you're dying, and that's going to be your sequence of events in that show. Sure. Right, so I've always liked that, and he played a great role for that
these
part.
are the type of roles that you get when you're.
But you also have the small folk, and you also have the middle class, and you have the fucking kings and queens.
Game of Thrones in that sense, yeah.
So it's got your hierarchy thing, right? So it's based on those times, and I think you would like it too. It's a quick watch on Amazon Prime if you want to go and check that out. That was my number 3 throwaway, not throwaway, but honorable mention. For sure, right? Also that came in on number 2 was Fargo, the last season of Fargo that came out with that crazy chick. What's her name there? Oh man.
Yeah, you know what? I messed up. I actually forgot about Fargo. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I'll be honest with you. I forgot about it until I talked to the old man today.
You told me at the start of when we got together today about that, and I was like, yeah, you know what? I would also have put in Fargo in my honorable mentions then season 4, because John Hamm was really good in it, and so was that the woman. Yeah, you're right. Is it season 4 or 5? I think it's 5. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Juno Temple.
Yeah, she's great.
She's amazing.
Great. She's great.
But Jennifer Jason Leigh plays a great character too in this. Well,
but Juno Temple's had a good couple of years, and Lamar Morris, who is from New Girl, he won an Emmy for his role in this. The Black Cop.
Yeah,
he won an Emmy.
And you know who's on fire for this year,
John
bro?
Hamm,
Is John Hamm, bro?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, bro. This fucking outlaw character that he fucking loves playing.
He's crazy.
He can play this fucking country western fucking character in this show where he's badass, and he's actually scary. He's not no skip the dishes John Hamm, where he's fucking in the backseat with the kids and but he is a fucking. I didn't realize that Nico and me had this conversation just prior to this about Mad Men that I've never seen it, guys, and you guys can make fun of me all you want.
It's his best role.
But Nico says it's his best role. I have to go back and watch it because of that reason, because
you love him and you'll love him in the show.
I like that. And then I believe it or not, I picked Twisted Metal for my number 1. honorary, like sorry,
Yeah,
my
you
throwaway.
liked that.
I
eh?
really
I didn't
enjoyed
watch
that.
it. I didn't
That was the
watch it.
video game based one,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
I
of
know there was a
course.
few video game based ones like the Fall Guy,
Fallout.
Fallout, yeah,
Fallout.
was
Yeah.
another video game. I always mixed the two up. Fall Guy was
That was
the
a huge
TV
show when it came out. No, Fall Guy was the movie from
And
with
remember,
Ryan
I
Gosling
didn't
that
even
came
say
out this
Last
year.
of Us too,
Yeah.
right? Because The Last of Us was another one that came out this year,
Yeah.
right? That could have been.
No, it came out last year.
You sure it was this
Yes,
last year?
it
Okay,
did.
so then I wasn't too worried about that because
Yeah.
I was trying to think. I was
Yeah,
like,
no. I mean, maybe it ended this
I
year.
think
but
it ended this
okay,
year.
but it came out
Yes,
last
it
year.
did start.
Yeah,
It did start last year.
Yeah, because
that's
I
right.
remember that was on lists last year when we
Yeah,
did the show.
Yeah, because I tried to do it differently. I have stuff that would probably make my number one, but the series hasn't finished yet for this year, so that's gonna be like one of my. I'm gonna throw you guys a
JT
tad
always
of that.
comes out of this category with trying to like sneak in as many television shows as
Dude,
he
you don't
can,
even
guys.
know.
Yeah.
So you don't even see.
So-
I'm throwing like 10 of them out there. If you listen to this conversation really closely, you'll get a lot of shows in
Guys,
that.
let him know that you want an ongoing show from him during the year for TV, so we don't get this at the end of the year. Honestly, though, like I do want to preface this by saying though, like I said, listen to JT. He puts a lot of time into watching these television shows. And he knows his stuff, but honestly, he knows he can give you all kinds of recommendations when it comes to TV if you talk to him about it. Honestly,
I always know how to watch it for free.
That's right. But Twisted Metal though, that was your number. You're coming in at number one. Yeah. Okay.
You know what? I had Will Arnett in there, which I needed to have, which I needed to see.
Did
that
he play
voice.
the clown?
He played the clown's voice,
Yeah,
right? That was great. That whole fucking shooting sequence in the mall, bro. I mean,
I didn't see it. Yeah.
You know what? I think you would have liked it. You liked. I don't know if you've played the game.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So you've played the game. You're gonna like the way this kind of rolls out. It rolls out really into the game.
I remember I seen they had a truck downtown and they were promoting it, and I stopped by and I grabbed something from them that they were giving out. Like,
that's the food truck with the fucking clown, bro.
Yeah, and they were giving out some food or something. I can't remember what it was that they gave out, but they made me take a picture with it because they everybody.
Oh, you gotta find that fucking.
I have
picture.
to look it up.
Yeah.
It's pretty
You're
cool.
good to drop in right now. Boom, Nico beside the fucking Fallout, beside the Twisted Metal truck.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my god, that'd be hilarious.
But yeah, I do want to preface my list by saying also I only pick shows. Well, actually, no, that's not true. I basically tried to pick shows that have ended already this year as well, because there's a lot of things that haven't ended yet, so they can really drop the ball still at the end of the year on their first year or in the new year on some of their episodes. So a lot of my picks, I always try to do shows that have come out and I completed and watched this year. Jay, when he starts going into his top five, he had so many. He's going to be giving you a list of his top 5 movies that did end this year, as well as ones that he feel has the potential to have been in his top 5 if they had. So that's what Jay is going to set you up with here in a moment when we go back over to him. But if that's all your honorable mentions, Jay, I'll start with number 5.
Yeah, that's all
here.
my honorable mentions.
Honestly, number 5, I'm pretty surprised about, but this is one of those shows that I couldn't stop watching. I killed the season in like a day or two, or 2 days, I think. And the only reason I feel like I didn't kill it in one day is by the time I started watching, it was late, and I don't pull a JT and watch it everything through the night. I waited to the next evening to finish the rest of the season. I think this was an Apple show too. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's Presumed Innocent season 1 that came out this year with Jake Gyllenhaal. I loved this show. This was just one of those shows that every time you got to the end of the episode, you needed to know what happened next. This is, of course, they've done a movie of Presumed Innocent in the past. There's an actual film of it. Yeah. But Gyllenhaal was fantastic in this show. Like Gyllenhaal, it's been a while. Feel like I've seen him in something I've really enjoyed him in. I mean, let's not forget he came out with the Roadhouse remake this year, and it sucked. It was terrible. But Jake Gyllenhaal in this show, there's something about the way he was playing this character where the whole time they did have you guessing on whether or not this guy did actually murder this person. Yeah. And apparently, I think they're going to be returning to do this show, like more new seasons of this with different scenarios and different actors.
Season 2, yeah.
Kind of like the True Detective approach, where it's going to be somebody else is going to be found guilty of something.
An Apple and a Prime.
Yeah, sorry, it's Apple or Prime.
As both.
Okay, so I just thought it was just really, really a fun watch, and to see Jake Gyllenhaal do a really great job in this, and
Skarsgård in there too.
That's right, and keep you guessing. And Peter Skarsgård, is married to Maggie Gyllenhaal, his sister. So it's like a whole family affair. Yeah.
It's like an orgy in
But
television
thank you
show.
for that, for mentioning that, because Peter Skarsgård is excellent in
Those
this show as well.
Skarsgårds are everywhere, bro.
Yeah.
You find them anywhere, man.
Yeah, but thank you for reminding me of him, because he is excellent in this show.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. So yeah, it's just a really, really fun and quick watch. Honestly, like I'm telling you, once you start watching this one, you get sucked in. It's you need to know what happens next in this one. So for that, I'm gonna give it my number 5 on my list this year.
That's your number 5 on your list?
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay. Nice. My number 5 for my real number 5s. This is my real number 5. This one actually made my this million dollar fight. Fight night, the $1 million.
Yeah.
Right?
Your boy, Don Cheadle.
My boy Kevin Hart, Don Cheadle, fucking
Samuel L. Jackson.
Hey, my boy Terrence Howard.
That's right. That's your real boy.
That's my real boy. All right. Me and him are the same. Tajira Henson, she was good in this one too. She played the wife of Kevin Hart there. It was great. I thought personally for myself, it was all I needed to see. It kind of plays loosely based on that fight back in the 70s with the historic comeback from Muhammad Ali. So it's predominantly based on that night and the illegal gambling that goes on. And that kind of stuff that plays out, and it plays into a great scenario where one person is getting robbed, another person is getting robbed, and it all becomes a spiral. And you're all got Samuel L. Jackson in the heart of things, going, let's see who's really, and Kevin Hart just playing his heart out. He played somewhat of that comedian that he's used to, but this is not what he was going for, I don't think, for this show. So I think it played
more
out
of a
really.
Dramatic role.
It was more of it was very dramatic thriller with this one. So I think that at the end of the day, he did a great job. And that one you can see on Prime. You can probably see that on I guess any other sort of streaming services. I guess Fubo, it says. I don't know what Fubo is. It's a premium subscription. But yeah, honestly, check that one out. I give that one as my number 5 for out of a lot of shows I've watched this year. That fell on my number 5 this year.
How about for your other list of unfinished stuff that you thought wouldn't possibly have running at your top 5? Did you want to mention anything?
Yeah, I'm gonna say Brilliant Minds. That's with that Quentin Zachary Quinto.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Right, that one there. Spock.
Yeah.
He. The reason why I say that one is it's just a typical drama in a sense of a hospital style movie where they're working in a hospital, but this one specifically zones in on neurology and the brain.
Okay.
And this year, that's been something that's been touching me a lot, with that whole aspect of how the brain works and what it's capable of doing and not doing. So that one really gravitated to me. I haven't finished watching the season yet. I want to finish watching it. I don't think it. I mean, it might fall on somewhere in my honorable mentions.
Right.
Upcoming, right?
But as Jay mentioned, because he tried to come at me with I'm going to name 2 in every one of my top 5. It's just nonsense. So I'm allowing him to say it in this sense. These are ones that would have given in his top 5 a run for its money, in the sense that these are uncompleted shows or ones he hasn't finished with yet. But these are ones worth mentioning.
That one would have gave that one would have gave my Friday night a top 5. That would have
a run for that spot. Yeah. Okay.
Only because they're 2 different shows. Really, the Friday night's got the more of the credited actors in it, but I feel like this one doesn't need that many credible actors. The problem is this one caters to everything, as opposed to the 1970s fight where that's more based on historical kind of information that they've gotten, as opposed to where this is based on real science, just in that sense. So I think they can both be considered a run for each other's money in my brain. I don't know. My brain works differently, bro.
So Brilliant Minds is what it's called?
It's called Brilliant Minds.
All right. Yeah. So consider that still part of his honorable mentions.
Some people might not like it, might not. Some people might not like it. Some people might, but it's not for everybody.
Coming in at my number 4, I got The Bear season 3, which I know Lewis, who I just mentioned, also mentioned it in his top 5 for this year as well. This is a fantastic show. I think the second season let down a lot of people because it was a follow up to the first season. The second season was probably the weakest of the season so far. And this is one of those shows that I feel like, unfortunately, has like a whole writer's room approach to where different people write different episodes of the series, and the focus is on different characters each episode sometimes of the series. And since there is a lot going on in that aspect, sometimes you have some dud episodes within a fantastic seasons. Like there was a couple of episodes in particular in this season which I didn't care for, or else it would have been lower on my top 5 list. But the episodes that were really good were really good. Like, if that makes any sense. Like, there's an episode, John Bernthal, who plays the brother of Jeremy Allen White's character, Cameron. Carmen, not Cameron. Who's dead, but they sometimes have flashbacks with him. He had a flashback episode where they talked about how he hired one of the other people that work in the restaurant, her character, Tina, I think is her name in the show. Yeah. And that episode was the best episode of the season by far. That alone, it kind of deserves to be in the top 5. It was just an excellent episode. John Bernthal, I think, is the best thing I think I've ever seen him do, honestly. Like, I really like John Bernthal, but he usually picks his roles very smart in the sense that he knows the type of characters that he's good at playing. But
he was the American Gigolo from fucking hell, bro.
Right.
I love that
but
one.
like this was a very endearing and caring kind of character, like, and usually plays like more hard ass type characters, right? Which he does great. Don't get me wrong, I love John Bernthal, but this was like a different side of John Bernthal being able to play this character. Like, he's
very versatile.
He is. I'm starting to learn that because I've seen it, but I haven't seen many things where I've seen lots that he's done. But a lot of the stuff that he plays similar type of people, but like this was a different side of Bernthal in this show, is in this particular episode that they did during the season. But yeah, Jeremy Allen White is still excellent in this show. I mean, he's amazing, and like the story was much better in the third season than it was in the second season.
This is The Bear.
The Bear. This is about.
I wrote it down here just so I can keep it in my head.
This is about a guy who basically goes back to Chicago to run his old family restaurant. He's like a world-renowned chef. Like, he worked in like really nice restaurants somewhere around the world. And he comes back because his brother dies. His brother dies, and he basically has to take over his family business. And then he takes this place that's known as just like a local sandwich shop type place called The Bear, and makes it in the first season to the third season. It's about him transforming the restaurant into a fine dining establishment.
Okay.
But as you may have seen in some other shows, working in a kitchen can be very high intensity, stressful type job.
Much.
And he's the head chef. Okay, so it's about his struggles mentally and personally, and also in his job, and him trying to survive essentially, like in his day-to-day life.
Yeah.
And he has a lot of mental and issues with family, issues with stuff from his past. He has like PTSD in some respects. You got to watch the show. It's just very good. And Jeremy Allen White, it's like the role of a lifetime, honestly. I used to love him on Shameless.
Yeah.
I talked about how good this guy was on Shameless for years, but no one fucking watched that show. I felt like it was one of those shows that like no one really watched that I knew. And then I feel like people are now discovering it years later.
I've seen it, but I didn't finish watching the whole
I love
thing
that show. I loved Shameless so much. I mean, the last couple of seasons were kind of weak. But after Fiona left that show, that girl Fiona on that show, but I thought he was excellent throughout the whole time of this. I mean, he did 9 seasons, I think, of that show. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so he's been acting a long time.
Yeah.
Anyways, The Bear season 3 is my number 4.
Nice. The Bear season 3.
Yeah.
Is your number 4?
How
my
about
number
you?
4 is The Penguin. That one I had to. I know people, are up in the air about it, but I'll be honest with you, it's probably probably the best done fucking TV show this year.
It's very good,
right? Especially with the series and the way they played it out to make I know people want to compare it, and they like to throw it in there and
Sopranos.
compare it to The Sopranos,
Yeah.
bro. And I don't like that because it's a show in its own. Colin Farrell does not look like anything. Yeah, they dress him up to kind of look like fucking
There's a
Tony
lot
Soprano.
of. I mean, they have a lot to owe to the Sopranos. Though.
They do. Okay, but I mean, you know what? It's his own character, regardless. It's his own character. He's been fucking dying to play this character for the longest time, like you were telling me to. He plays it where he's not even fucking recognizable as Colin Farrell.
The makeup is insane.
Yeah.
He went for this transformation.
And just to see the growth of the Penguin character itself in this sense, and this is supposed to be, I think, if I'm not mistaken, the part where he's going to be playing in the new Batman too, as well, right? Because he was in the first,
as well as Kristen Milotti, who's excellent in this show.
Oh, Sophie, right?
Yeah, Sophia
Falcone.
Yeah, who's honestly, I feel like as much as Colin Farrell did a great job in the show and that was talked about, I think she is the standout of the conversations for most people. Is how good she was in this show. She's the breakthrough star on this show.
Well,
she's been around, but this is like I think her best performance yet, honestly.
Is that kid? What's his name in something else that I see?
I haven't seen him. I feel like in anything else. He's really good in this too.
Yeah.
Renzi
Felice.
Yeah. Victor.
Yeah. And that's Theo Ross. We see him in Sons of Anarchy. We've seen him. He's in quite a few shows.
Juice from Sons of Anarchy. He's been in a lot. He was just in Carry On.
Yeah, that's what he was. He was like a fucking nerd in the computer.
He shows up all over the place. He was in one of the Planet of the Apes movies.
Yeah, but he's not the biker anymore. He's like the computer nerd all the time.
Yeah, he's like bit parts. In this one, he's a psychologist, and also it's been hinted that he's a scarecrow.
Yeah,
that's what happened in this show. It was. There's I don't know if you've seen this post. I don't know if I sent it to you. There's a shot of this show in the background where you see the scarecrow mask in his office.
Oh,
so they're hinting that he's going to be the Scarecrow.
But Scarecrow?
The Scarecrow is a psychologist that is in Arkham Asylum, so it makes sense. They just didn't hint at that throughout the show whatsoever. But apparently, somebody
his name is Dr. Julian Rush in the show.
I know, but maybe it's a new Scarecrow. Like that's not Scarecrow's name.
No,
right? So
okay.
But he is this doctor. Like,
yeah,
he is
that's
a doctor.
what I mean. Like, yeah.
So I mean, I guess this could be him.
Could be the hint by throwing Dr. Julian in there.
Could be the hint that this is him. No, Scarecrow's name's Crane. It's something Crane, I think. I forget his name, but it's not.
Isn't he, like you said, psychologist of some sort?
He is.
Scarecrow.
Yeah, the Scarecrow. He was the doctor.
Which would be a doctor.
Yes. So this is the character.
But maybe that could be why they're naming
Jonathan
him.
Crane, I think, is his
in
name.
This character, they're putting him as Doctor whatever, but just they're throwing the doctor in as a hint.
Scarecrow was a doctor too, though, the original Scarecrow. Like
that's what I mean. They're throwing this part maybe in as a what do you call those things where they Easter egg, right?
But that was the mask in the background. That was the Easter egg.
Also, but I mean,
which no one caught it after the show ended.
But if you read the credits for the name of the character, maybe you don't. That's something else. It's an Easter egg, right?
We'll see.
I just thought of that right now.
Yeah, we'll see.
But that'd be interesting, right? And he's skinny enough to be a Scarecrow. Right.
Yeah, we'll see though. He also drugged somebody in this, right? Yeah, that's just
Scarecrow. The way it works, right? Yeah. So okay, no, yeah, but Penguin, there, you know what? The similarities, yes, were there to if you're gonna play an underboss in a world like Gotham, you're gonna have a Tony Soprano type aspect to it. You're gonna have any sort of mobster style aspect towards it, whether it be Tony Soprano or not. But that's just the biggest character you can relate to this right now. If you take Tony Soprano out of and that James Gandolfini out of that whole equation, you're still gonna think of mobster style regardless.
Yeah.
Okay, so it doesn't matter if you say Sopranos or not. It's just that's the way they were playing out this role.
This was still a good show regardless of that.
Yeah, and I like to see where it goes from here. Because Penguin only gets crazier and better as we know.
Yeah, because he truly only becomes like the underboss kind of lead. Like he has to
work hard for what he gets, bro.
He is a minor worker in the show. He's
a worker bee.
Yeah, but this is his rising in this show. And like you said, the character arc. He is a despicable fucking human being in this show, and the character arc of this character from the start to the finish. Oh man, it is such a crazy ending to this season. Honestly, like it's tragic. That's all I'll say. It's truly, I mean, it's one of those things where I feel like you could have saw this coming a mile away, but the fact that it still happened and they still took it there, I was shocked, Jay. Like at the end of the season, what happened here, the development of this character throughout. So
For sure.
All right, so that's your number 4.
Yeah, that's my number 4.
Any other honorable mention along with it?
I have one that I haven't seen that hasn't finished, right? And then I would throw it probably with the same sort of area, in that same sort of area probably. Is I've been watching another one brought to me by MGM, which is a new studio. They've started off new with television this year. I think as we're opposed, they didn't really have it before. As now that Apple's come out with their own
Metro
fucking
Goldwyn
streaming,
Mayer, they've been around forever.
They have been around forever. But that's movies. That's the movies, right? Like I mean, I remember as a kid just watching The Lion come through. If not, then they get the fucking pony or
that's
whatever.
Right. Yeah, TriStar.
TriStar.
Yeah.
Right? But it's called Earth Abides, and it's just a change. It's a change in the world. Like this guy wakes up after getting bit by a spider. Sorry, by he's looking for rocks. He's all looking for rocks. It's something simple, right? And like an archaeologist in that sense, or like he has this thing with rocks, right? Yeah. He gets bit by a fucking snake. He has to fight through. He's by himself. He loses his phone in the crack of a fucking thing. He can't call. He finally makes it back to his room, suffers through the venom and all that shit after sucking it out. Wakes up and everybody's in the fucking world is dead, bro.
What?
Okay, and then there's nothing. There's nothing going on except he fucking finds one lady, trying to start a sort of a life. You're seeing the world take over and take like a new like rebirth. In a sense where stuff is so slowly growing onto buildings, shit's falling apart, and they learn it to survive.
What's this called?
It's called Earth Abides.
Okay.
And it's very interesting. It keeps you at the edge of your seat every episode because you don't know what's going on, because there is some people that did survive we don't even know what took them. Right. So everybody
just started.
Yeah, he walks in, he has to clean up, he has to dig burials, bro. People are fucking rotting in their houses. You know what I mean? Like
what streaming is this?
This is on MGM. So
this is the new one. You said that.
Yeah, it was on. There's a few shows that come off of MGM now.
Paramount is pumping out a lot more shows now too. Paramount as well, right?
But MGM, I don't know, came out of nowhere.
Do they have their own streaming service then?
I don't know if they do. If they're not with Crave, if they're not with where you have to buy a prescription.
Yeah, it's going to be on some other subscription service.
I feel like it's on Prime, to be honest with you.
Okay.
But I could.
Because that could be the production company. That doesn't necessarily mean that that's a streaming service. No,
right? And if I was to tell you it was the actual streaming service, I'd be lying, right?
Okay.
But I can tell you right now. I mean, really, at the end of the day,
you take a look. You look it up. You let me know in a second. Yeah. I'm just gonna go ahead and say my number 3. My number 3 is what you just said, The Penguin season 1. Yeah, it's on my list too, bro. I was just waiting for you to kind of say your piece on it. Like I said, I don't have too much to add. I kind of just added a little bit onto it. Jay. When Jay was talking about it, like I said, Kristen Milioti, she was the breakout star for me for this. But Colin Farrell as the Penguin is amazing too, and so is that kid Victor. Honestly, the guy Renzi Feliz, he was great in it too. From start to finish, it just kept me super interested in it. I think it's a good representation of Gotham. It's probably the best Batman show I've ever seen because I didn't care for Gotham all that much. I didn't care about that Pennyworth show. I didn't even bother watching that one. So like outside of movies. And even actually Peacemaker is pretty awesome too. Actually, Peacemaker might be my favorite. I don't know. Honestly, their shows outside of their films have been really good so far. So let's hope James Gunn continues with this new direction for DC Cinematic Universe type stuff and does a good job, because their television has been good. Because you got Matt Reeves, the guy who was involved with the Planet of the Apes movies that went on to do the first Batman movie, that was involved with this Penguin show. So you got good people behind this, and if you have good actors and you got good directors and stuff behind the show, this is the level of quality stuff you get. Just like James Gunn, who was involved with Peacemaker after he did Suicide Squad. I really love that some of these directors that are doing these films for DC are then going off and are actually still involved with the TV shows for breakout characters, like they did with Peacemaker out of Suicide Squad and with the Penguin outside of the Batman film. This is a good idea to do it this way, and apparently they're in talks with doing a Mike Flanagan who's one of the best horror directors that's around right now. He's been talking about doing a Clayface show. James Gunn was talking about it, or they were teasing it recently. He might do a solo Clayface show, which if you have a horror director doing his take on that character in a show, I think it's going to be excellent. So like, I'm really excited for the future for DC stuff, honestly. Like for a long time, Marvel has just been killing them, and I'm ready for some good DC properties.
DC is coming. They're coming. They're not messing around anymore.
Right.
I don't think they've been second place for a little while now. No, MGM doesn't tell you what upcoming thing it is. I just
okay, but that's my number 3. So
nice.
Go ahead. What's your number 3?
My number 3 is I took The Gentleman.
Oh wow! It made my honorable mentions that you put in your top 5. Wow, it's funny because I don't think I've ever heard you talk about the show.
Man, when it came out, I watched them all right away, man.
Oh,
because it's a Netflix one, right? So that was quick, bang.
Yeah.
You know, you forgot. That's what I totally forgot about it.
Film, I remember that. Yeah.
I totally forgot about it because I love it. With the whole fucking weed industry and how they had it built.
All the houses, all the old houses in England were like places that they used to just sell it and keep it.
You know, it just played out well with the characters that were in it too. Where am I going with this? Where's my characters in this one? Just from the Theo James to Vinnie Jones, all of these guys in it. You got Daniel Ains, you got Kayla.
Theo James has had a really good year too. I've seen him popping up in other things as well. He was pretty good in this show. Honestly.
Oh yeah, he was. And you know what? It was a good comedy. It was a sitcom, but like you said, it had a little bit of everything. It wasn't the actual movie. It wasn't like the movie in a sense of I don't know, in the sense of
the central focus of the film wasn't what this show was.
No,
it definitely took on a new direction with this show. Like it was definitely like it had the whole house thing and the weed stuff was there, but everything else was different. Yeah. It wasn't just about one person like the movie was.
It was like the whole family.
Yeah.
It was involved in this one. So it was really great. I recommend anybody to check it out. That was my number 3. Yeah. And like I said, it was good to have a good laugh while you're also entertaining the drama, right? It was really at the end of the day a drama. That's how they classify it, regardless if it's got comedy in it. Most of the time, they just you get that drama, you know, or you drama, and then you might get comedy thrown in there with shows, but you don't get the comedy like, you know, you do. You like just that in the title anymore. You can't. I just don't think you can on television anymore.
No, they don't want to combine just one element.
There's too much aspect of watching.
And a lot of these shows, they're all out to like prove something. They have to be telling some sort of like making a point of some sort. That's what I don't love about.
No, I think they just have to mesh with everything else because they just got to be.
You can't sell anything just on its own merits anymore. You have to have another hook to it, right? Yeah, to get people interested. Yeah. No, I hear you. Because so instead of comedies, we're getting dramedies a lot of the time instead of just straight up raunchy comedies.
Oh yeah,
right?
Or even the romance comedies and you can get even thriller comedies. You can get everything. You get suspense comedies. You can get all that stuff.
Comedy.
Everything, bro. Everything. You can make depression a fucking comedy, really, if you want.
Sure.
Right.
Honorable mention there again alongside your top 5.
I will say Shrinking because it's a comedy as well, but it's a depressing comedy.
Speaking of the depressing stuff,
it's a depressing comedy, but you know what? It hasn't finished for me. There's only one season. There's only one episode left, and it's got you hanging right there too. At that last episode, it's gonna be a tear. I'm wondering if it's gonna be a tearjerker or not.
So I'm gonna take what you're saying right now and say my number 2, and it is Shrinking. This is the one show I made an exception for of one episode to go, because this show is just very. It gets me every time, man. This show, it's very moving. It's a range of emotions. This show, it's one of me and Christine's favorite shows to watch together.
Yeah.
She absolutely loves it. And so do I. I'm just honestly though, the breakout of this show is Harrison fucking Ford, bro. Yeah. This guy,
and to watch the character that he has to play too is sad.
With Alzheimer's, it is sad. And like I watched a clip of him the other day. I saw on Instagram, and he was talking about, you know, throughout my career, all the movies, he's like, you know, Star Wars and like Indiana Jones. Like everybody comes up to me when they see me, they want a picture, they want this, they want that. The fans of this show, he's like, it's so weird. they just come up and they're like, "Oh, I just love you on that show." He's like, and then they just walk off.
He's a gentle old
Did you see
Graham.
this clip?
He's the gentle old
No,
grandfather
but
in a sense.
he's saying it's
nowadays.
because of the type of people that this is connecting with this show. Like
Yeah.
they don't want anything from him, and he's like taken aback. He's like, no picture. You don't want this. He's like, they just want to tell him how much they mean to him, like on that show, and how like this show
It's kind of
is
scary too.
connecting with people on another level. Because like I really,
He's up there in age.
I will give Max a shout out because he was hate watching the show and then dropped it.
Yeah.
But I loved what he said. It did make me laugh. He's like, this is like a liberal's wet dream, this show, because of the different types of characters in it and the relationships and how they're always trying to help each other and all the different types. You have the gay character, you have this one, you have a black character.
But there's
you know
most
what?
television nowadays,
Right,
bro.
but I don't care. They just they know how to play your emotions, and they do it so well. And this is
Yes.
another Bill Lawrence show. If anybody's watched Ted Lasso and that you had the same type of feelings,
I've never
pulled out of
watched
you,
Ted Lasso.
oh, fantastic! It's the same thing. It had so many feelings pulled out of you that first season because it was during the pandemic when that show came out. Okay, and it was about a person who's like genuinely one of the best people like in the world, like in terms of his attitude. He
Positive?
He's such an optimistic character in a world where we don't have that. And that's the thing I like about this show. It makes me feel, as much as the emotions
It's like
are roller
Mine
coaster-
Eagle, man.
No, but it's just it's a nice show. Like it's nice. It's nice to get like this. Like as much as these people are working through their problems, the support group of characters these guys have in their lives, it's amazing. Like
Yeah.
I honestly, like it's just such a nice, endearing show.
Yeah.
It really is. And Jason Segel, I'm super happy for him for his success with this show because
Him and his schlong too.
Jason Segel is what's that?
Him and his schlong.
His
He's
schlong.
he brings it up in every fucking show he does. Like even with the
He's not afraid to be nude, is what you're
No,
putting.
yeah, he just straight up comes out
Bro.
with it.
And then there was the reunion of him with Colby Smulders from How I Met Your Mother, in one of the more recent episodes. Oh, and the guy that it seems like I thought he was going to kill himself. The guy that got into the accident with his wife.
Yeah.
That guy's from Ted Lasso. That guy was in Ted Lasso as well.
Oh, was he?
Yeah. Oh
With
man.
the accent?
Yes, the English guy, because he's one of the producers of these shows. He is. He's
Yeah,
one of the producers
yeah,
of the show too. And he was in Ted Lasso as well.
Yeah.
And they're saying that he might be the person that they're going to cast in the Harry Potter TV show as Hagrid, the big fucking guy. I don't know if you know him, but anyways,
He is a tall guy though, eh?
He is, yeah. Anyways, great show.
Yes,
Honestly,
all
it's
around
like,
emotions.
every time it comes out right on Wednesday, we watch it right away. Like when we get home from work, like it's one of those shows that really, like me and Christine both really watch, like watching together.
It's hard to watch to see because remember we grew up watching Harrison Ford ducking underneath fucking balls rolling over him and stuff
Right.
like that. Now he's playing that old man with the shaking
He's
hand.
so good though in this show,
and he's
It's-
hilarious
Yes.
as fuck. But they're just
yeah,
one-liners.
His dry wit,
Yeah,
He
it's
just
dry
knows how to
comedy,
deliver.
bro.
He knows how to deliver the lines. Yeah. So no, I don't mind you having it. I know.
And he's
you
insulting
stuck
about
to
the
rule-
comedy.
you stuck to the rule of rule of keeping it to unfinished shows, so I'll give you that. But it would have made my top 5 regardless. I'm like, the show is so freaking good. With one episode to go, I had to. Shrinking season 2. I hope it continues, but I'm so
I don't
worried.
know what's
I'm
gonna
so
happen
worried.
if
I'm
it
so
continues.
worried, bro. At the end of the
Yeah.
last show, like Jason Segel's like on,
He
like
finally broke
he
down,
broke
bro.
down. Yeah, he's jimmying everybody. He's running around jimmying everybody.
It's like an ego. It's like that's
He's
what I
getting
said.
his
He's
high.
like
He's getting this high from helping people, right?
Yeah.
Like, and then he crashed. He burned. And Harrison Ford told him.
But you tell me this all the time. You can't fucking please
That's
everybody,
Right. That's right. 'Cause
right?
there's
I don't think I could ever be
there's
a fucking
There's nothing left of yourself. At
a
the end of the day.
psychiatrist,
No.
bro. Like I don't think I could ever do
It
that.
would be
As much
very
as I
draining.
want
It would
to,
be very fucking draining.
I don't think I could separate it.
No, 'cause
He
you-
couldn't either.
Well, this is the problem. He's seeking these people outside of their regular lives.
But he
this-
also needs the
it's
help.
because he needs it, not
Yes.
because they need it.
No.
So in a way, he is a terrible therapist because it's actually bad what he's doing. It is. Harrison Ford warned him numerous times. We're just spoiling the whole show now. But it was
Yeah,
great.
yeah.
It's a
It
great show.
was. It
It's
was.
a great show.
Yeah,
It's a
it
great
was.
show. Okay,
Okay.
go ahead with your number 2.
My number 2 is gonna be from MGM.
Yeah.
That one there, like I said,
This guy
that
wouldn't shut up about this show during this.
that show was amazing. Okay, it keeps you at the edge of your seat every fucking season, every episode. And then on top of it, you have to wait a whole week. This is what I like about TV shows, though, is that especially ones that have slow rollouts, it allows me to watch more, which also doesn't help me because it doesn't allow me to absorb as much as I want to absorb.
Yeah, because you're always on to the next thing.
Yes.
Yes.
my brain just works like that. It's like, you know what? Okay, give me something else, man. You gave me a little bit, don't tease me. Give me some more, right? Um, but at the end of the day, this one here, I still don't know what's going on. It's 3 seasons into it. It's a horror movie, a horror show, sorry. Um, it's on Paramount,
Yeah, my boy
Apple
Harold Perrineau is in it from
Apple
Oz.
TV. It's got everything, you can see it anywhere.
He's in a wheelchair in Oz, remember?
Yeah.
Going all the way back to Oz. He
Fuck,
was in
man.
the Matrix. He's been in lots of things. He's
Yeah.
good.
Harold, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's the man, but he's the sheriff kind of thing in this. He took up that role. But you got Hannah Sharmy, what's her name? Catalin Senda. Oh, there's all kinds of them in this one.
Catalina Sandino or
Yeah, there's all kinds of them. People you don't even know. I mean, I don't know. You might know some of them more than me. Chloe Van Lancote, David Abe. I don't know. Scott McCord. I like seeing people that have never seen another shit before, too, because that makes for a more interesting show. Because sometimes the actors, new actors need to come out, right? And this one, you're getting a lot of different people. Robert Joy, which is this older character in this. Elizabeth Saunders, you might have heard about her from some things, but honestly, keeps you it's the suspense all the way through. They like to call it a horror. I haven't seen the horror aspect of it. I wouldn't consider it a horror movie, a horror show. I mean, maybe television show. Yeah, I guess you would see that because it's a little bit more softer when it comes to television. The way but the basic synopsis of it is the series is set in a nightmarish town in the United States that traps those who enter. The unwilling residents strive to stay alive with plagued by terrifying nocturnal creatures from their sauntering forest. So you get a bunch of dead people walking around at night.
Sounds like a Stephen King plot.
It kind of, there's a lot of stuff that I feel like is based on Stephen King style stuff.
It's possible, right? I mean, he's very influential, obviously.
Yeah. So and then they're trying to find their way out of it. They're literally trying to find a way to get home, but every time they come in, they see this fucking tree on the ground. Once you see this tree on the ground, you try to circle back and you go back through the town, and it's just like a loop, right? So, and it keeps you keeps you at the edge of your seat right to the last fucking second of the show, and then it stops it. And then this is the type of thing that is like where I call Rob and say, "What the fuck, bro? Like, really?" At the end of the day, he watches it. He waits to watch it with the wife, so I can't talk about it.
Yeah, list too. I think at the same spot as you did.
Yeah,
it was number 2 or 3 or something like that.
Yeah, and I can't talk to him about it until he watches it, which fucking pisses me off because he won't watch it. He won't sneak one in before the wife, and then pretend like I told him, just pretend like you're excited afterwards, like he won't do it. He's too honest. I said, "You're such a little bitch," but
All right, bring it back now.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Right. Anything else? Your another honorable fucking mention.
I'll give another one for my honorable mention, which is Landmen. And like I said, that one is the Billy Bob Thornton, John Hamm, fucking everybody and their grandmothers in this one. This is a big oil company, typhoon industry, and this just shows you how much the oil makes the world go round. Everybody from the drug dealers to the government need it regardless. So there's always things that they're put in place. And then you got the one guy, Billy Bob, that has to run the show undercover because the guys with the money stay up here. They don't let themselves get involved like the Texaco companies and all those fucking places. They have that middleman there. Literally the series starts off with Billy Bob's fucking head in the bag, bro.
Okay, I gotta watch this.
In a fucking
I think my Billy Bob film now like Goliath is done.
Well, yeah. That's been done for a while. But
I know. I'm just saying.
Like what are those bags? Those potato bags or sacks, right? He's literally got that over his head. Yeah, and they're fucking punching him. And he's taking shots, but he's cocky as fuck.
Of course.
He's dealing with drug dealers, and he's just cocky as fuck, right? So
I have to check it out. Okay, so that's another recommendation.
Very much, bro. Very much. People would love it.
So my number one pick for favorite show of this year, House of the Dragon season 2. Man, listen. I have a lot of issues with certain parts of this show, as we've talked about when we did Watching the Throne. And, despite all the issues, though, I had a great time watching this show and talking about it with Christina and JT this year so much that being back in this world and being able to talk about this huge, rich world of characters and on this show and being, back watching Game of Thrones again, because it took 2 fucking years and it's going to take the next 2 fucking years for the next season to come out for this show. But I enjoyed my time so much from week to week watching it. Like I said, this was water cooler talk type show. As soon as the events of the episode happened, we would look forward to talking about it live on a show every week with each other. Even me and Jay would talk about it before we got together to talk about the show a little bit. We tried our best not to, but of course there were some things we're like, oh, what the hell? You see that ending, this and that. It was such Game of Thrones was such a big show for me, an important show that, again, being involved and being back in that world again with the dragons and, the characters, Rhaenyra and Alicent Hightower and Daemon Targaryen, of course. As much as this show is one of those shows that I hate certain aspects of the story of it as well. There's certain choices that they make that I hate on. There's gripes and things that we talk about, that one thing or another that we don't love, but that's all part of the fact that we love the show so much, and being able to kind of talk about it and experience it with these guys while Watching the Throne, our Game of Thrones kind of review type show that we did this year live week to week as the episodes came out, and experiencing them in real time and being able to talk about it. That was a super hell of a lot of fun. So I had to give it my number one because I had the most fun watching that show this year out of anything that I watched because of that. So I had to give it my number one there this year.
Didn't even make my list, bro, this year.
Sad.
No, it's not.
Clearly that whole experience meant nothing to you.
Oh, dude, it's made my. I'm just upset that there's too many. It ended this year, like in this season.
And then we're waiting another 2 years.
Then we're waiting another 2 years for it. So I'm a little disappointed.
We didn't love.
No.
Listen, here's the thing. If I had to rate the show on the basis of like how good the show was, it wouldn't be my number one. It may not even make my top 5, but because of how much, again, I love Game of Thrones. I love being back in that world and again experiencing it on the level that we did. It was my most talked about show. I spent the most time thinking about and talking about and watching this year because of the show that we did. So I had to give it the number one. But was it perfect? Not by any means. I think there was many things wrong with this season. It wasn't as good as the first season. I mean, there's certain episodes that were. That's the thing. There's great episodes in this, but some of them sucked, and then the ending sucked. The ending was terrible. We didn't like the ending, right?
And then it leaves you sitting for 2 years waiting. What the fuck's going on? But I hate shows like that.
Yeah. But we're getting spinoffs now. We're getting all kinds of spinoffs.
Well, we keep saying we're getting spinoffs, but we haven't. I'm still yet to see one.
No, this comes out in 2025. It's confirmed. In June, we'll be back on Watching the Throne talking about the new one. There's another spinoff show.
But we don't even know what it's called yet.
Yes, we do. We already talked about it on the show.
Do we?
Yeah.
That's how quick my memory goes.
I
watched so many fucking TV shows, bro. That's why I didn't even put it on the list.
That's okay. But anyways, that just goes to show you how many things that you watch that you enjoy, right?
That's the problem, right?
So go ahead with your number one.
My number one, bro, and I'm surprised you never found this anywhere and decided to watch it. It's a Peacock show called The Teacup. It's called Teacup. Seriously, it's called Teacup. It's based off of a novel, the novel Stinger by Robert R. McCammon.
Okay.
So I didn't know there was even a novel to this, but it's an American horror television series, right?
Yeah.
So another horror one as well. Now I see where you're going with that fucking whole thing, but that we talked about. But it's on an isolated ranch in
This is a great year of horror.
Yeah.
It is a great year for horror.
In rural Georgia, several people are forced together to face a mysterious threat. Now, I still don't know what this fucking threat is about. It premiered at the first season premiered at the Fantastic Feast Festival, which is something that takes place in Texas, in Houston.
Yeah, Terrifier was there this year too. The Terrifier. Right?
Yeah. So
it's like
September.
It's basically like
the American
Toronto Film Festival,
yeah.
but for horror.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a big deal.
So it premiered on Peacock on October 10th with eight half-hour episodes, okay. Right? So nothing crazy, nothing too hard to watch, right? Some cool characters that you might not get to see ever and understand. But I'm hoping that they come out with a new season. I haven't read anything yet about it, but this was another one that mind fucks you I like shows that mind fuck you because I like to have to overthink things and try to figure stuff out. But literally, it's an imaginary line that they can't fucking pass. There's a line there that somebody comes out with a fucking mask and sprays a fucking line, and these guys are stuck. And if you cross that line, that's it. You're dead. Game over. I don't know what the basis of this is. I don't know the book. I have never looked into it. I tried to see if I can find it on Spotify's audiobook stuff. So just to kind of
Sure.
give it a listen maybe and see, because I've also thought about these audiobooks too as well, right? But fucking amazing show for the quick time it was. The series is from Ian McCullough. I have no idea who that is. That's another great. I got to start learning some of these producers and stuff and some of these directors, because if I'm going to start doing this television show, and there's so much television out there, there's got to be guys that do
you
this
gotta have
stuff
your
for a
guys that
living.
you like. Yeah. Like I just said, with the Bill Lawrence produced shows, I've noticed I've liked Ted Lasso, Bad Monkey, Shrinking. Like I like this.
You're a
guy's
big
shows.
director person, right? So I know you know these directors.
Yeah, but with
and
shows,
you've
television
heard
show,
about
it's a lot of producers, like showrunner type people that actually shop shows around
Yeah.
that get attached to shows. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're the ones directing the episodes
or writing them.
Right, but they're involved with the show.
Yeah.
They you know what I mean? So like it's one of those things where
I always find that there's a lot more aspects that have to be covered when it comes to television shows. Right, because you got a writing team as well as not just one person trying to write so the show itself is great. I don't know how to explain it to the best of my knowledge, in the sense of that it just keeps you at the edge of your seat. I like shows like that. Some people hate shows like that, because they want to be fucking literally breastfed it,
right,
from
right. Yeah, some people they're out. They don't have the patience to wait for 2 episodes or 3 episodes to know what the hell's going on.
So,
right?
Yeah, and it'd be nice. It says till present, so it doesn't say anything about a season 2 coming. But if there is a season 2 in the works, I would be grateful for them to let us know, because it'd be pretty good. Upcoming. No, it doesn't say anything about the second one, but yeah.
Okay.
So that one, I think I had mentioned it to you.
You did. You mentioned a bunch, yeah.
Yeah, quite a while ago, right? I mean, it's hard for me because I don't even remember what I mentioned sometimes, and then Nico's just like sometimes just lets it go right over his head, because he's like, this guy's got a lot of television shows. I don't got time for this shit. I'm trying to put a podcast together. Fuck this guy. Let him watch his TVs in the middle of the night.
What I say is do a show about talking about these TV
That's
shows.
what he does, because and like I said, if I can get the dialogue going good, I would do it to myself.
We'll see.
I would touch it to myself.
That's your number one. Anything else you want? One last honorable mention for you here.
I'll give you Dexter, because I want this original sin.
It just started.
Yeah, I find it kind of corny to start, but I'd like to see where it plays.
I have no interest in that.
He
sucked me in with that last stupid one that he did, which was
that one and this one have terrible. 2 different things. Yeah,
that one was terrible.
That was with his son.
In
this
Alaska,
was him.
or wherever the hell he was.
Christian Slater's back in this one.
I don't care. I like Christian Slater, but no, I'm not.
But I mean, it's funny to see him as an old man having a heart attack and shit. But this is basically showing you the life of the sister and Dexter himself growing up, and where it actually comes from, right? So, and you actually have the real Dexter, the guy that plays the Dexter, narrating it.
Okay.
Right. So I want to see where it goes. It's almost like it's right there too, like in a sense of where it's gonna go. Right. It's kind of playing out to the corny style, like you meet Batista, which is the guy from the actual Dexter.
I remember.
Yeah. You meet the younger version of him, which the character they picked for him actually suits him very well.
Okay.
Right? Has that fucking hat on that he always wore. So you're meeting all the people because this is his first day on the job as the cop's blood splatter thing. And you can see where he's got that look in his eyes where he wants to fucking jerk off to the blood.
Okay.
Right? So it's kind of cool to see that part of it, but you can almost see where it could go corny like that last one.
Yeah.
Because, dude, you know me with the original Dexter, I have all the seasons on. That's the one thing I own on DVD, because the original Dexter was the shit.
The ending was terrible.
The ending for most television shows are terrible, bro.
That's why
We don't
it
even get
sucks.
we it's so hard to get. We can get into a whole show about endings
Well,
for
let's
television
not.
shows, but yeah.
All right, so
You
you
know?
like it so far. All right.
So far, I'm tolerating it,
Okay.
and I would like to see where
You
it
have hope
goes.
for it. Okay.
Yes, I do have hope for it.
Okay.
I do.
Because you're such a big fan of the franchise. That's why.
That's
Yeah,
what
yeah,
it
yeah,
is, right?
okay.
You know what I mean?
I mean,
At the end
listen,
of the
this
day,
is the third fucking show they've made off of this, so I'm surprised. And
Yeah.
I think there's going to be more from what I heard
Yeah.
too, right?
So I'm hoping that, fingers crossed, it plays
So-
out well.
So let's go over our top fives again, though, before we wrap up here. So just for anybody who's not keeping track at home there. Okay, for top 5 movies, TV shows, you want to go ahead?
I put Fight Night,
Number 5?
the $1 Million Heist. I put number 4 I put The Penguin.
Yep.
Number 3, I put The Gentleman.
Yep.
Number 2, I put From. And number 1, I have Teacup.
Okay, so coming in at my number 5 for favorite shows of 2024, I got Presumed Innocent season 1. Coming in at number 4, I got The Bear season 3. Coming in at number 3, I got Penguin season 1. Coming in at number 2, I got what did I say here? Shrinking season 2, and coming in at number 1, House of the Dragon season 2 for my top 5 favorite shows of 2024. There we go. We had one in common at least for that. I'm surprised out of all the shows you watched. The Penguin, we both really enjoyed that.
Shrinking too.
Oh, that was on your honorable mentions. That was
Only because it hasn't been finished yet.
If there was one more episode to go and it finished, you think that would have made your top 5?
For sure.
Okay, there you go. So yeah, there you go. Shrinking and The Penguin. Those are the
And
ones.
that's anybody needs to borrow TV shows for a fucking list. I got a bunch right here.
Let's talk about our top 5 movies of 2024. Now, I want to start this off by saying to everybody, we already talked about our top 5 movies at length on our movie show, Late Night at the Movies, with our other co-hosts that are on that show normally, Max as well as Julie. So if you guys want a more in-depth conversation about our picks, as well as their picks, which I will mention in this conversation here today. But if you want to hear us all talk about our picks in detail and maybe at length, make sure to check out that show. So that is our favorite movies of the year. We put out an episode of Late Night at the Movies. It is in the feed. It would have came out just prior to this episode. So make sure to go back and check that out, guys, because that is now our movie show here. We've kind of brought it back, rebooted it this year, and we kind of changed the format on a bit. And we added a couple more guests because it usually used to be just me and JT on that show. But now we have Julie and Max who are on also as well as much as they can with me and JT. And we also are planning on having more guests come on in the new year. So definitely check that show out. That's been a lot of fun. That's basically each of us makes a pick and goes back and we watch the movie and we go back and talk about it on the show when we get together in different categories and stuff like that. So we were having a lot of fun doing that one, but we did a year-end video of all our favorite movies of 2024 on there. So definitely check that out. Jay, I don't know if you're going to be doing anything differently or if you're going to be revising your list for this conversation. Because I know you said you were watching some things after you had recorded your list on that episode. So are you going to be revising it a bit here?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Plus there was a few more things that I wanted to double check that came out that I did watch this year, and I wanted to let everybody know, right? You know, so I do apologize about that if I switched a few things over, guys, but you know, sometimes that happens, right? When you really sit back and think about it. So yeah, hopefully it doesn't fuck you guys up too much.
I think it's still worth checking out, and my list is going to stay the same, but to kind of make it a little bit more interesting for us upon this conversation, I did want to switch it up, and I did mention during our conversation of doing our top 5 movies over on Late Night at the Movies episode, year-end episwant there, I did mention I felt like this was a really great year for horror, so I'm going to be mentioning my top 5 other horror movies that didn't make my list that I figured were worth mentioning here today. So I am going to be giving giving you my top 5 list, but I'm also going to be letting you know about 5 other good horror movies you can check out that came out this year. An amazing year of horror. I haven't even watched all the good horror movies I heard that came out this year yet myself, but the 5 that I did that I watched that didn't make my honorable mentions or top 5 on that episode, I did want to mention here today to give you guys something new as well to look forward to. So there you go. But let's go through our other co-host lists here before proceeding here to me and Jay's list. Okay, so looking at Lewis's list here, he mentioned the fact that he hasn't really seen that many movies this year. So here's his top 3. Coming in number 3, a movie called Mary. I've never even heard of that came out this year. I'll have to look that up.
Yeah, that was actually that's one.
He said it just watched it yesterday.
Yeah, the Immaculate
Conception.
That's her, Mary. When they're talking about Mary, that's what they're talking about. Jesus' mother.
Where did this come out on a streaming service or something?
It just, you know what? I seen it on my app. I don't know what streaming service
it's about an Immaculate Conception.
No, it's about Jesus. It's about her. It's about that Mary.
Yeah. Okay. So that's a movie, I guess, that just came out that he just watched yesterday. He said, so there you go. That's number 3. Coming in at number 2, Gladiator 2. Did you end up finishing that? I know you said you were watching it.
No, I didn't end up finishing it. No,
I didn't really care for it as much as the first movie, but he put it in as his number 2. Again, he says he hasn't seen many movies this year that came out this year. And coming in at number 1 for Lewis, that's Deadpool and Wolverine. So there you go. Mary at number 3, Gladiator 2 at number 2, Deadpool and Wolverine at number 1. Let's take a look at Rob's list that he sent me. Rob, his list consists of coming in at number 5. This is his revised one. Actually, he has a couple honorable mentions. He said Beetlejuice was an honorable mention for him, and then he got the One Love Bob Marley movie about Bob Marley that came out this year.
Apparently that was good. I didn't get to actually. You know what? I did see it. I did see it.
Did you like it?
Yeah, I did see it. Yeah, that was the beginning of the year.
And then
it flipped over my head. I forgot about it.
Tragically Hip came out with I guess
a documentary.
Movie, No Dress Rehearsals that he put on his honorable mentions. Okay, so coming in at number 5. Holy cow. This is really an updated revised list. This is crazy. I believe this is in order because I don't think you would have put this at number 1, this other movie. Okay, coming in at number 5, though. I'm proud of you, Rob. You came a long way here. Deadpool and Wolverine coming in at number 5. There you go. Surprised. Rob actually went to see a Marvel movie and he enjoyed it. So there you go. There you have it, everybody. You hear to hear it first. That's number 5. Coming in at number 4, Twisters. I know there's been a lot of talk about that lately. I think that was in your honorable mentions the other day, if I'm not mistaken, as well.
Yeah, I can't seem to get through that movie. Every time I put it on, I get this girl making out with me in the middle of the fucking movie.
Well, there you have it. Coming in,
I told her I was going to say that.
Coming in at number 3, a movie I can't wait to watch. There's actually 2 movies on his list here. This third and second picks I want to watch. I haven't got around to watching them. Rebel Ridge, which is on Netflix. This was a Netflix streaming one. This is by the same director that did the movie Green Room, which I was a huge fan of. That's the one where Patrick Stewart plays a neo-Nazi character, bro, and the band is stuck in that room. That was great. And then coming in at number 2, some Jason Statham action, The Beekeeper. I've really wanted to watch this.
He talked big things about this one.
No, this is actually
I started watching it,
on a lot of movie podcasts. People have been talking about this movie this year.
I mean, you needed a good Jason Statham movie, and it's about fucking time, bro.
Yeah, but apparently it's more to do with like what the movie's about that got everybody talking. So Rebel Ridge.
It's not about a beekeeper. Right, it is about a beekeeper, but not about a beekeeper.
There's like a network of people apparently that are working in this operation. So,
it's a hive.
Yeah, exactly. I gotta watch that. I gotta watch Rebel Ridge, and I gotta watch Beekeeper. I heard good things. So coming in number 2, The Beekeeper. Coming in at number 1, wow, Rob, right under the wire, and this just came out very recently. We've all been talking about Carry On. Carry On is his number 1 movie he watched this year. Wow, it's very recent. Maybe that's recency bias. I don't know, but I did enjoy it. But I'm surprised. That's crazy. So there you go. Good list. Good solid list. Coming in number 5, Deadpool and Wolverine. 4, Twisters. 3, Rebel Ridge. 2, Beekeeper. And 1, Carry On. There you go. The new Jason Bateman movie there. And what's his name? Something Edgerton or whatever his name is. That's also in that. The guy from like the Kingsman movies, and he played what's his name too? That one movie.
Which one?
The Elton John movie he was in. Too.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So
I didn't know his name. I wasn't 100% sure.
Taron Egerton. There you go.
Okay,
He's in that movie as well. Carry On. Okay, anybody else? Oh yeah, let me see. Leslie sent me something about this. Let me just take a look. I don't think she submitted a list, but she had a reasoning here. She said nothing that she saw that came out this year was that great, so she didn't feel like mentioning anything for her list or top 5 movies. Okay, so moving on. Let's give Max's and Julie's, because there are other co-hosts on Late Night at the
Yeah,
Movies.
let's hear what they got to say.
Make sure if you guys want to hear those picks in detail, they will explain it on Late Night at the Movies, our episode we did for our top 5 favorite movies of the year. There's also honorable mentions on the show too, so make sure to check that out. But Julie, her list for movies, I had it written down here, is Love Lies Bleeding coming in at number 5. Then coming in at number 4, Furiosa, Mad Max Saga. Coming in at number 3, Dune Part 2. Coming in at number 2, Deadpool and Wolverine. And coming in at number 1, Civil War this year, which I also want to see. I haven't got around to watching that one yet. All right, and Max, our other co-host in Late Night at the Movies, his list was Furiosa coming in at number 5, a Mad Max Saga coming in at number 4, Inside Out 2, coming in at number 3, Megalopolis, coming in at number 2, Dune Part 2, and coming in at number 1, Anora. So that, once again, that's Max's list from our Late Night at the Movies co-host. Make sure to check out that episode if you guys want to hear them talk about those movies in detail. All right, Jay, do you want me to get us started on this one, or do you want to start us off?
Go ahead, start us off.
All right, guys. So, honorable mentions. I wanted to throw a few films out there that I didn't mention as honorable mentions on the Late Night at the Movies episode, just to switch it up a bit, because there was so many movies that came out this year I enjoyed. I watched a lot more movies than I did TV this year, as I previously mentioned. And I'm going to throw this out there. Wild Robot. This is a great animated movie. I know, Jay, you also said you had seen it as well this year.
Yeah.
Honestly, it was a nice movie. It was very emotional as well. I think throughout watching it, those Pixar movies, these animated films, they really can get you, or DreamWorks films, like in that sense, while watching them. And this was like a really well animated film, which didn't have a lot of actually, talking characters in it, because it's with a robot that's like, just using actions and not words so much. But then it does talk at a certain point in the film. At first, it's not talking, and then there's like a translator, and then it ends up talking to all the animals. So they do eventually get there, but the first little bit of the film, it's like a silent movie for the most part. The first little bit of it, I feel like, right, Jay? I don't think there was a lot of talking in the start there. Then when she actually is able to translate and talk to the animals, they all get to they all talk in this forest that this robot gets stranded in. And then it basically becomes like a guardian and friend to the animals in this forest, essentially. And you get to learn about how it becomes like bonded to these people, and a mother for this one. I guess it was like what kind of, it was like a bird of some sort, right? Like it's what was it, like
not a bird?
No, it was it's the ones that fly south, essentially, for those.
Oh, the geese.
Yeah. It's a geese, that a baby goose that she ends up meeting, that grows attached to. And then it's kind of like, it's one of those things where when they come out of the egg, that it grow, they whoever is the first thing that they see they thinks it's their mother, right? So it thinks this robot is their mother, and then everyone looks at it weird because it's got a robot for a mother, right, out of the other geese there. That is, so it's actually a very cute movie. It's pretty fun, and it's good for all ages, for sure. Definitely go check that out. And then next up, Real Pain. I wanted to mention this. This is definitely a dramedy. It's a comedy. It's like part comedy, part drama. But Kieran Culkin just did a really great job. Jesse Eisenberg, this is his movie that he directed, his second film, I think, apparently, that he's written and directed. But it's really well done. Definitely, got some more serious themes, let's say, to the film. But Kieran Culkin, I think people are talking about, he might win an award for this movie. He just did a really good job. He plays the perfect version of a character that, if you watch the show Succession, which I've only watched a little bit of, but if he's basically playing that character in this, at least his attitude from that character that he played. So it's like the perfect role for him. I think he really works well off of Jesse Eisenberg in this. It was nice seeing him in something again, because I feel like it's been a while since I've seen something I really enjoyed of him being in it as well. So yeah, good movie. Definitely check it out, A Real Pain. And then, just to kind of second what Max had put Inside Out 2 in his top 5. like I said, it was a good year for animation as well. Between The Wild Robot and Inside Out 2, I really enjoyed watching some of these animated films this year. And again, Out 2 had a lot of heart to it, some funny moments. I really enjoyed watching that one in theater. And Inside Out 1 was good too, but number 2, I think it was maybe even better, honestly. So I really enjoyed watching that one this year. New Pixar movie. And Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes. I love these ape movies. This has definitely had a lot going for it, but it didn't make any of my top fives or any of my lists, even my main honorable mention list on the show last time I talked about it on Late Night at the Movies, because I think this kind of fell out just outside of my top 10 for me this year. I think it had to do a lot, this movie, because they're going in a whole new brand new direction for this story after the last new Planet of the Apes trilogy ended. So there's a lot going on with this film, and I look forward to the next installment. But I think for me, it wasn't as good, I felt like, as the previous installments, but I still enjoyed it nonetheless. I had a really good time with that one. So yeah, those are a few movies that I wanted to talk about as honorable mentions, Jay, because they just didn't make any of my list this year. How about you?
For number, what do you got? I got number 5. I put Spaceman, the Adam Sandler one.
Okay, is this honorable mentions now for you? Yeah, okay.
I got honorable mentions, so that'll be my number 5, because I enjoyed that movie, just to see that Adam Sandler doing, always. I like seeing Adam Sandler doing more serious roles like he's doing lately, as opposed to the comedy. I mean, he's going to be coming back out with some comedy, and so I can't wait to see that, because I think, if I'm not mistaken,
Happy Gilmore too.
Yeah,
Eminem's in it.
Yeah, so it should be interesting. It should be interesting, and that should be an real Adam Sandler comedy. But as he's getting older, it's nice to see him play um, these different sorts of roles where he's more drama, or more thriller, or more suspense and stuff like that. So he played a Czech astronaut that went to a solo mission in that one. So that was a good one. And I still can't figure out what the fuck had to do with the big spider, but I think it all had to do with something about just being in space for a long period of time. Excuse me. And life in space could be pretty boring, bro, if you're out there by yourself. So that one, I give it as one of my honorable mentions. Also, number 4 for honorable mention, I had Planet of the Apes. That's one of the ones I switched out for the Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, because that one there, as I was thinking about it, I was like, I apologized to that whole aspect, so I just changed it around a little bit, but it did fall in my honorable mentions, because it was probably one of the. I can't wait to see the new style of Planet of the Apes that they're bringing back, because the difference between, if you go through the years of the Planet of the Apes, and you've seen a lot of the from the original Planet of the Apes to this one, where the original one was just people in a fucking suit. That's how realistic you get to facial expressions. Even then, you didn't get the facial expressions good, but because of CGI and stuff that they can do nowadays, I think the facial expressions in this new Planet of the Apes made the movie what it is today, because of when technology comes along, it comes a long way, and you can literally see that the amount of effort that they put into this was just amazing. And to see, I'd like to just see the whole new way that this series plays out. It'd be nice, because you don't get too many of these. You do, but not. Planet of the Apes is one of those ones that kind of holds something dear to the heart, in a sense. Like, you remember growing up to as a kid. You remember watching the Donnie Wahlberg. Sorry, that's like Donnie Wahlberg, because you had me talking
Mark
about
Wahlberg one's terrible. Don't even fucking talk about
no, but
that
you
one.
it brings you back to just watching them, regardless.
So bad. Tim Burton directed that movie. Horrible.
I mean, it all depends on the way you look at it. You can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want.
One of the worst ones ever made.
But yeah, this one was really good. I liked the acting, and I like everything that played out in this one. So I gave that for my number 4 honorable mention. What I did with number 3 is I ended up going with iRobot. Sorry, Wild Robots. I don't know why I said
I,
Wild
Robot's a Will Smith movie.
I was like, wrong year, man. I'm thinking
Wild
10
Robot.
years ago.
Yeah,
Wild
yeah.
Robot. Because that one, that one, I went to also see that with some people, and it made it for a whole different experience for me.
Sure.
I don't get to go see the Pixar stuff I don't get out to see that kind of
Yeah,
stuff
that'd be a
very
little
often.
weird if you're just going out and watching it by
The
yourself.
Pixar thing exactly by myself. So I obviously had company with this one, and it made for a very interesting and exciting, sort of thing. And I think you have to have a certain age group to be there. I don't think you can get that young as an age group. I think you need to be
Oh,
at
these
least
films are made for
6,
everyone. I
5 or
was joking
6.
around. It would
No,
have
I
been
think
fine
you
if
need.
you went and watched it by yourself.
No. I think it's like a 5 and 6. If as a kid you would understand it, but these Pixar films are made great where
For adults as well.
for adults, yeah. So just to let us sit there and bear through it too, right? Because if it was a show based just on kids for kids, it might not be so fun to sit in there the whole time. I mean, depending if you like it or not. Some people are just big children at heart, right?
Yeah.
So they can watch that, right?
Yeah.
My number where did I go? My number 2 now was Wolves. That's the one with
Brad Pitt
and George Clooney.
Yeah, that was fun.
That was
fun.
very interesting and very funny on how it played out. It was just
I did enjoy that.
Yeah, it was two guys. It was basically two cleanup men that had to
Yes.
do the same fucking job, basically.
Mhm.
And they're kind of they do different ways of doing it, right? It was an Apple movie. It came out on Apple
It could have.
TV.
It could have. Honestly, if they made it an actual film that I think it went out in theaters, it could have been better.
It went straight to streaming.
Yeah, it was fine. I did enjoy it. I did like seeing those two interact with each other. That's the best part about it, quite frankly. But as a movie, it's like the story is kind of like whatever.
You know what? It's following a certain genre of movies in that sense, right? And it wasn't one that would probably do better in box office. I don't think it would have done a better job in a box
it's like
office
a buddy
setting.
cop movie, like what that used to be, right?
That's why I feel like it came out by itself on just a streaming network, which kind of played for a better rollout.
Yeah, but those are big stars. Like
they don't need it, but they don't need to be on that.
It should have deserved a theatrical release.
I get what you're saying, but I don't think it needed it.
Which it did. I think it had a limited release, but it was on streaming and in theaters at the same time, essentially.
But the thing is that this one didn't need to. It didn't need to. These guys don't really need to be on a box office thing anymore. They've already have solidified their characters, their names, their people, who they are.
Yeah, sure.
So they don't need to really go. They don't have to get. What was the word I'm looking for? They don't have to get that big paycheck, and they're still getting the big paycheck regardless. Yeah. But remember, a lot of it is for fun, right? Yeah. And when they do something like this, and
they're friends in real life. Yeah. So I mean, it's
they play like buddies. The way they play off each other. I don't even think they need to act that. I think it just comes naturally to them. So it was a good one.
That's what I mean. That's why some people were criticizing this movie, saying they were phoning it in a little bit, like in terms of their performance.
Well, you know what? It didn't push. No, it didn't. They didn't push too hard to be their characters, right? No. Because they didn't need to.
But that's they
didn't need to.
I think you're just proving my point. The criticisms about this film.
Yeah, they didn't. They didn't need to, because at the end of the day, bro, you can tell they're buddies.
It's okay. Felt.
No, it was probably me.
No, it's okay.
But yeah, so at the end of the day, I thought that was pretty good. What did I say? That was my number 2, and my number 1 for that one was, and I hate to bump this one off of my top fucking 5. Sorry, that I gave to you guys at the last one, but You Gotta Believe with our little superstar over here.
Yeah.
Jacob
Mazerall.
I see. I have to put it up on screen. Hold there.
On. Let me just zoom in here for you.
There you go.
There you go.
Right, you got to put him up there, man. Mr. Mikey Valdez over here.
Yeah.
We that one was good because I also got to see it with family. I got to see it because my nephew was in it, right? And you had Greg Kinnear, which is a great actor. He's played a lot of parts. He's also played in some I think it was the TV series of Salem's Lot, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Yeah.
He's played in quite a few things. And then you got Luke Wilson, which we all know Luke Wilson from Old School.
Yeah.
And that's the Luke Wilson I remember, not the dying Luke Wilson in this one, but this one was a real good sports, but
Yeah.
plus drama as well,
Yeah.
because it was like
Inspiring in some aspects.
it was
too,
happy,
yeah,
and then
yeah.
it was like, you know what?
Yeah.
Then it was just sad. To give you a gut punch right at the
I
end.
would put that in my honorable mentions too, though. We had a good time watching that one.
Yes,
yeah.
and it was good because we all got as together as family, and we got to go watch it in the theater together, which was a great time. Nico came up there too, and
Yeah.
Christine.
Great experience.
Great time, and
Yeah.
great to see the little guy, all the work and effort he's put into it, you know, that he put into it. To see him on the screen was
Yeah,
nice to see.
absolutely.
You
That
know,
was
like
awesome.
you know,
Like,
you don't
I
you
can't
don't you don't
imagine.
ever believe to see a family member on a screen like that, right? So to see him with two big stars, because I still consider them big stars, regardless of what people think. You know, obviously a Luke Wilson is a decent sized star, but a Greg Kinnear is an underrated TV show star. I think that he doesn't get probably the respect that he
He's
deserves.
been around a long time. It's
He
been
has,
a long time,
and he's done a lot of different things, right?
Yeah, both of them.
Yeah,
Right.
so
yeah. Luke
just-
Wilson, I just actually seen he was on a new show that dropped on Netflix that I just finished watching yesterday called No Good Deeds.
Yeah.
It was pretty good actually. He was in that, and yeah, he plays a character I feel like he's played a lot. You know, if you like this old school character, you might like this one. That's all I'll say about that. But yeah. All right, so that's good. So those are honorable mentions.
Yeah, those are my honorable mentions. Those 5 honorable mentions. So
Okay.
I'll give it to you once over again. Salem's, as far as Spaceman, what did I say? Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes.
Yeah.
Wild Robot.
Yeah.
Wolves.
Yeah. And you gotta believe. Nice. Yeah, my honorable mentions again were I gotta pull mine up. Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, A Real Pain, Wild Robot, Inside Out 2, and let's throw Furiosa in there as well, because I actually didn't make my list and I did enjoy that one. So yeah, that's one I didn't talk about. And again, guys, make sure to watch the Late Night at the Movies episode, because there's different honorable mentions that we talked about there as well. So this is just an extension of that.
Mm-hmm.
And while JT is revising his list, I'm keeping my list the same from that episode. So I'll mention that to you guys right now before I give you my top 5 horror movies that didn't make my list. My list from doing that show was The Substance coming in at number 5. Coming in at number 4 was Deadpool and Wolverine. Coming in at number 3 was Terrifier 3. Coming in at number 2 was Dune Part 2. And coming in at number 1 was Anora for my favorite movie that I watched this year. So that was my list, my top 5 favorite movies 2024 that was on that episode that we talked about, Late Night at the Movies. Make sure to check that out. But as I mentioned on that show, it was such a great year for horror that I had to basically hit you guys with a top 5 horror list to kind of change it up a little bit on this episode. So here we go. This is not including, obviously, Terrifier 3 and The Substance, which were in my top 5 movies. So this is the other 5 really good horror movies that I watched this year. And, you know, coming in...
I'm good you got these, because I was able to take the horror movies off my list in a sense.
Right.
Because
you knew I was going to be
covering I knew you were going to be covering something like this, because I didn't... I thought after when you said it, I actually did think that, you know, horror was pretty good this year.
It was great.
You know, there was more than ever, and there was a lot of corny stuff, but there was also a lot of good stuff.
Yeah.
Right. There's always a lot of corny horror, right?
Of
Obviously,
course,
right?
Of course. But you got to kind of judge horror on a different scale as you would other things, honestly.
Yeah, for sure.
Comes to that. But, you know, you and me are both fans of horror. We're all, some of the only of our friends that are not afraid to watch this genre, apparently. A lot of people don't like horror. They can't take it.
Well, I mean, I know that I've been trying to see if I can get the new girlfriend to watch horror, but she went on to
it. Really? Yeah. See, there you go.
I got to keep her away from here during Halloween, bro.
So coming in at number 5 for me was actually one that was on Netflix that I quite enjoyed. Actually, this was a big surprise for me.
Which was?
It's called Abigail. Have you seen this movie?
I've heard the name.
So the less said about this movie, the better. I'm just gonna tell you that it starts out and you think it's like a heist action crime movie, and then it turns out to be something completely different. So that's all I can really say to you. It's about a bunch of people robbing a house, okay, at the start of this movie, and then it quickly goes off the rails, and it turns out to be something complete. Why are you spoiling it? Shut the fuck up over there. Jesus Christ, guys. We're in like our 4th hour recording here today. Yes, it is a vampire film. Let's just leave it at that. Great. Thanks for spoiling it, douchebag. There you go, guys.
Sorry, I
Okay.
didn't know that was the part you wanted to hide.
That is, of course, the part I want to hide because it doesn't start out as that. It's
Okay.
revealed that it has something to do with that later on. So there you go. If that's a hook that will get you guys to watch it, thank JT for that. So there you go. But it is a very interesting movie that goes in places that I did not expect it to. Honestly, it starts out as something completely different and goes off into a whole other direction. So Abigail, it actually was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed this one. So I put that as my number 5.
Anybody you know in there?
Or
you've watched in
there is
else?
a couple of actors in there that I am familiar with. This Melissa Barrera, the main chick in this movie, I believe she was in Scream. Yeah, she's in the new Scream film. She's the new actress that was in the newest Scream films that have been very good. And also this guy Dan Stevens, who's in it. He's been in a lot of other things this year as well. He was also in another horror movie that came out this year that did not make this top 5 for me. Was called Cuckoo, which was not bad.
I haven't even seen it yet.
It's okay. I think it got a lot more praise than it did. Like for me, it was just okay.
The picture looked cool.
Yeah, it's not bad. The movie, it's worth a watch. Okay. But it just a lot of people I seem like enjoyed that movie more than I did this year.
Yeah.
Another one actually that just didn't even make my top 5 here that was a lot of people really enjoyed this year too. I'm just going to quickly mention is Late Night with the Devil. Did you watch that movie? It's with it's like a talk show host.
Trips me out because I'm thinking of the show Late Night.
Yeah, so this is a movie called Late Night with the Devil, which again got a lot of acclaim this year as a horror movie. I'm just gonna throw that out as an honorable mention for horror. Didn't make my top 5, but again, that and Cuckoo, I think were a lot of people's lists this year. It just didn't make my list in terms of the horror movies. But
what was it called again?
One's called Cuckoo, the other one's called Late Night with the Devil. A lot of people like Late. I actually think it is very good, but it's probably just outside of my top 5 list that I'm about to give you right now. It was good, but you know the guy in it, Jay. You probably seen him in lots of things. The main guy in that movie.
Yeah,
I think it was a streaming film, but it was very well received. Good movie.
Okay.
All right, so go ahead.
I'm just writing some of your stuff down in case I want to check it out.
Yeah, I know you like horror too, right?
Yeah.
How about your number 5?
Just the late night thing with our show and all that stuff. It fucking throws me right out. It's like, yeah, right, perfect. Maybe that's what caught Nico's attention.
That's right. Late Night with the Devil. So coming in at JT's revised number 5 list here is a revised list from Late Night Movies. Wait till our other co-hosts hear what you had to say about that one. I don't think they're going to appreciate you revealing it. You winged it on our last episode.
No, it's not that I winged it. It's just that I kind of revised it a little bit because I told you there was so many things that I didn't think of when I was here that day. And
fair enough. And we still haven't been able to talk about Nosferatu because it hasn't come out yet. And that will probably make our list. I guarantee
that one we have to have a reaction video for that one.
Yeah.
Man, because honestly, dude,
maybe we'll all get together over the holidays and do that one. But what you can put in number 5, Jay?
Yeah, we should all get together on Christmas Day and watch it. That'd be fucking hilarious. We'll go as a crowd.
Oh man,
that'd be hilarious, man.
Can't wait.
So it's still there. It is on my list because, like I said, it's a great film, and anything with a Michael Keaton in it is just to see him back. So I had to do the Beetlejuice, right? Because
still makes your list, eh? Yeah,
still makes my list because honestly, you know what? It's a great film. It was nice to see the difference after 20 years. Is it 20 years exactly, or is it 15 to 20 years somewhere? It's been a long time. I think
it's 30 years.
30 years, right?
I think so.
Dude, that just makes me feel even more older. So fuck off.
This is 30 years.
Let's just tell everybody it was 20 for us.
Yeah, because it was 94, right? I think.
Yeah. The original one, if you're saying in 94, then it's 30 years, bro. That's fucking crazy. Or was it in
the 80s? I can't remember. No, I don't.
No, it wasn't in the 80s.
It was after Batman, right?
I would think so, yeah.
Oh, it's 88. Holy crap, man. So that's 30. That's 36 years.
For you, it's 38 for me, bro.
Yeah. What do you mean it's 38 for you? It's 36 years old.
Yeah, it's okay.
88.
Yeah.
I'm 37.
Yeah, so you were 1 when that thing came out?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck me, man.
36 years old.
7 years old then?
Wow. Huh?
It makes me 7 years old?
When it came out?
Yeah, because 81
You're not that
I was
much
born.
older than me. 81?
I was born in 81.
So you would have been 7, yeah.
I'm not. Yeah, I am older than you because you're
I
younger
knew-
than my brother.
I knew you're a few years older than me, but I didn't know it was that many years older than me. I forget sometimes.
Yeah, I know because I forget. Like, yeah, my brother's only 2 years older than me, but then you're 2
That's
years
right. Yeah,
younger than
so
him,
it's like
right?
thick. Yeah, okay,
It works out. So
it's
yeah,
6 years. Yeah.
yeah. Wow. Okay, but it was nice to see that role come back and just have a different, totally different, have a different view because with all the shit that happened with the certain characters on that film and how they had to slowly kill them off, which was so cool.
So, I just want to add something to that. I seen a video the other day that explained that, how that whole story that they did in animation with that character, the father, we know why they did it, but what I didn't know is, and I even talked about this when we did the Beetlejuice show on Late Night at the Movies, we talked about the original Beetlejuice. Christine came on as a guest. You remember how I told you they never made that second film they were planning where it was Beetlejuice goes to Hawaii? It was the idea for it. That's why that scene was the Hawaii scene.
In the Hawaii
he
scene.
died on the wind, so that's why they threw that in there.
So they just kind of snuck it in there.
Yeah, that's
kind of
cool.
Attention. Yeah,
that's kind of cool.
Yeah. So I didn't realize there was one Beetlejuice goes to Hawaii.
That was it was the idea that they were going to do in the 90s, but it just never came to
sounds
fruition
so corny.
It's stupid.
Yeah,
it's like a weekend at Bernie's or something.
Yeah,
Beetlejuice goes to Hawaii.
What's he gonna do? Catch a tan?
Right. So so they never did it.
No,
it just never came together. Yeah. But it was something they were batting around with. That was an Easter egg of them making Hawaii a reference in that animation.
That's pretty cool.
That's where he died, over the waters of Hawaii.
Yeah,
right?
that's right.
Shark.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Right?
Though.
Yeah,
that's pretty cool.
So there you go. There's a little tidbit.
And then Beetlejuice technically did go there because he probably took him back with him. Yeah. Right.
It was a fun movie. I liked it. It was a good time.
Yeah. So that was my number 5.
Okay. My number 4.
Yeah.
Coming in at my number 4 for now, we're doing the horrors. Which one do I put here? I have my list.
Nico's a fucking horror freak. Like horror freak, not a horror freak.
Speak No Evil here. Speak No Evil. This is a remake of I think it's a Danish film that originally came out with. And to be honest with you, the only reason it's at number 4 for me is because I believe the original I liked more than the remake. I did really like this. Here's the thing: the whole appeal about this remake for me was seeing James McAvoy play the main character. He is unhinged, and he's going 100. He's giving it 110% in this film, like how demented he is as a character. But again, this is one of those movies where the less I tell you about it, the better. If it's something that interests you in checking out, it's basically about these two couples that meet each other on vacation, and then they're from different parts of the world or in Europe. And then all of a sudden, one of them reaches out to the other one and says, "Hey, why don't you come spend your next vacation down at our home or whatever?" And they're like, "Okay, sure, I'll take you up on the option on the offer."
Mm-hmm.
And again, these are people that only met once on vacation and hung out for a day or two, and then all of a sudden he's going over to where he lives to stay as a guest in their part of the country.
Oh, I did watch this one this year with you.
Period. Right. And then it kind of just goes from there. You got to see kind of how the story advances when these two meet up with each other. James McAvoy in it. Mackenzie Davis is in it. She was really good.
And the other one is the original one is only 2 years old.
Yes, it's not that old.
Right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And Scoot McNairy is in it. Him and Mackenzie Davis, they were in a show, Halt or Catch Fire, which I was a really big fan of, about the computer programmer, like people. They were making video games and making like the first early computers and stuff like that in the show. So seeing them reunite in this when they played opposite of each other in the cast of that show was really cool to see. And yeah, James McAvoy was amazing in it. So Speak No Evil, like I said, the only reason this was a Blumhouse remake.
Production?
Yeah, and because it's the Americanized version, I felt it wasn't as dark as the Swedish or Danish one or whatever, the original. So the original is a much darker end to the film, I will say. And for that reason, I like that version better, but the acting is probably better in this film. So there you go. In at number 4.
Number 4, that's nice. All right. So my number 4 was The Joker Part 2.
Yeah.
I really liked it.
Folie deux.
Folie deux.
Yeah.
I won't say that word because I just don't want to fuck it up. But yeah, Part 2. Okay. Um, that one I liked because didn't I see that with you?
No,
No, I seen that by
I
myself.
still haven't seen Joker.
Oh yeah, you still haven't seen that one. You
No.
refuse to see it.
Christine seen it. She
That's what I
absolutely.
told my dad. I remember telling my dad, Nico refuses to watch that one. I don't know why, but he just refuses to watch it. I liked it. I still like what's his name? This is after fucking 4 hours of recording. What's his name? Joaquin Phoenix as the
Yeah.
Joker. I like that. I see where they're still doing I know Nico's got that. He's up in the air about that. Uh, makeup if it's a mental health fucking thing or if it's a fucking a dance off or whatever or
Right,
fucking
musical
or whatever. I think they played the musical well. I think they did it to the point where it helps with the mental health stuff in that sense. And I still don't believe that besides fucking besides Jack Nicholson, I still believe this has got to be the best Joker I've ever watched play Joker. And for a guy to get down like
Better than
this guy,
Heath Ledger.
yeah, this because you know why this guy when he gets into his roles.
What? Just because he looks
No, doesn't matter.
emaciated in this, he lost all his weight.
No,
Like,
but
who
it doesn't matter. It
cares?
doesn't matter what role he does. He plays the character well. He becomes that person. Now I don't know if that's a sick thing in the head. Maybe that's his mental health thing, right? But he becomes that person. He can make you believe he's anybody. He made me believe he was Johnny Cash, bro. So
That's a good movie.
you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
Walk the Line. Yeah, he's good in that
dude,
movie.
and it's not like he can't sing,
Yeah, he's good.
right? So it's not. I mean, it's not. People were comparing it to Lady Gaga and fucking Bradley Cooper and stuff like
A
that.
Star is Born.
A Star is Born, right? It's got it's not a Star is Born. Trust me, it's very far from a Star is Born.
Yes.
I mean, no, well, a Star is born because the Joker is born. You know what I mean in that sense. But um, yeah, I really liked it. I don't know if it's for everybody.
It's definitely not because a lot of critics hated it. Right?
Well, you know what?
Hey,
If we were all critics that hated shit, then nothing would be out,
there
bro.
you go.
So you know what I mean? There's got to be some of us that like it, right?
Yeah.
So I
Quentin Tarantino did.
he liked it, right?
He's championing it. He
You
loves
see,
it.
bro, you know what? If Quentin Tarantino says so, then it's all good with you guys.
There you go.
Should be all good with you, bro. I know if I don't know.
He's just trying to please his fans. He's trying to please critics that are his fans. Right? That's all I'm gonna say about that. Yeah, for anybody who gets that reference out there, good on you.
It's probably one of those ones in those snippets that you watch where he's talking about it, right?
Yeah, no, it's good. It's
Yeah.
good. I mean, I haven't watched it, but that's fine. It's cool. It's your pick.
Well, you know what? I mean, maybe you should at least give it a watch, bro. It's not
I'm
part of
gonna
the
watch it
You have to,
eventually.
when you can sit
Eventually.
down and watch it and then tell me what you think
All
about
right.
it because you can't just hype on it. You can't just gripe on it because you want
Yeah,
to join.
I can. I just don't like it. What do you want?
I know you don't like it, but for a Batman guy, I'm surprised. That's all I have to
why?
say.
What is Batman about this movie? Nothing. Just the fact that his name is the Joker. This is
Doesn't matter, bro.
That's actually one
It's
of the
still
main
the same
reasons why I do
series.
not want to watch it because this is an awful representation of the Joker, in
Oh,
my opinion.
Okay.
So there you go. That's it.
Okay.
Going off on a tangent. Don't piss me off now. We're trying to wrap up this show. All right. Coming at number 3 for my horror movies, other horror movies you should watch, check out this year, best of horror, is In a Violent Nature, coming at number 3. Now, this was a Shudder film. I talked about it, I believe, on the show. I think on Late Night at the Movies, I had brought it up at some point, or maybe on Late Night Chat with JT. I can't remember when. But basically, this is a Jason movie. This is not Jason, but it is a Jason-like character. This is one of the best-looking shot films I've ever seen in the filmography. For a movie like this, the cinematography, not filmography, the cinematography of this film, like the way that it's shot, it's like an art house film. Like it's like an indie horror film. Like it's just really well done. It's shot better than it has any right to be, but at its core, it's got some of the craziest gory kills I've seen in a movie this year outside of Terrifier 3. This has really this actually at the horror awards they have a horror film awards, I guess, as well, that came out that comes out every year. That I read about this. I didn't even know it was a thing. This won the best kill of the year in a horror film. That's all. There's really 2 or 3 really great kill sequences in this movie, which are the creativeness of the kills in this. It's like it does give Terrifier a run for its money in a year that Terrifier came out, and it made my top 5 for horror films, because I feel like he's the best new slasher in line of this generation, in the same line of now where the Freddys, the Jasons, the Michael Myers, you got the Scream guy, and probably now fucking Terrifier, Art the Clown. So like that, in my opinion, that's like the top 5 slashers, and he's just joined the list, honestly, very recently. So this is great, this movie, though. Like I said, it's like a Jason movie. It's about a guy stalking and killing all these people, and that gets resurrected from the woods. It is like some undead creature of sorts, and it's bloody. It's a hell of a really great time. Good stuff.
Nice.
In a violent nature.
Nice.
All right, how about your number 3?
My number 3 is The Monkey Man.
Yeah.
Right? Great fucking film, man. It's a Jordan Peele produced with Dave Patel, and then Dave Patel was the director, but he's also the fucking main character in the movie.
Dev Patel, I think it is.
Dev Patel, whatever. I say Dave, whatever. I'm just doing the English version. All right. This is a Hindi English movie, so we can do both ways. Okay.
There you go.
It's a Universal film. It's great. It's a young man ekes out a meager living in an underground fight club where, night after night he's wearing a fucking gorilla mask and he's beating bloodier and bloodier and fucking. But it's not just they got a love story sort of twisted in there somehow. They have a mother and son fucking storyline twisted in there somehow. And then they got a fucking revenge fucking, like John Wick style fucking.
Yeah, it's the Indian John Wick movie, I heard, essentially.
But I think it's bloodier than a John Wick.
And there's more hand-to-hand combat.
This is more, as opposed to, guns.
Yes.
You know what I mean? As opposed to cool cars and stuff like that. This is more like the slums of India in that sense, right? Where this is how they have to survive if they want to become who they are. If they want,
I want to watch this.
If they want to get to this fucking tier, they have to work their way up from the fucking bottom, So
it does have a bit of like an underground element, like John Wick did too. You know what I mean? Like
more more like in a Fight Club sense.
Okay.
Right, because it is very, very graphic and very fucking, not where you're not in the Fight Club, you're having a fight with yourself. You know what I mean? And this guy's literally, and the action that's in this movie is next to none. The actual fight sequences and stuff like that is something like a fucking Bruce Lee or a fucking
Jackie Chan kind of like.
I don't even know about Jackie Chan. Like Jackie Chan is more
old movies.
Maybe when he was younger, when he was it wasn't so funny.
Legend of the Drunken Master, kind of like.
That's where this thing is, and it's just it's a great movie. I think Max brought it up to me. Yeah, and it's like we've seen Dev Patel and other things too as well, but when to see him in a fighting role like this is just next to none unbelievable, right? Like he's
Jordan
a skinny
Peele's
little
involved.
Jordan Peele is good as a director, period, right? So I mean, I don't know what they fall under, if it just falls under action thriller, this one, or what does it fall under, drama probably too as well. I mean, they can never decide what movies are anymore. You can't just have one thing to it. It's an action thriller, so you can never just have one thing to it, right? You can't have just action, you can't have just thriller, you can't have, you always have to have one with that other, otherwise it doesn't seem right.
That's right.
But it's just phenomenal. I'm
gonna check it out.
I'm not a big fight person in that sense when it comes to movies, sorry. But it really blew my mind.
I'm gonna try to make an effort to watch it over the holiday. Then I think.
Yeah, so, you got it, because it's worth a good talk.
I know I would like it. It sounds like it's good.
Yeah. And it's very, it's also touching too as well, right?
Okay.
So,
coming in at my number 2, Smile 2. I liked this a lot, man. This is better than the first Smile. Honestly, it's way better than the first.
It's creepier. I noticed that.
Yeah, and also like the focus of this movie, because it has to do with a pop star, is the main person that gets the smile attached to her that you're following throughout this film, puts her in a lot of interesting situations. Honestly, because thinking of a pop star, how she's got a big audience, and she's put into a lot of situations with fans and the general public, and having present herself in certain situations as a pop star, as an icon of sorts. This is basically what if Taylor Swift essentially became a smile person. Let's just put it in that sense, right? So if you think of that aspect, and the woman who plays her, I don't know the actress's name. I should bring it up right now. She is excellent. I thought she did a really great job in this movie. I was very impressed, because this is one of those movies where you feel like this is just going to be like one of those ones you catch on cable or something like that at some point. But I watched this in theaters, and it was well worth it, honestly. I thought she did an amazing job. And it actually takes place literally minutes after the end of the first movie, so this goes right into it. And honestly, the way this movie ended, I could see them continuing to do movies in this franchise. They really opened the door for like taking this into more interesting direction than they ever have so far. Naomi Scott is the person that plays Sky Riley, the pop star in this movie, and she is excellent. And let's not forget, Jack Nicholson's son was in this, Ray Nicholson, which is really cool to see him in this role, because that smile, man, that iconic Jack Nicholson smile, his son has it in spades. Honestly, it's really creepy to see him as that character doing the smile, because it's the Jack Nicholson smile. It's like a little bit of The Shining in there. You know what I mean? I loved
and it's
it.
just younger too, right?
Yeah,
So,
yeah. It was a lot of fun seeing him in this. So he had a small role, but it was good still to see him in this. And I hope we see more from him, honestly.
yes, that'd be nice.
Yeah, that was a big selling point about this film when it came out. He was on the poster. Like, it was a big deal when everyone.
Well, I
announced
mean,
that.
we ain't gonna see his old man anymore, except at a fucking
No, that's
you know.
it. He's a shut in at this point,
Yeah.
from what I hear. So sadly. All right, that's my number 2 for horrors. There, they didn't make my top 5 this year.
Nice.
How about you, Jay?
Number 2, my number 2 movie was the Deadpool Wolverine one. I think I was telling you, because it was a great movie. It was funny all around. I mean, I like I like Ryan Reynolds.
Of course.
I mean, who doesn't, right?
He's your favorite.
Yeah, I mean, and he's always good with Hugh Jackman. When they get together, they make a good team. And it was fun to go watch it with you in theaters. That was also another good thing. We, when we get together and we actually go see things, because I've never seen somebody smile like this guy. When it came to the Wolverines, like, I had seen something at the store the other day with the Wolverine. I'm like, I don't know if this is the one that Nico likes. Right? I think it was just like a Christmas tree ornament, right? And I was like, yeah, I don't think he likes the Hallmark version of Wolverine, So, but yeah, that one was a great film. It keeps you at the edge of your seat, like just all of the Deadpool movies, right? They just keep you laughing. They keep you smiling. They keep you, you see your blood, your guts, your gore, your gore, and you get to see a shitload of fucking different
Wolverines, different universe,
different Wolverines and different Deadpools, right? So that was interesting, right?
Yeah,
to see how
a lot of multiversal type of shit going on.
Trying to straighten it all out, right? So it was a great watch, and I recommend people to go check that one out this year.
It was a fun time, absolutely. It made my top 5 as well. All right, coming in at number 1 for horrors there, because it was a great year of horror. As I mentioned, this is not including Terrifier 3 and The Substance that made my actual top 5 this year, but next in line for top 5 horror, this is one that actually I'm surprised didn't make my top 10, like even with my honorable mentions that we talked about on Late Night at the Movies. I think maybe I don't know if I want to say I had problems with the story, but the story itself, the movie, there was a lot to like about it, but it didn't all come together for me at the end in the way to put it forward into my top 5 or honorable mentions this year. That being said, the performance in the film itself is excellent, and that's Heretic. Did you end up watching this yet? Oh my god, man!
Bro, I seen the fucking preview.
It's a great movie.
I seen the reaction.
It's A24.
A24's got quite a few. I just started following it on YouTube, so I want to see what's gonna bring up in my feed and shit.
But Hugh Grant, I've never seen this.
He's creepy, bro.
this is one of Hugh Grant's like best performances in this movie. Honestly, like,
Maybe the older he gets, the creepier he gets. I don't
but
know.
he's now like doing these other, like when he was in The Gentleman, like he's doing these other roles now. He's no longer like the old English romantic comedy guy.
Yeah,
Like he's
no.
now stepping into this interesting part of his
The
career
creep.
where he's doing these different roles. Like he's really going for it. Like
Yeah.
he's doing these different stuff. He's just so good in this movie. He is a super creep in this movie, but also he. Honestly, Jay, if you watch this movie, it's going to give you a lot to think about because there's all these ideas about religion in this film.
Mm.
And he's somebody who's like a person that wants to believe in something, but he isn't able to find it. So he goes down the rabbit hole and like loses his mind to a certain degree. And you have to watch this movie and the way it unfolds to really understand the character and his motivations. And it's honestly one of his best performances I've ever seen. He is
Dude,
excellent in this movie.
Just seeing the preview where he just like literally gets the girls to come in because he says his wife is baking fucking blueberry pie.
And then they see it as a candle.
Dude,
that's
fucking,
just the start.
I
bro,
know.
that's like the first 10 minutes.
That's
like the first 10 minutes.
This is going to be a creeper fucking
and it
film.
goes off the rails from there. Yeah, you got to watch it. It's honestly, it's again, A24 that does a good job in horror films, as we know. And this is no exception. And for me, it's starring that Maisie, what's her name? No, so Sophie Thatcher, who's in that movie, that show that we like with the plane that goes down with the soccer player girl, the girls that are all soccer
Yellow Jackets.
Yellow Jackets, which is another show that takes forever to come out.
I know, like what the fuck?
I know, but we love that show. And Sophie Thatcher is one of the girls in it. One of the girls from Yellow Jackets.
Mm-hmm.
She's one of the two girls that's in this movie opposite of Hugh Grant.
Okay.
And Chloe East, who I'm not as familiar with. Also, an appearance by Topher Grace from that 70s show. He shows up in it at one point.
He's kind of creepy too now as he's getting older. Hey, I can't see him as the stoner and Eric Foreman.
Yeah, Eric Foreman anymore. But anyways, he shows up in weird things. So he's in this for
I mean, who has a name like Topher? Why don't you put Christopher?
I know. It's a weird name.
So,
but yeah, so there you go. Heretic is my number one of movies that like horror. Yeah, that I wanted to mention here today, and definitely go check that out, guys. If you've yet to do that, it's really good.
Yeah.
All right, Jay.
And number one's still going to be the same for me, like it
Of
was in the
course.
thing. It's Megalopolis, man.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
That changed my life, bro. This year, it did.
Changed my life.
Changed my life.
I love
bro.
it. It really did. His outlook
Give me a
on life.
different perspective.
It hit at the right time for you.
It did.
Film, right?
It did, bro.
Yeah.
It did. And you know what? I haven't looked back since.
There you go.
You know what I mean, guys?
Are you gonna rewatch it on New Year's?
My dad says he hasn't watched it. I said, Dad, do me a favor.
Yeah.
Do it like Francis Ford Coppola said.
Watch it on
He
New
said,
Year's.
watch it on New Year's, because when I watched it, it came out, and that my life has changed since then.
It's good, man.
Right?
I'm glad to hear it. It's a very optimistic film.
Yeah, I didn't realize how deep it was gonna hit me. I think Max knows how much it hit me because I told you we had hours of conversations about this fucking movie.
Yeah.
I can't get over this. There's not words to put it in anymore that I can keep saying about this movie. It just makes you think. It makes you realize that plays into the aspect too, even of that Brilliant Minds TV show that I watched.
Okay.
Because you know what, it's just showing you that life is anything we want to think it is, because we have so much ability to do things, so much potential in our life, and we don't even know it yet. It's just like right there at our grasp, and we can't get it.
Scratching the surface of,
we can't get it yet
of our potential on a human existence on a level. Like,
well, you know what, I'm almost watching it as I'm watching the little kids grow up nowadays, bro. That level,
they're the future.
They are the future, and that we've gotten to a certain point, like say in our generation, that it kind of we can't see that far as
we need a new way of thinking.
Yeah,
Essentially.
we didn't grow up in the time they are, and they're growing up in a time where there's a lot more thinking, and there's a lot more way of learning things, and there's a lot more stuff that they've learned since we've grown up. So
that's the dawn of a new era.
Yeah, they're gonna have that. As it took us our whole life, it took us 30 years to realize certain things. They're realizing it in 10.
Right.
And if they're realizing it in 10, what about the next 10 years and the next 10 years after that?
There's got to be an evolution of.
It has to be a change of a human
thought.
being.
Yeah.
Of a human being. Like we all evolve regardless, and I don't think we still as a human completely evolved like that. So I think this movie leaves your mind open to an interpretation of it. And I don't care what anybody says. They can talk shit about this movie. I know that there's people that have
it wasn't
done that.
critically well received.
No, but I think if they really understood it, and I've watched it more than once now, and every time I watch it, I seem to pick up something new from it.
Yeah.
So I think everybody should go out and watch it. Excuse me. I think you guys should also go watch it on the New Year's, like they say, just in case, because I'm going to try it out and see if it gives me a different perspective.
Right.
And see if it makes a difference to me. But, I always said September was my fucking New Year, I think, this year. Right? It changed a lot of things for me in the way I thought of things.
Good.
So
that's good.
But yeah,
I said, it's a very optimistic film, and you also being a little bit more optimistic lately in your own life or the way you've been going about things. I think it obviously hit you in a certain way as well.
Oh, right? Yeah, for sure. For sure. Right? It hit me hard.
Like I said, I couldn't get there 100% with the actual movie itself, whether or not I loved it as much as you guys. Clearly I did it. It made you and Max's top 5 list for the year. That being said, I do love the themes of this film. I love the messaging of this film. I love certain aspects of this movie as well. So I get why maybe after I watch another 1 or 2 times, maybe I'll get where you guys are, honestly, because I did say the second time I watched this movie, I liked it more than I watched it the first when we did our discussion.
Yeah.
And you guys can watch that video on Late Night at the Movies. We did a whole video of me, Max, and JT talking about that film and talking about our thoughts on it. And you could also hear Jay talk about it again on Late Night at the Movies, our favorite movies of 2024 episode as well, when he kind of talked more about it, how it was his favorite movie then too. That's one thing that hasn't changed in your list. It was really just a small revision of sorts that you guys saw here today.
I kind of just twisted up a couple things. That's all. Like I said, nothing really changed. My list was still really the same.
Right.
It's just I changed up a few of the order I put it in.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. You made sure to put Monkey Man in, essentially.
And unfortunately, I bumped out my nephew.
Yeah. Well, listen.
It's all good.
It's right there, though. It's still mentioned more than once.
That was meaningful.
He knows how much you enjoyed the movie.
Of course.
All right. Well, that's going to do it for our top 5 movies 2024 then, guys. Wow. This is a long and great episode. Listen.
Nice.
We always do it. We always do it big for this episode.
I got 2 hours of sleep tomorrow, buddy. What about you?
Yeah, well, listen.
By the time I get home, it's 2 hours.
It wouldn't have made a difference whether you're here or not. You know that, bro.
Bro, you know what? All I need is a nap for fucking working a 9-hour shift.
Listen, let's go over your list one more time, though, for the folks at home, Jay, before we wrap her up here. That's your top 5.
My 5 was Beetlejuice. My 4 was Joker Part 2, or Foyer 2, whatever you want to call it. All right. My number 3 was Monkey Man. My number 2 was Deadpool and Wolverine.
Right.
And my number 1, and I'll always be my number 1 for this year, man, is Megalopolis. All right.
All right. So my number 5, which was my list that we talked about, my 5 favorite of the year on the favorite movies of 2024, Late Night at the Movies episode, is in this order. Number 5, The Substance. Number 4, Deadpool and Wolverine. Number 3, Terrifier 3. Number 2, Dune Part 2. And number 1, Anora. Now, my top 5 horror movies of this year that did not make my list that I wanted to talk about here tonight are the following. That's number 5. Hold on. Which one was it here? No, Speak No Evil is number 4. Oh, yeah, Abigail. Thank you. Number 5 was Abigail. Number 4 was Speak No Evil, the remake that came out this year. Number 3 was In a Violent Nature. Number 2 was Smile 2. And number 1 was Heretic for my top 5 horrors, though, that were not mentioned this year that I want to talk about today. So there you go, guys. That's going to do it for this episode of our year-end media review of 2024, Jay. Always a great time. And once again, guys, Late Night Chat Network, make sure to like and subscribe. Make sure to check out our many shows here on the network going into the new year. And don't forget, episode 300 of Late Night Chat, the last episode of Late Night Chat with all the hosts, is going to be airing live on Saturday, January 11th, everyone. So make sure to tune in for that. That's going to be a hell of a fun episode, and yeah, a sad one as well. But
If
we're
I
gonna do it
fucking
big.
cry, I'm gonna fuck. Oh fuck, you're gonna get it, bro.
We're gonna do it big though. It'll be a lot of fun. So make sure tune in for that, guys. And
Get ready for that.
yeah. Why the hell does it say 2023? Was it saying that earlier too? It's supposed to say 2024. What's going on here?
It goes in the wrong year. You know what? It could have been saying the whole time. I have it on a small screen, so I didn't even see it, bro.
Oh no, it was here. Sorry. Okay, I did have it up. I don't know. That must have been like an old one that I pulled up here. I was still in our list here for late night chat. I didn't know. I didn't realize that.
Yeah,
from
because
last year.
we do have year end. We just have to. We end up usually just switch the
That's
names,
right.
or the dates or whatever, right?
All right, so there you go, guys. Thank you for tuning in, and thank you for watching these. Like and subscribe, and make sure to tune in the new year for all of our new content as well. And
Straight
I hope
up.
everybody had a great Christmas or whatever you celebrate out there, and a great new year,
Happy
and a
Kwanzaa.
great year to come. There you go, guys. All right, Jay. Later.
Peace out, brother.
Later.